Happy Sunday. Hopefully things are going well. Hopefully the weekend has treated you well as well. So, back on the channel, we're here to do the usual thing we're doing on Sundays, hanging out and chatting some hobby stuff. I did get a couple of. I appreciate a couple of folks did leave a couple of topic ideas. I think one of them. I think one of them was just having a little bit of fun with it, but nonetheless, I think it's a fun little topic to talk about for sure as well. So that'll be kind of fun. And I did get a really good question, and I believe it was Al who brought it up. So I do appreciate him bringing it up. So there we go. Now I see the comments starting to come up. So good evening, Bobby. Hope the week's been treating you well. I will say, usually I start off with kind of a little, the spiel where I'll talk about this, that, or the other thing. Not really sure. Not really sure where I wanted to go with it this time around. I was a bit stuck because this week it's just kind of moved on. Obviously, Golden had the auction. That was the thing. Some new records and stuff. Usual thing. Nothing too crazy. So let me see here. I see the couple of comments here. Yeah, big fan of Sports Card Live. Sad when Jerry mentioned he was a fan of AWA. Didn't know who Nick Bockwinkel is. Fair. I don't know if Bockwinkel is greater than Ziggy Palfy though. That's a bit of a stretch. We're talking the goat of goats, sir. We are talking the goat of goats. So let's come down to that. But big respect to Nick Bockwinkel. If you're talking AWA, Bockwinkel is definitely a big piece of that. So no doubt on that. I have to agree with you. AWA, when it was at its peak, was kind of before my time, but I did get a chance to go back and watch a fair bit of that stuff, and they had some good stuff because I think you had Hogan as Hulk Hogan really kind of got to start a little bit in the AWA for sure. I think Hulkamania really started in the AWA if memory serves me correctly, and Scott Hall had a run there in the AWA prior to becoming Razor Ramon and doing other things later and becoming Scott Hall again. So a lot of interesting things started up in the AWA. They did build up a pretty good territory and just kind of were never able to run it effectively. So good evening, Paul. Good evening, Yannick, and good evening to Brian. But no, it was kind of funny then when the AWA thing came up. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like yeah, you remember it, but that was kind of a big name in that territory. So no, that's fair. I get you, hockey. Anyway, aside from the questions that I did receive, I think we'll probably be going to the link a little early this time around. Just kind of leave it open. It is going to be open to you guys. I am going to try to streamline a lot of these live streams going forward. I'm not going to sit here and commit to a specific time period because we know what happens when you try to say, oh yeah, we'll cut it off at whatever. We know it doesn't always work out that way, but I'll still try to keep it a little bit concise just because the work situation is going to change a little bit as far as meetings and everything on Mondays. So it'd be a little rough to do it. The 5 and 6 hour streams might not be a thing that I might be able to do, especially with the start time that I have. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And as always, we'll play it by ear. And if you guys have some stuff to talk about, it's all good. Let's do that. So let's go here. Yeah. So good evening, Justin. Yeah, halfway through Sports Card Live after hours. Yeah. So they're speaking of impromptu. I figured as soon as Jeremy was decided to have the after hours just impromptu, I was like, yeah, I'll pop in for that. Why not? He was doing it. He was doing his music cards. If any of you did get a chance to check that out, I was having some fun with it. I'm always interested in seeing the thought process behind stuff like that. Even though the music cards, like I said, for me, I can see why somebody would want it if they were like a super fan. And if you're talking, hashtag invest, yeah, there's definitely some of those cards that are going to have some value, no doubt. In the same way that cards of anything that is popular have the potential to have some value, especially if they're a little rare, especially if they're older. So I get that. I think though most people who are music fans are not going to go quite to that extent. They're going to be content with the music itself, or maybe a shirt, or the album, or whatever the case may be. That's just kind of the way I see it. But again, I think you have to be a card fan to really want to do that. But I think you can be a card fan and not want cards of everything. So that was kind of my point with that piece. That's kind of the angle that I took on it. I go, just because you like cards doesn't mean you want cards in every aspect and instance of your life, and every individual hobby or thing that you enjoy does not require cards. Otherwise, some people would be buying cards of almost everything and anything. So I don't know. That's just kind of my direction that I took on it. So let's just take a look here. I'm going to pull up the question here that was brought up. And I want to make sure that I quote it correctly. I believe it was Al who brought it up. Yep. So it was Al. So I'll read the question and then I'll talk about it a little bit. And then we'll probably get the We'll probably get the link up on the screen here a little sooner than usual, and we'll see what happens. So Al put up the question, and he said, "How are collectors dealing with higher prices on PC items?" For him, he's shifting to 90 sets. So that's a very good way to approach it. Obviously, some 90 sets have gone up a little bit more expensive, so that's certainly a thing. Just grabbing Hockey's comment here. If it isn't sports or wrestling cards, I don't care. Yeah, and the thing is, that's fair. That's what I mean. Like even someone who likes cards, the idea is like, well, everybody likes music. Well, yeah, I think that's true. But again, not everybody needs cards of everything. So kind of you're playing to your point here is that, yeah, you can enjoy that. It's like, doesn't mean I need a card of it. There are a lot of bands where and there are a lot of people who like bands that are more obscure who wouldn't have cards. But then again, even if they did, like I've got some bands and things that I enjoy. Like I enjoy the Matthew Good band. I like Matthew Good's music. And I did a video talking about that from a certain perspective. So I have a lot of nostalgia for a lot of Matthew Good's music. But if he was on a trading card, I wouldn't buy it. I don't need it. I've got all the albums. So what the hell do I need the card for? Oh, but it's a card. It's like, so what? Don't need it. Again, that doesn't mean somebody else would want it, but I don't have any use for it. That's what I say. Like, just because you like cards doesn't mean you need the thing. Just because you like a sport, like even the sports that I watch, we talked about that. The correlation between sports you watch and sports you collect. The sport that I probably watch the most at this point in time is probably NFL football. I really don't collect NFL football cards, with the exception of a handful here and there. The thing I collect the most is hockey, and I barely watch hockey most of the time these days. So the correlation isn't strong with me. With other folks, obviously, it's going to be a lot stronger. I think it's just depending on how you like to collect and that. Now, playing off Al's question, my thought process on it is that I think folks are just looking for alternatives. Again, it could be music cards. It could be something like that. But it's just looking for avenues. So one aspect you could do is look for other avenues. He's looking at 90s cards, so 90 sets especially. And there's some real cool sets in that era, especially. Of course, that's in my bread and butter time period, 90s. So for sure, that's always fun. The other thing you can do is just kind of maybe your main PC or your main area has gotten a little more expensive. Maybe you go and look at a secondary area. It doesn't have to be, because one of the things we talk about is even though prices have definitely gone up, it's not across the board. A little while before the live stream started up, I had an auction that I was watching. It was a card that I thought was kind of cool. It was one of those things where I was interested, but I wasn't like, oh, I have to have this card. You know, it wasn't like this urgency. So I checked it out. I saw it. And then I said, okay, cool. Am I interested in the card? Yes. I'm interested in putting a bid. I'm willing to put a little beyond the minimum bid. And if I win, great. If I don't, that's fine. And it was a 1-of-1. So obviously it'd be a cool card to have, but it wasn't something I needed urgently. I wanted for the minimum bid. And it was the 1-of-1. It's a cool looking card. So it's not that the aesthetic was bad. It's a cool looking card. It's my PC player. So that's great. And it's a 1-of-1. That's cool. But I want it for the minimum bid. And I know there's other Modano collectors out there. I see, I'm on the Instagram and I check out and they're out there. They just didn't happen to see this card. So nobody was running to it. It happens. So let's see here. Paul just says here, I'm a sports fan, but other than exactly 2 baseball cards last year, don't branch out. That's fair. Yep, I'll grab it. No problem. Yep. Oh, good. Good to see you, Al. No worries, of course. Seeing some again, Ligard going from 5 to 10 pay higher. Yes, absolutely. And if any of you are not familiar, Al has a tremendous Iginla collection. Like it's already tremendous. So it's one of those things where I have no doubt that Iginla's gotten price. I think one of the downsides though of Iginla is that Iginla he's one of those guys who I can say comfortably is definitely underpriced. Like he was for a long time because he was a great player and a consistently great player who never was able to have like the team success, but like individually he had almost everything you'd ask for and put together or fashioned himself a Hall of Fame career, and his prices didn't really reflect that. So he's one of those guys that it's like, well, when you're at 600 goals, you're one of the elite goal scorers of your generation. But you're priced barely above a common for a lot of cards for a long time. It's tough to consider you to be overpriced. So I think it's just moving the prices more in line, but it's definitely a lot more expensive than it was a couple of years ago. So I have no doubt about that. I do think the only real answer you have left is to look for some opportunities, maybe in some other collecting interest areas. Like you talked about the 90s sets. That's a cool area to go into. But there's a lot. And I see your comment, Hockey. I'll get to it in just a second here. I will actually show the card. I can do that. So I'll do that for you guys. Yep, his rookie cards are dirt cheap until recently. Yep, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't shock me. Like especially the rookie cards. That stuff is definitely appreciated quite a bit. So let me see if I can grab this here. All right, so the scan's pretty crummy, I would say, but let me see if I can pull it up here for you guys. See if this will work. Yeah, that is a very crummy scan, but okay. Well, at least it's something. So I'll show you. So this is a card I wanted just a little earlier this evening. So this is, I think, the 2015 Leaf Ultimate Memorabilia. So this is the silver, I think, 1 of 1, the Silver Spectrum 1 of 1. Just a plain jersey patch, but it's the 1 of 1. And I think once I get it on the pickup video, I'll be able to, at least they were able to capture some of the shine of the silver foil, which is cool. I like rainbow foil, so that's nice. I could definitely capture it. It'll definitely be a lot better, I think, on the video once I'm able to get it in hand and show it in the light. That one ran me about $60, and then the shipping was a little expensive, but all in all, under $80, all in Canadian. For 1 of 1, I'm not complaining. That's, I think, reasonable. It's not too bad. So that's kind of what I'm referring to. It's that the cards are out there, and it's a 1 of 1. So it's one of those things like, if I can get a 1 of 1 from a decent set looking, it's got some shine to it, under $100, I'm not crying about it. Yep, I totally agree, Paul. Okay, so let me grab Hockey's question. I saw it there. Was a fly on the wall in the Card Ladder Discord. A lot is mentioned about their research team for a team that doesn't appear to be much output. So this is one of the things that I kind of had some fun with Chris when I talked to him and I did the discussion with him some time ago. The thing is, the team is him and Christina. So when you're doing a startup, you're basically dependent upon, and originally it was just him. And they have an interface. That's why I asked him a little bit of details about kind of the interface and how their process is on building those profiles. The thing is that when they're doing it, they're adding these things in there. But at the end of the day, they're evaluating these transactions that are coming in. They have a streamlined way to help them do it quicker. It's more efficient for the one person to do as much as they can. But because they're operating as a startup, I think capital is going to be an issue for them in the sense that while they have been growing and I think they're doing well, all things considered, at some point they're going to have to scale. And scaling means you're going to have to hand over the research to more people so that you can start getting more profiles. Because there's so many cards still out there that need to be added to really get the product to a level that I think it will be maximum usage. I said before, I use the product because for my purposes, it still has value. I don't advertise it or stick, graphs in your faces because that's not the purpose of this channel. That's not what I want to do. But for certain cards that I'm tracking, it is useful. And the data on it is I've checked, corroborated some of it, and I'm very comfortable with the data that's being provided. But to be useful on a mass scale, you need more than the obvious. It can't just be because they're very basketball heavy, and that's always been a weakness for them. And I've mentioned it. It's like, you guys are very comfortable with basketball. It can't just be us. We're listing off a list of names. Like, if I say Juan Soto, they have Juan Soto cards on there, but it's hardly complete. There's a lot of Juan Soto cards that aren't there because outside of the most popular ones, there might be other ones that I want to track. So it would be helpful to have additional people who can be like, well, grab me all the rookie year cards, all the main ones. Grab me some of the basic parallels of it and include those in there too. And then, rinse, repeat for Luis Robert and other baseball players who are there now. And then obviously some of the historical players. And then do that for football. And then do that for hockey. And then build out. You got to beef out some of these databases because their basketball one is very robust for a lot of the current players and a lot of the current sets because they're really comfortable with it. But the other sports are a lot weaker. And if you don't have a real team, to your point, then it's going to be very difficult to get critical mass. So that's kind of, that's basically what ends up happening. And then you have the output problem. It's like, okay, if you're running a business where you're a startup, that means you've got people running like 18, 20-hour days. Well, the problem is eventually you get tired. And then eventually you have to take a break. So then your research team is offline for a couple of days or they slow down. And then you're not getting as much output. And it's because you're relying on only 1 or 2 people. So it's common sense. At a certain point, you do need to expand a little bit. At the very least, to have access, to be able to really push forward. Because as you get more cards in there, then your product becomes more useful. More people come in, then you get more capital, then you can bring in more people. It feeds off itself. But you got to get that initial push. I don't know if it's investment, if you got to look for some additional investment, but you got to find a way to get a couple of more hands on deck to really help you build out that database. And that'll help. And they do have a lot of people who really enjoy the product. So it's not like they don't have the opportunity to maybe look for some of the investment, but you're going to have to give up some equity. It's basically the Ken Golden thing all over again, right? He could keep all the equity, but if he brings in some money, then he can use it to build up the platform. And that's kind of what he's been playing at. Good evening, Jeff. Okay. So I think that's it for that I wanted to talk about. Dave had a question, but I'll see if he pops by. If not, I'll address it a little bit later. He had kind of a more fun, tongue-in-cheek question. Usual thing that you would expect from Amish Dave Archer, so it's all good. One other thing I wanted to talk about briefly for a moment, and what I'll do is I'll put the link in there. Usual rules. If you want to come in, hang out, chat, by all means. If you want to show off some cards, cool. Don't care about the prices. If you want to tell me why you think the card's cool, I'm good with that. That's always more than welcome. And I will open it up. And as I do that, I'll chat about the topic in question. So let me see if I can add this here, and then I'll pin it to the chat. The usual thing here. Let me see. Okay, so here we go, and I think I can pin that for us. Cool. So that should be good to go. Okay, so there you go. So the link is available there, and once I see there, and I know you're comfortable and good to go, then I'll add you in. Usual thing though, I will make sure that that we kind of see where we go from it. Okay, so while I'm doing that here. All right, so I can see you, Bobby. If you're good to go, just nod. Cool. Good evening, Bobby. How's it going? Oh, we got you chipmunk style first try. It's always the first run, 100% of the time. You know the drill, Bobby. You know the drill. See you in a minute. It never fails. 100% of the time. It's incredible. I don't know how he does it. It's every time. Anyway, so I'll have Bobby back on once he's ready to go. The other topic that I wanted to touch on briefly is obviously there's been the Dallas show this weekend. They're having that, and from what I've seen social media wise, there's been some, it's been interesting kind of checking it out. I think I'm a fan of watching a lot of the Sasha T vlogs. And I know he made a major deal. I did see from the social medias, he made a major deal. So that could be kind of interesting. All right, Bobby, you ready? You ready for round two? We're ready to go? Let's do it. All right. What's up, Bobby?
Are we good?
We are good. Got it.
It's kind of funny because I have I have your other window open, and I don't close it until I kind of come in. Now I closed it before and I came in. Now it's fine. That's the second time around, but I think I'm not closing it down in time, and it's kind of feeding against each other.
It could be messing with the audio. That's one of those things where the flipping back and forth between the two audio pieces sometimes messes things up. For sure.
Definitely. Sure.
For sure. So how's the last week been treating you? Everything good?
It was a slow week this week.
I did notice that, yeah.
On the internet, there was a lot of personal phone calls, and I was digging deep in some research, but people were tending to be bored. There wasn't much happening on eBay. I haven't seen much of anything to follow. I see a lot of people shifting to high bid, and this it's just been a weird kind of last week and a half, I guess, something like that.
I think one piece of it is that there are some folks that are normally very active, especially in hobby social media and stuff like that. A lot of them are going around the Dallas show, because I know Carvin is over there, is hanging out in Dallas. Some of the podcast folks are hanging out in Dallas. They're doing some stuff there. So
Sure.
I think we'll get more out of it next week once they come back and are able to share some stories and stuff, and we'll get to see it, because I think Sasha was there with his camera, and I don't know the particulars, but I think he did a $400,000 deal.
Wow.
So that'll be like a big one. I have no doubt that will be documented on the vlog. So I think it'll be interesting. Like once we get the results and we start seeing a little bit more about it, I think it's going to be interesting to dissect.
Yeah, it's been a slow build for him, but I guess he's up to that point now.
Yeah. So I think it was a combination. I think it was largely a trade deal. And I believe, I could be mistaken, he traded some big cards, I think, for a PSA 10 Charizard. So yes. So that's what I mean. Like, I think it'll be interesting seeing the thought process. I'm curious about the thought process, what cards were included, why he included certain cards and maybe left out certain cards. That kind of stuff is interesting. At least figuring out, how did you compile this? Why did you decide to make the move for this card now? Stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'd end up buying a 1991 card. I think Amish Dave Archer would be happy with me
Oh, I have no doubt.
going into the 90s.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's never just a simple card, is it, when I show something? So what I picked up was a Tim Horton card.
Okay.
The Tim Horton Foundation.
Oh, okay.
This is promoting a show in Oakville. I think it was, as you can see, Sports Collector Card and Comic Book Show, Saturday,
Okay.
May 25th, 1991. That's a regular size card. Very typical. Anyways,
That's from the heyday too, because
it is.
in 91 things were still rolling. There were still a lot of shows around all the time in 91.
I think this was a Kelly promotion out in Oakville.
Okay.
And Kelly used to run prior to the expo or right around that time period.
Mhm.
And yeah, so I thought that was a really cool kind of pickup. Something different.
It's definitely a little history piece, especially from the time when things were really hot. Because of 91, I would say things are still pretty hot.
Well, there was you could only get like Tim Horton, his picture. I think they had to be all taken out of the Tim Hortons because the wife sued the owners
Mhm.
of Tim Hortons to not be able to use his image in the Tim Hortons, so they had to pull them all out.
Yeah.
I think she'd lost the case, and then they were allowed to put him back in. But then again, I think that was '98, and they didn't actually, because a lot of people who go into Tim Hortons, not until I guess it was last year, were they allowed to, or they just never put up anything in the Tim Hortons with Tim Horton on it. Most people don't even know what Tim Hortons is. They just think it's a name, like McDonald's. Who's McDonald's? Other than Ronald kind of running around as a clown, but people don't know he was a hockey player.
I think that's very much a generational thing, which isn't shocking.
Sure it
because
is.
The day was going to come when they're like, "Oh, I know the name, Timmy's." It's like, but he was a player.
But see, they've never really put him in the stores, so they never really had him up there for such a time. They did have in the '70s, where he was in a Buffalo uniform,
Well,
and
exactly.
then in the '90s they had this other one where he was. It was a ghost image by Kent Danby. Actually, did some a promotional thing, a print for him, and it hung in all the Tim Hortons through the '90s there, and it had a image of him, a vintage image, and then there was a Buffalo Sabres image ghosted behind
Mhm.
the main image of him in his '67 uniform. So it was kind of a really cool piece.
Yeah, but I think the further though they got separated from the time he actually had equity, it becomes more difficult to associate unless if you know, because I can say the same thing hobby wise, right? If I
Mhm.
ask somebody who started in the hobby the last couple of months or the last year or two, and I say, okay, what is Beckett? And they're like, oh, the website and like the guide.
Mm.
It's like, no, there's an actual guy named after, or the grading service.
Yeah,
It's like, no, he's still around. He's still around.
he's still there somewhere.
Yeah, but he's not directly associated with the brand anymore. Like his name is on it. It's like this weird situation where like, it's his name, but he's not around anymore. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
But that's the key, is that at a certain stage, the name becomes the brand becomes one entity, and the person becomes a separate entity. And Tim Hortons is basically that now. There
It
was
is.
the person and there was the brand. And they parted ways a long time ago.
Yeah. And Tim Hortons has dominated since. They're all through the United States. They lucked out with the right blend of coffee, I'd have to say.
Mhm.
I sold corporate coffee for Van Hoot for 8 years in corporate sales, and it was really funny. Our coffee wasn't really the greatest, but Tim Horton had the right mixture. It just had the right blend. Like all coffees are blends. There's very few that are 100% Colombian. There's always a little mix in there. The only pure good coffee, I think, is Costa Rican. But surprisingly, they hit the right blend. They had two producers producing it, so nobody could hijack them on prices. They're very smart.
Yeah, but I think that at some
Smart
point,
business.
a couple of years ago, they changed the blend they're using in the main one, I believe, because I think they lost the rights to like the distributor or something like that, or they gave it up, or because I think McDonald's picked up whoever they were working with.
Wasn't Higgins and Burke?
I forget, but I know that the Tim Hortons coffee a couple of years ago stopped being the same one that was previously. Like there was a cutoff where they did change, where it changed. Whatever it was, the distributor or whoever they were working with or whatever, the contract though shifted over, and I think McDonald's stole it.
I think no. They always had two. They had Mother Parkers roasting for them, and I went to the plant and I seen the production, and then they had the other half with I forget the name of the other company, and they split where you get half the
Sure.
product here, half the product here. So no one could really up their price on them.
It could have been some kind of arrangement or deal, but I think I remember seeing or reading somewhere that there was some kind of a change or a falling out, and I'm
Maybe.
not sure the specifics, but there was definitely some kind of a change that happened. I want to grab Hockey Guy's question because I think this is an interesting one.
Go.
He says, "Why is it Rogers or Sportsnet taking advantage of the resurgent popularity of sports cards and adding a sports card themed show? Cost, because it's one of those things where like, yes, it's popular now." Adding a podcast, a la The Ringer creating a podcast, that's a relatively straightforward way of getting in because then your cost is relatively low. But opening up network time, like it's like, yeah, certain cards are selling for a lot of money, but is that worth taking network time when we could use reruns of poker? Like reruns of poker are cheaper. Could you draw? Here's the thing: even if they put the show on, would you watch? Would that be appointment viewing? I wouldn't. I might catch it on a replay. I might put it on the PVR and do something like that.
What if
But
it's your show?
Well, I'm going to be on it. I won't be able to watch it while it's out.
Oh yeah, reruns.
But,
there you go.
But the thing is that, but I'm taking this. I'm actually taking this concept seriously here. I want to think it out to its logical conclusion. The problem would be, would you be able to draw? Because it is really cheap to buy reruns of stuff. That's why poker on like Sportsnet and ESPN and all that did well, because it's really cheap programming to put on. And it runs for hours and it eats up a lot of airtime, and the cost was very cheap. Creating a new show where you potentially have to have people in the studio and use some of your production and do all that, unless you wanted it to be a show not unlike like what Tim and Sid used to be. And by the way, Tim and Sid broke up because the budget. Like they sent Sid off to do something else. But it would be a similar concept where it was like a podcast that was like a TV show podcast. So basically, to your point, they would be like, okay, so what's the show? Basically, Carlos and Bobby are doing this, but we'll put it on TV. They just steal the feed because that's the only way you could do it and like make it cost effective. Because if you actually had to do it in a studio and we're literally just sitting there doing the same thing, it'd be kind of weird.
Yeah, it's a small world to us, but it's a big world out there, and there's a lot of people into sports cards, but not that many. I don't think.
I don't think you draw enough advertiser dollars to make it worth your while for the cost you'd have to do to actually build it.
Exactly. I think who was that guy in Boston? I forget his name. He started the show too. Phil Castanetti. He started a show, sports card, where he was a sports card. He's ran it for the last 35 years, and they started to do a show where people were coming in and guests, and that started quite a few years ago and just never really kept going.
Yeah, the thing is, I take when somebody proposes it, I like to take the idea, and build it out to its logical conclusion. Like I said,
Sure.
like I said, I think it would be interesting. It'd be fun, but at the same time, I don't see why, like the cost to even start it, to do it like at a baseline level. It's like, okay, so literally I'm just going to have you guys sit in the studio. We'll put some graphics behind you. Even the cost to do that. Could you get enough sponsors? Legitimately, could you get enough sponsors to even bother?
It would be too commercialized too. This is with all the podcasts that we have out there. That's where the meat and potatoes is. The other stuff would be fluff, very much so. I think.
Well, what's funny is that we're also at a stage now where I say the card ladder guys do the thing. They're doing their sports card culture thing. That's a YouTube pre-recorded show. But if you look at like the graphics and the way they do it, it's basically looks like a TV show, and they did it themselves. It's because the guy's brother is a video editor.
Oh, that helps.
Like so like he was able to make it basically graphically. If I just grab that and put it on TV, you wouldn't know the difference. And they're doing that from their own studio. So
laundry room.
The thing is, they built out a little room where they put the microphones there because Chris has a background in audio. So they just grabbed the correct microphones. So his brother is a video guy and he's an audio guy. So they put the microphones in the right spot, and they got Josh over in Arizona on the TV. Perfect. So like effectively they've created the visual of this, and it's a 3-personal panel show basically. And you did that on YouTube. So it's like the cost relatively to build that studio is not that crazy, and they can just run it there and make the show about 30 minutes, give or take. Here you go. It's live on YouTube. Go nuts. Watch it whenever you want.
And we have all these other podcasts that do we even need something on TV, so to speak? I don't think so.
It's tricky. And the thing is, some people have us on TV. they put the YouTube on TV. They just you can put up the app. I know Vinny, who's around sometimes. He'll put it on the big screen. You just put on the YouTube app. It's on TV anyway.
Oh, gotcha. In that
Yeah,
respect,
I'm saying you
yes,
can use
of
the app and
course.
just put it on television.
I gotcha.
Yeah, but it's on demand whenever you feel like it. So it's got that aspect of it as well. So good evening,
Mm.
90s hockey collector. I did want to make sure I missed it. Paul was enjoying the coffee blend discussion for a second here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I knew as much about coffee as I knew about vintage hockey. Just full details in, you know.
there you go. The show is about nothing. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, the thing is, it's one of those things. Sports cards are fun to chat about, but at the end of the day, we are talking about cardboard. Like, if you really get meta here, like, what are we really talking about right now? Is coffee or chicken
Cardboard
sandwiches
and
really that much better or worse? Is it?
and
Is it? Not
cardboard
really.
and how people can't grade cardboard.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
We'd lose everybody at PSA, SGC, and all the other companies out there. Oh, KSA's no this and this. Oh, it's a crazy place. But
I still think Paul the angle on the sandwich sponsor, the angle on the sandwich sponsor. I think Dave and Steve got that one. They really do have this the chicken sandwich angle. They really have been very passionate about it. It'd be tough. Yeah, so
mm,
Justin says YouTube TV on all day. Yep, absolutely. And Brian's like, we're on the 70-inch TV right now, Bobby. So there you go.
oh wow, right on.
Yep, yep. And I didn't even use the because StreamYard has two paid versions. One of them is the 720, which I was like, okay, it already costs a couple of bucks. The other one would get us to 1080 if we want to
Wow,
be in full HD. But I was like, okay, I like you guys, but
not that much.
doubling the price of the StreamYard.
Oh, is it double?
Yeah, I think it's about double. Yeah, but the thing is, like, other than the 1080, it's like, well, does it add anything that I feel like adds to the show? Is there any cool features or
If
anything?
you did a lot
Not
of,
yet.
if you did a lot more graphic stuff, I would see that being.
I think there could come a time down the road, but not yet. Now is not the time. We haven't gotten there. So you'll have to deal with 720. It's the best we can do for now. It'll work. So Hockey says, does the Facebook scammers page serve a purpose? Does anyone actually read the stories about the scammers? That's a good question. I would say it serves a purpose to create an avenue, but to your point, if it isn't being read, then the effectiveness is low, right? It's like, do people use it? I don't think people are really, I'm saying people as like a general term. There are people that definitely use it, but it's like, if you're about to do a deal, do you check? Because that's really what it is for. It's like, because otherwise, how are you going to know, right?
It's usually for post deals that went bad. Then everybody's checking out the scammer page.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's like sometimes people remember it exists when someone references one that happened to be there because there are people that definitely check it. But it's like, well, you're about to do a deal. Do you check the scammer page first to see? Or do you do what a lot of people do? You ask for a vouch.
Yeah,
Because
sure.
because that's like the shortcut way of doing it, right? You say like, has anybody done a deal with so and so? How'd it go?
Mhm.
And so does it serve a purpose? Maybe? Question mark. As a record of maybe somebody doing something where you can refer to it down the road later, but maybe not in real time while you're doing the deal.
Yeah.
So that'd be kind of the way that I would answer that. So let me pose a question. I wanted to. So I mentioned the Dallas Card Show a moment ago, and kind of the potential content that could come out of it, which it'll be cool. I'd like to talk about it next week once some of that has started to come out, because I think that'd be kind of fun. This one thing it did make me think about though a little bit that I jotted down as a note to think about is I was curious if given that now in Dallas is one thing, and obviously Carvin went out there, he's over in California, so he jetted over to check it out. Um, I'd be curious if it was open, like say where we are in Ontario. Would you be one of the first people to run out to go do the show like now if they allowed you to?
No, I'm 56. I'm not. I'm
No, that's
past that
and
point.
but I think that's a fair comment. But I think it'd be interesting.
Otherwise, yes.
Yeah.
Because actually, I remember when we had the bird flu there. And did you ever see those people at the show? They were running around with masks on and all running through the show in doctor's garb on the. It was
Oh, the scrubs.
the scrubs. They were running around through the whole show
Sure.
doing something, and we're going. We didn't even think about anything at that. We didn't care. Nobody thought of anything at that time about the bird flu. So,
Right.
and it happened at the expo right about that time.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Would I go? I'm not so hard to go to a show. I always enjoy this show, but I know there wouldn't be any Americans. A lot of the Americans bring up interesting, different stuff from the States for me. Um, I don't really, a social thing. Yes, very much so. And it's been a social show, maybe more for the last 10, 15 years, opposed to the first 5 years, I guess, or 8 years.
I think that's one piece of it. I think another piece that I would add as well. So let's pretend for a second. Obviously, if they ran it, but the people couldn't cross the border. Obviously, that would limit the amount of folks that crossed over. But also, so let's say, for example, let's say best case scenario. Let's say they're not super 100% comfortable, but they're willing to run it. They'll take the shot and do whatever. But let's say that pent up demand goes crazy. I feel like you'd be stuffed. I feel like you would be like crammed. And honestly, under normal circumstances, I'm not a fan of like having no personal space. So it's like you tack on the other elements of just like, no, this is just uncomfortable. And I wouldn't be, I don't like to waltz in at the beginning of the show anyway. I like to casually stroll in at the crack of noon, like normally. So
See, I've always played the early bird gets the worm at the show, because you have to get there. If you're looking for the first shot at anything, you have to be there first.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Yeah. So Hockey kind of says it here. He goes, I don't like being around hordes of people. We get annoyed when someone is looking in the same direction of the table as me. That's fair. Online is the way to go. And I think for some folks, I think there would be there is a pent up demand. Like I do sense there are some folks who really, really would love to get out to a show. So I totally get that. But I do think, like I said, even if I felt like, okay, the vaccine, is out now, enough people have got it. They'd still be like, no, what? We insist you guys wear masks, because I was I like checking out some live streams of different stuff. And there's some people who have been doing live streams for fun, checking out Las Vegas. So they'll walk around with the camera to show. And Las Vegas is open, but like the casinos are like, wear a mask. Like right at the front door, it's like masks required, mask mandatory, because they're like, we can't afford to be shutting areas down here because you guys aren't doing your thing. But there are lots of people out there. And they're wearing their masks and stuff, and the servers are serving you. The servers are wearing masks. you're wearing masks when you're being served. They'll pour you drinks, you get food, and when you sit at the table with your group, you can take the mask off while you're sitting down with your group at the table. But then the servers are serving you with masks and stuff, because it's a hospitality business. You still have to deal with people. You can't avoid it.
Yeah.
But they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, to a certain degree. Now you can be outside in the strip walking around, certainly. So there is that, but in enclosed space, it's always tricky.
Yeah, very much so. I think we'll be looking more about talking about this in November, or prior to November, probably September, maybe. We'll be talking about, most of the people, are they going to be able to travel up from the U.S.? Because you can't have a great show if you can't have the people traveling across the country, out of the country, into the country. That'll limit the show. Would you really even want to set up as a dealer if you can only get 60% of your, the people back at that point? So it'll be interesting coming close to that time. But it looks like we're on schedule. So I said no for November, but it may be a maybe.
Mm-hmm. No, I got it. I think it's going to be also a compliance thing. But that's why I say hockey's kind of referencing what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
I think though, if I am correct, let's say we stay on schedule. Let's say the vaccines thing happened. Let's say even by then they're like, look, just to be 100%, we're still going to ask you to wear the mask anyway. Just to be like super careful. You got your vaccines, but we'll be double careful. Just be super careful here. So great.
2 masks.
Whatever it takes. Full spacesuit. Whatever it takes. But even then, I just don't like the idea of being crammed. It's kind of like the first sentence here the Hockey covers. It's if the demand is so pent up that these people like come out of the woodwork to stuff themselves in like sardines. I'm like, listen, I'll meet you guys at the bar. You do your thing, take some pictures, send them my way. I'll be hanging out at the pub if anyone needs me.
I don't mind it being so busy. There's one person I mind. He comes to the show every time. He's like a Seinfeld edition of the close talker. Okay. He gets like this far away from you every time, and you keep backing up, and you end up like 10 feet back from where you first started talking because he doesn't get it.
Right.
And it's sort of like, oh God, what do I have to do? That's why I got a booth, so I could be on another side of a table just to get away from him. It cost me $800. Anyways.
So you're like, it's like, I'm fine with the close space, except for you, Larry.
Oh, his name's not Larry. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The point is still the same. It's like you, John, Bob, Larry, Dwayne.
I almost want to drop his name, but I won't. I won't do like Jeremy did for JM there.
Okay, fair enough.
I got to keep it neutral. I'm sort of the happy medium.
Yeah. So yeah, the second one is going to be interesting because hockey references here. Sporting events is going to be interesting because obviously that's starting to shift up where some of them are starting to create a little bit of capacity. They're starting to put some people out there. It'll be interesting. I think it'll also, in the same vein, because right now, obviously, Dallas is kind of an epicenter there where they're having these shows, because they're having these shows every couple of months now. Every 2 months, they're having a show. And obviously, it's doing very well. The hobby's still super hot, so people are coming out, doing big deals. Another little aspect that I would throw in as well. So you have the potential of a big rush of people. That's a big thing. The proximity, maybe you're comfortable, maybe you're not uncomfortable. But let's say you are. A lot of people, that might make you uncomfortable, even if the pandemic is not your main issue. That's not comfortable for everybody. But then the other aspect of it is that if the hobby stays this hot, for a lot of cards that people might be interested in, it might be top dollar. It might be like you may not be able to negotiate a lot.
Yeah,
You might be
I
like,
think so.
that could be an issue as well. It could be like, yeah, I want to do some deals, but like they're not moving off that price because they're like, well, I can just put it on eBay for full price. So what's the point of me dealing with you? Like, I'll actually start high, and if you want to talk me down, you can talk me down to like full value.
Yeah, I see at the expo. I know guys bring out their big guns, but for the most part, most of the big cards aren't sold at the expo. I think a lot of the people who are searching for the certain rookies and middle of the road kind of stuff and going through 5,000 count boxes and doing the little search. Otherwise you're going to sell something at a show and that you couldn't get on eBay for more money. I don't think so.
Well, that's what makes it interesting. I've joked about it in the past where I say one of my favorite things, like, and if I do, the next time I attend an expo, I'll do like a little vlog thing again. I did one where I did a little bit, but I wasn't super comfortable like having the phone and trying to like record things, even though the phone does a great job of it. It's just uncomfortable like holding the phone like this. But what I might do is I do have a small camera that I can put on a little tripod and just hold the tripod and just walk around with it. It's more comfortable actually having a camera with a viewfinder. It's like this obvious what it is. Like I'm just going to walk around so that people can see what the show looks like and sounds like, and you get the experience, the ambiance.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people videotaping the show.
I would think so, yeah. But I think it's just more comfortable doing it not on a phone. Like it's just for me, like it's obvious what it is, and also having it on a tripod means you don't have to like be like trying to position it or do weird things. It's like no, it's a little easier. But one of the things that I would do, and I can pretty much tell you what would happen in part of the vlog, would be like, all right, it's time for me to make a major deal, and I'm literally in my hotel room and I'm just going through eBay.
That's it. There's your major deal right there.
It's like, oh man, guys, it's like I just finished this deal on eBay. I had to negotiate back and forth with the best offer thing, but I got her done.
But what's happening here?
It's like, and then you go to the show. It's like, no one buys cards at the show. What's wrong with you? No one does that.
They do.
I have no doubt. But it made me laugh. It was one of those things where to be fair, I do some deals sometimes with dealers that I know, like I've done deals before with Steve Angel. Now speaking of a tough negotiation, now for Steve, it's going to be like, wait, my prices are low now. See, Steve, finally the market caught up to you.
Yeah.
He always likes to go a little high.
Yeah.
And I always like to lowball him a little bit. It's fun. Yeah. But what happens though is if you already know them, payment is like money doesn't leave my pocket because I'm like, all right, Steve, this amount, we agree. Yeah. No, not even PayPal. It's like e-transfer.
Yep.
Because if you already know who it is, it's like, all right, are you cool with me e-transferring it? Did you get it? Yep. Thank you.
See you. Bye.
It's a little easier if you already know who you're dealing with and you've already done deals before. It's like, yeah, go ahead. No, it's all good. So we'll see here. So Hockey says, before the pandemic, there weren't any Market Tools. We'll be interested to see what happens if the owners of Market Tools cross paths after the year-long trash talking. Yes, that's fair. That is valid. 1 second here. I'll grab this. Yeah. So let me grab this here. Sorry, I'm just switching over to look at this comment here. eBay versus the aggravation of wearing pants and dealing with people in parking. Yes, fair. Fair. Yep. Buy the room and sell news. Yeah. National sounds clicky. Cool collectors not hanging out. I would say yes, but also bear in mind the National, like, it's a big room. So even if it's clicky, it's like, yeah, but the clicks are yelling all the way over there in that corner and you're about 5 miles away. So it's like you can still kind of do your business as usual over in the rest of the floor.
True.
Those clicks are not as big as people would like to think. But I'm sure there will be some folks who have been doing content and stuff who will be recognized at the show, without a doubt. And there'll be folks, but it's one of those things where, like, we almost overplay this. I don't think there are that many groupies or fans. I think there are folks who are like, hey, I check out your stuff. It's, I enjoy it. Thanks for making the videos or whatever.
There'll be a lot more hookups for, hey, I remember, I was on your show, or you finally get to meet somebody. I think a lot of that'll go on. And everybody are looking to meet the guys who are content creators.
I also think there will be some collaborators and folks that do stuff like this where it'll be like, okay, got to meet in person. It's like, oh, let's go get a pint. Let's go have a bite to eat. Let's go
Yeah.
have a chat. Stuff like that. It'll be, I think a lot of the socialization will happen outside of the show floor. Because on the show floor, it's kind of tricky. Like, okay, you're in the middle of a bunch of people, like trying to have a conversation, surrounded by a bunch of people, like as opposed to sitting at dinner or something and being able to sit there and chat and do whatever.
So the national is going forward, correct?
From what we understand right now, yes. It's still
Okay.
obviously, I think it's the beginning of August into July right now, schedule wise.
Okay.
So there's still some time, but I think the expectation is they're going to try to have it. That'll be the next big test because obviously the National's a big one.
Yeah, it'll be a really weird one, but yeah. By the time ours comes around in November, I don't know, when is it? November when?
It's usually the first week of November, give or take.
It's usually the
around there.
second.
Sometime it depends on the year. I've seen
But
both. I think it depends on the year.
I know my son's getting married, I think the second week, and I'm like, no,
You're like,
no,
reschedule.
please. Yeah, well, that can't happen. Well, at least I'll be there Friday and Sunday.
Or you could always set up some mediation if you want. If you want, Bobby, I'll oversee this thing, and I'll be like, look. So on one hand, you got your son and and his wife to be, and on the other hand, I got Steve Menzie. Okay, look, one of you has to move this.
One of us.
One of you is going to have to fix this.
We do need a mediator on that. I think so.
Yeah, it's like we're going to sit in this virtual room, until one of you compromises.
Yeah, I should call text Steve and see when
I'd
he
be curious
plans
to
on it.
see, because I think it's one of those things. I don't envy Steve because he's one of those deals where it's like it feels like it's far away, but at the same time, like in his mind, he's got to be like, there's going to be another virtual before.
Yeah,
There'll
we know
definitely be a
that,
virtual, but then as he gets closer to it, obviously. You got to have the venue. You got to see like, what's the situation? Are we okay? How many people can we have?
Autograph guests, who's coming in? Because most of those
course.
people are older.
Yes. And some of them are for their own purposes. They're like, look, I need for my safety. I need to make sure
100%.
certain things are taken care
Yeah.
of. Yeah. Yeah.
So that might be a little chink in the armor, but we'll see.
Well, it's one of those things where like, if you really, I'm not going to state in advance what I think, but it could be a case of you do it. Okay, we'll run it at partial capacity so we can run it, but well, maybe we'll do it in phases or something. But that would be very tricky to, it'd be impossible to enforce. It'd be like really borderline impossible to enforce. And with the guests, you could do like, okay, you got tickets, give us your stuff, and we'll get it to them or whatever, and they do it off site so they can sign it in a safer environment. You don't get the meet and greets, but you can still have your stuff signed and then delivered back to you.
I suppose they'll have to do something like that.
You're gonna have to come up with.
I don't think it'll be at full capacity, we'll be at full clearance by then. As Canada goes across the board, I don't know if we'll be at that point. I really don't think so, but I think we'll be very close to it.
I think it's going to be it's going to be, like I said, I don't envy him. And I wouldn't want to be sitting in that room trying to make that decision, make that call, because you're sitting there like, okay, part of it is not in my control.
Yeah.
Even if I want to do it a certain way or whatever, I got to be like, can I? Is it okay?
Yeah.
How can we do it? And even if you want to try, like I said, you want to try to control capacity, well, then it means you need more security. You're going to have it because it's the only way. Like, look, we basically got to count it. And
Yeah.
You got to kind of keep track. Like, all right, 50 of you just left. Okay, cool. Let 50 more people in or swap it out or do whatever.
Yeah. That'd be too tough to do.
It would be
There may be
borderline
limitations on the room too. We don't know, or the hangar.
Yeah. Although I
possibility.
suppose, if you really wanted to try, I suppose now I would still have a cap on it, but if you really wanted to try, you could try to get one of them. You could literally get one that's way oversized and space out the tables a lot more than usual, and then try
Mhm.
that.
It may well be that way anyway. Maybe a lot of the older dealers or some people won't be traveling and won't be coming in. So they may have at least another row they can play with space wise, because it won't be at full capacity. I don't think so. That'll help. I don't know if it'll help. Depends what goes on. We're all speculating here. So, I hope it goes on, and we're all looking forward to having a show and just having some fun. The hobby's fun to be in.
I think so. I use Dallas as kind of a launching off point to pose the question because
Sure.
it's because it is going to become relevant as we go through the summer, as we get into national, and then as we get into the fall, maybe have expo, maybe not, because otherwise it's 2 years no expo in person.
It's a long time.
It's strange for me partially because outside of one or two, and obviously last year certainly, and whatever happens this year. I've been to all but 2 expos since '95. So
Mhm.
I've had a largely uninterrupted run where I had a couple of years where I just was too busy. I couldn't make it out for whatever reason. But other than that, twice a year since '95.
I haven't missed one in. I had to leave one because of a family emergency, but other than that, I haven't missed one in 20 years,
Mhm.
maybe 21, maybe something like that.
Exactly. And I can see Al had a line. I hate the delay between the StreamYard and the actual. I like to have the other window open so I can see the chat, but then the delayed reaction.
It's funny when you highlight it, the blue comes up. So sometimes I'm reading something, then you jump up and down, and I go, "What the hell happened?" It's like it advances, but it
It
doesn't.
does.
So
It does. So he's just saying the portable plastic dividers. Now here's what's funny. I mentioned a
well, there'll
moment
be
ago.
lots left over after.
Exactly.
You know how much
I
plastic we're gonna have?
I mentioned those live streams of Las Vegas, but I've been watching because I miss Vegas. I kind of want to go back to Vegas, but that's why I was.
I wish they had the. I wish they had the national there. I'd love to go
That'd be amazing.
because I could get my wife to. Here you go, and I'm going here.
And I would be like, and they have cards too. It's like,
And they have
Carlos, where
cards-
were
and
you?
they have
Where
cards
were you?
too.
It's like I'll meet you at the pub after I'm done at the poker tables.
Buffet.
After I'm done at the poker tables, guys, focus. I got business to take care of here. Business. But the thing is that when I saw it, I saw a YouTube video that they were like doing. They were actually talking about some of the best sports bars in Vegas, but it's a recent video. They've done it like in COVID times to show you.
Mhm.
And when they were walking around with the camera to show you, it was a YouTube video, not a professional production, but it was nicely made video. In some of the sports bars, they'd have the seats at the bar itself, and they have plastic dividers between the seats.
Oh,
So you could sit up at the bar, but you'd have a plastic divider to your left and your right. So you can
Nice.
still chat with the person to your left and your right and the bartender and such. Because like I said, there were still people wearing masks. You still got to do your thing. But while you're eating in peace, they've got a divider for you on the left and right, so you can do. But you can still chat with the people beside you and stuff.
that's all right.
But that's what I mean. Like Las Vegas is hospitality. They're like, we can't close.
No.
We have to figure out a way. How do we do this? It's like
Yeah.
put a plastic divider so somebody can eat in peace without having to worry about, if somebody's talking to them that they're accidentally spitting into their food.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what you don't want.
We all know that one guy who does that too, right?
That's right. So it gives you like a protective barrier for that. So it's like, it seems weird. It seems awkward, but people were sitting there at the bar having their pint just like normal.
Yeah.
And they were
that's
watching the
good.
game and like, and it was outside of literally, if you didn't see those dividers, you would have thought, yeah, this is Las Vegas in normal time.
Hmm.
It was very
Amazing.
interesting. I was like, okay. Some people find ways. They get creative when
Especially
they
there. But I really think they should have. They've never had a national there, have they?
No. I think they're terrified that a lot of people would take my tact. It's like you want to sell cards to me? It's like, sir.
I have more money that goes towards something else than can go to
It's
your
like, Carlos,
PSA,
it's like, what did you bring to the national? $50,000. It's like, wow, you bought $50,000 cards? They sell cards now?
There's a card show.
What? What is this?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Well, there's nothing wrong with that, but having a little entertainment. It's open all night. I know with the expo, we get there at 1 o'clock. Well, it opens at I think noon now on the Friday, and it
think
goes
it's
till 9 o'clock. It used to go to 10, and after that, there's really nowhere to go and not much to do.
Could you imagine though? Like I say this in all seriousness. Could you imagine? Okay, so you do the show, whatever it is, fine.
Yeah.
And it's all night life. It's like sleep. You say
There's
It's
no
like,
sleeping.
I barely sleep now.
Yeah.
I do 6-hour live streams in my house that go until an ungodly hour. I was on Jeremy's after hours
Last
until late.
night.
Until late night.
I had to click out. I was finished.
I don't blame you, but it just made me laugh so hard. I was sitting there like I was like, okay, wait. It's like, and then put me in Vegas, a place that doesn't turn off.
That's
Oh
right.
my god.
Yeah. Yes. I don't need much. I don't get much sleep, anyways. I never have. I've
Mhm.
always been the kid out there shooting a ball at the net at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Could you imagine if we're all sitting at the bar that doesn't close? We're
We
sitting there
talked
just
forever.
shacking whatever. It's like
We beat
do
your
that
record.
now. Yeah. Except it'd be like, okay, for love of all that is holy, someone turn a camera on.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
something.
So it's like,
Do a
dude,
live
really?
podcast from there at one of the tables. Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
you can't film yourself in the casino, can you?
I don't think so, but you could probably you could put a recorder. You could put a recorder like on the table and be like, and just tell them like, hey, we're gonna hang out and we're gonna record a podcast. It's like there's
Oh,
the recorder right there. There's the microphone right there. You know exactly what it is. It's obvious. It's right in front of you. We're not hiding it from you. It's right there. Because in the YouTube video there were folks they were recording from like the seats
really?
and doing live streams. They were doing live streams while they were sitting there having drinks, chatting with the chat.
Huh.
So they were doing it live on YouTube. So I
I
guess
imagine it's
yeah.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the servers were serving them while it was. They're literally talking to a camera while they're being served.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna go with tentatively yes? Question mark.
Anyways, I have a vote for a future Vegas national.
I will use what I would use whatever pull I found somewhere. I would borrow pull from someone to be like, guys, you need to do this. You need to do like look. I don't really care about the national guys. You can do whatever you want with the national, but you put it in Vegas. I'm very interested in this national.
And the reason why that would be good, especially for people who are traveling, and especially from Canada, Vegas flights are cheap, much cheaper than any other place.
Well, it is subsidized slightly by
Understood, but that's why it's cheap,
agree.
and it would be
Agree.
more affordable.
Well, yeah. That's basically what I was saying, Bobby. It's like, yeah, you have it in Vegas. It's like, you got a car show now. It's like Carlos. So because think Expo, and a lot of people are like, a lot of people are going in and they're saying like, oh yeah, we're like sharing a room. It's like if I go to Vegas, I'm not sharing a room with anyone.
Mm-mm.
I'm getting a
I don't need a room.
It's like I'm getting. Well, you probably don't, but it's like no, I'm getting a big ass room and it has a tub, and it's like I'm chilling here. I can buy my eBay stuff from here.
Yeah. You can watch all the live podcasts that going on in the national from your tub.
Amazing! It would be amazing, Bobby.
That would be fun.
Yeah, and it's like the vlog would be great. It's like, guys, day 2 of the national has been phenomenal, and I'm literally just recording myself just hanging out. It's like, did you ever go to the floor? It's like, there's a floor now.
Yeah. Well, maybe one day we'll get all the content creators to have a something in Vegas.
I'm sure that could probably be arranged, some kind of get together or meetup or something. Because think of the thing is, it's not like the trade show in Vegas is a new concept. CES,
Yeah.
like that's literally what it is. Las Vegas has trade show floor space. Part of the reason why Cleveland is going to lose now out of rotation for the Nationals is that they're closing the facility.
Well,
And
the one the Ferris wheel.
yeah. Whatever it was, the IX Center or something. I forget what the
Yeah,
name
I
is.
forget what was it. Yeah.
But it was like, okay, great. But so you're losing that one, which I'm not the biggest fan of Cleveland, but Cleveland was fine. Like if they've got a nice
Short
spot
drive.
there-
It's only 6 hours.
yeah, it's not bad. And there's some good restaurants and some eats and there's some fun. You can have fun. You can have fun. But Las Vegas literally has these facilities built for conferences and get like CES is a gigantic floor. It's huge. Trade shows all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, hockey guy I think is based out of Vegas here. So yeah, he goes bring the national here, and then there's a lot of trade shows in Vegas. Yeah, talking to neighbors since moving here. There's tons of trade shows. Yes, totally.
I think that would be great, and then I think they could, StreamYard could set up there, and it could be just a convention for content creators. And boy, what a party that would be! Oh,
But that's the reason why I mentioned the CES thing, though, is that there are folks that live stream from CES, so they have already
perfect.
they have this concept down.
Mhm,
So it's not a new concept. CES is literally a technology-based show.
mhm.
So if you can have people that are content creators in technology doing live streams from the floor at CES, you could totally have that if you wanted to. So Brian, I can see you. So the moment you're ready, just kind of have to nod for me and let me know. Okay, cool. You good? All right, hold on. I'll grab it. Good evening, Brian. You're gonna have to tilt your camera a little bit. There you go.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Good
it
evening.
was-
How you guys
Hey,
doing?
Brian, what's up?
Not much. Hanging out, watching basketball.
It's all
Listening to
Who
you guys.
Who you watching?
It was Golden State and Jazz.
Okay.
Curry's on fire. He's just lighting it up.
Isn't he? I think I saw like somewhere on social media there were a bunch of folks wishing him a happy birthday. I think he's had a birthday recently.
Was his birthday? He scored 31 or 2
Okay.
tonight.
Well,
Yeah.
I think he's 33. He could have at least scored his age. Brian, tell him to get on it, man.
I know, right?
Like, it's perfect.
One more trip to the charity stripe.
What the heck, man? What the heck?
I know.
He's slipping. He's slipping in his old age. Terrible. Just terrible.
Well, it was interesting you last night talking about the non-sports cards. I found it to be interesting.
Yeah, I think we had a little fun with it. I figured, why not? You know, I thought, okay, well, we'll do what we need to do. We'll see what we have to do with it.
It's interesting, because I was following that more than I follow most anything, because I've been exposed to so many of those. I helped with the non-sports card Bible that was put out by Chris Watson 15 years ago. So the exposure to non-sports is huge for me. So I love it.
Mm-hmm. So let me grab Hockey Guy's comment because this was a playoff of the After Hours thing. It was funny because I'll put the comment and then we'll have a little fun with it. So he was saying so there was I think there was a guy in there who basically was saying that he was complaining about my show. He goes, he's got bad takes and no one watches it. I'm like, but you watch it clearly because you say I have bad takes. and I'm sitting there like, do I need to explain why you're doing a really bad job of the trolling thing? You're failing from the beginning. So, and bad takes is also subjective. Like it is actually. It's like, well, if it's a bad take, well then great, counter it.
I did watch it back, but I watched it at fast speed. So I remember Jeremy was saying something about something like that, and I never really
there were
caught
two
on.
comments back to back, and I wanted to comment on the first one, and he jumped to the second one. I was like, dude, at least let me answer the first one. Like, chill out for a second. Let me. It's like, now I'm in my element. Let me have a little fun here. You got to do your music cards. Like, we got time for that, but let me have.
You talk a long time. Don't worry.
Let me have a little fun here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He did talk a long time. I didn't get a chance to watch it. I fell asleep last night, but I was breezing it. And I was skipping, minutes and skipping minutes to see what you guys were talking about. But yeah, he spent a long time on those music cards.
Yeah. Well, he was into it. Like I was fine with it. For me, it was just kind of hanging out while I was checking out some stuff on the other screen, and I chimed in when there was an opportunity here and there. But I'll hang out for a bit.
And I can dig it. I thought the cards were cool. I think they're neat.
I think some of them were interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. What was the name of the company again?
We got to get Joe for that. He's the expert. He is the pronunciation expert I want on that. If Joe's around, he can explain it.
It rolled right off Jeremy's tongue. He got it
in 3 long syllables. Yes.
Yeah. 3 long syllables that I can't remember right now. Yeah.
Stole Records or something like that.
Yeah. So the other piece that I was going to add is that the last part is, now I did laugh because he was mentioning that apparently on Flippin' Steve, who is another YouTube content creator, apparently the guy was on there like trolling the name with trolling the name with like saying, Carlos a geek. And I'm sitting there like, okay, I've seen Flippin' Steve stuff before, but if you're trying to insult me, wouldn't it help if I saw it?
Maybe
somebody else has got to tell me because I wasn't paying attention. I am simply I look at stuff like that and I go, well, number one, it means I'm doing something right. That's important. But number two, it also means that it's like, okay, so you're thinking about me when I don't know who the hell you are.
So you got third party trolled?
Yeah, but the problem is, it's like, well, at least like send me a screenshot of your attempted trolling. At least, otherwise, how am I supposed to know that I'm supposed to be insulted?
Yeah, exactly.
That's inconsiderate, sir.
It is.
You got to throw the gauntlet. You got to slap the glove. You got to.
Well, he kind of threw the gauntlet and run. It seemed like
that was the thing. It was like, dude, this is gutless. Like, I enjoy a good trolling, but I'm going to hang in here and continue the trolling. Like, got to put in the work. Put in the work, bro. Like, I was very disappointed. It was very sad.
Yeah, Carlos, you're a true musketeer. You're a true dueler and fighter for sure.
It's half the fun. If you're going to do it, it's half the fun.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, so let me grab a couple of these comments here. All right. So, Justin, I'll bring you on, but you're going to have to pan back a little bit because I don't need your face to take up 3/4 of the screen.
Yeah.
I'll put you on, but you got to back up the video just a little bit. Just a little bit. I'll put on let me quickly read this one and then I'll put it on here. So why do people send bulk submitters and then bulk submit to the top bulk submitter? Why go more than one level deep? Send cards to bulk submitters and then bulk submit to the top bulk submitter.
Well, if you send a Len Potty, who's a bulk submitter,
okay,
and then they send as a bulk submission,
right. Okay,
and then submit to bulk submitter, why go more than one level deep?
I would say because Len, though, the customer service that Len has is very good. Like, sure, I've really enjoyed it, and I feel that they do really well by me. I'm very comfortable leaving my cards with them. I prefer handing them off in person, obviously, but I've been very comfortable with the service they have provided. So I would say that would be a reason. And their rates are competitive. and their turnaround times have been historically pretty good.
And actually, you save a lot on shipping because
You
it's
do.
group shipping, and the paperwork there's never a problem. If there's an issue, they'll call you. It doesn't sit there at PSA waiting for someone to, clear up whatever problems or issues. They might email you a week after it's been there, or a month, or now. I don't even know what the timeline is now. Did the price go up again too? Or, no?
I think it did, but I think they had a grandfather. They were able to negotiate an extra month at the old rate. So if you're submitting with them, you do get the old rate through the month of March still. So that's good. That's another reason why it's like, hey, if you're going to submit, here you go. You at least get the old rate for another month. Can't promise what's going to happen in the future, but at least they were able to negotiate because they submit a lot though. They do, so they're able to ask for, hey, give us a little more time before you flip the switch on us price wise.
Yeah, and those guys are bottom line. It's just way faster. I
Sure,
mean,
yeah.
it takes a year if you bulk submit yourself as a
year.
PSA member.
I
I'm
just-
finally getting mine. It's been 9 months. I'm finally getting my first of 4 submissions, and it's in level 7 right now. And I've been waiting 9+ months.
Yep.
But I mean, I've seen guys who put in bulk submissions with those guys who have basically preferential treatment, and they're getting them back in 3 months.
Yeah, and that would be one of the perks. Like if you're able to get in as part of that deal, you're able to take advantage of it. That's part of it. I'll include Hockey Guys coming on here because now it's ham and cheese sandwich.
Oh, it's in there.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let me include this comment here. All right, so Justin, I'll bring you on. Nod if you're good. Okay, so I'll let you on here. Now remember, we got rules. We know what the rules are. But all right, let's do it. All right, Justin. Good evening.
Hey, Justin.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Justin?
But I just can't believe we're waiting a year.
It's gotten really long with those PSA turnaround times. It's really nuts. That's why I say you have to make decisions. If you're going to submit, understand what you're getting into. That's really the key. Understand what you're getting into. You better not be impatient.
But
You better not be impatient so that's why you have to make a choice. It's like, is it even worth it for you?
but Nat was going to fix everything.
Well, that's been the joke but the thing is, I'm like, I don't expect him to fix everything. That's not really his job. Is to
He
take a
fixed
look
the
and figure it
prices
out.
all right.
But the thing is, he should double the price from what it is right now. Double it again. Like, I don't care. Do it. Because right now the stuff that's if you're getting $5 cards submitted, then your price is too low.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line, I'm sorry that you're being told that the price is too low.
Then all the business goes to KSA.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it should go to another company.
There is
where
nothing.
they
There is
do all those
nothing that they
cards.
can do. They can literally punch the customer in the face, and it will not drive them to KSA. They will take their punch in the face and like it. That's
What's
what they will.
KSA? I'm
It
kidding.
doesn't
I'm
matter.
kidding. I'm kidding.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I can't believe that people are just cowtailing to that the price and the timelines. It's
Because the for the person who's flipping a card, the math still works out, Bobby. That's the thing. It's like you're buying something that allows you to turn a $5 card into a $100 card. So paying $25 to do that, if you believe that you can succeed, is still mathematically worth it, year or not.
it's like the Stockholm syndrome. It's it's so funny. Oh yeah, up the price. Okay, yeah, okay. No, thanks.
Sure.
I love you.
Want to buy some tulips? I got tulips for sale.
Bro, listen,
Yeah.
all I'm saying is you're asking the why. I'm telling you the why.
Yeah.
The why is that the
There's
math,
no why.
the thing is the math still works out for some folks. Not for everybody, because some people are doing bad math. But there are some folks who are like, no, the math still works for me. It still works for me. When I add it up, I go, this is my cost, this is my potential risk, and this is what my reward could be. Still worth it.
Yeah, I understand it all. It's just such a long time.
Agreed.
And I'm only paying $8 to $8 or $9 a card. That's all I paid.
It
You
was
got
one
them in
time, yeah.
before, yeah.
Yeah, I used I got 6 vouchers or 15 vouchers that I used. And then I did three other submissions on their specials and sent in like 90 cards, and they were all at like $8 or $9 each, but
What
no
we should
longer.
What we should have done is the pop report is really logged in to see all the big cards of what the pop report was prior to all this, and then after the last 9 months, and then have
I do want to see what
number.
the boost looks like after the stuff starts coming back in mass, because that'll be important. We're going to find out. Some of the cards are going to go up. So I'll quickly catch up on the comments here. Let me quickly catch up on these. So I like hockey guys because especially the last part. Because the best part is that Carlos had people throwing a baseball at him for his mouth. True. And that didn't stop him. Some doofus on the internet thinks calling him a geek will stop him. It's like, yeah, totally. By the way, everyone who is watching and dealing with this, you're all geeks. Sorry. Like really, this is what I'd like to be nicer about. This is what this is. So it's like, thank you for the obvious. Good job by you. Good job by you, I guess. That's like saying water is wet, bro. And what I like though is that the one guy said I'm an egomaniac narcissist, and I'm again water wet again. Like
What?
egomaniac narcissist. And I was like, first of all, that's redundant, sir. That is redundant.
Basically is.
That is redundant. First of all, point of order. Second point of order. Yes, you've watched the show. Thank you. Did you want an autograph? Is that what you're angling for? This is a very strange way to ask for an autograph. Very strange.
It is. It
Weird
is.
approach. A weird approach.
So who is the egomaniac narcissist?
His name was JJ. His name was JJ. I just
Okay.
Justin what?
JJ.
Oh, Bobby.
I know. Easy.
Yeah. All right. So here, Bob sends to Tim, and Tim says to Frank. Frank says to BSA. Okay, gotcha. So that's what he's referring to, like multiple levels. It's like, I think though,
That's the assignment Tim sits on. There you go.
Exactly.
Damn.
Yeah, so he's just further elaborating here about the bulk submitter thing. It's like, but here's the thing though: as long as the price you sending is, do you really care?
This is
Like
Len
the
out.
amount of players?
Trust. You got to have the trust.
Agreed. That part
Yeah.
I'm totally with you. Yes.
Yeah.
I think Len's out of it now, isn't he?
I think he's still involved with it because he's got his partner with him, and I think Len hasn't completely retired. I think he's scaling back his participation, but I think he's still a part of it. I think that's the deal. That's my understanding from that conversation they had. Sending
like
in 1987 tops, Bobby Meacham. Yep. Well, if you think it's going to get a 7, you know what you got to do. I'd send it for the $500, $600 service.
Oh, I crack it out and send it back. Got to hit that 30%.
Well, if you send it to KSA, it'll get 11.
Maybe.
I love the KSA 10s. Oh God.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite hold the value. Some of these things.
No.
Not quite.
know,
The best
it's-
part is, like, you got a chance at a 10 when you get them, but it's just like what?
Well,
Except for the one trimmed edge.
Well, on an unrelated story, my torn in half Pro Set card got a 9, so they at least have some standards. They refused to give it the full 10. I was
Well,
like,
then,
guys, the corners are fine.
It was the tape. It was the tape.
The
Wasn't
tape.
very good.
Just terrible. Just terrible.
What's going on, Justin?
Yeah, go for it, Justin.
What's happening in your world?
Not too much, man. I don't know, man. I just, I don't even know if I want to tell you guys what's going on in my world, but let's just say it's pretty
Justin,
good.
this is good. This is a very strange reason to join the stream. If you're like, guys, I don't know if I want to tell you. It's like, why are you here then?
What? No, it's nothing to do with sports cards. It's nothing
You
to do
had
with
a date in the park last week. Well, that
Yeah. Let's
is
just
that
say
is that where
things
this
have
problem is
escalated.
coming?
Things have escalated, and,
Okay.
so
Handcuffs.
everything's going good. Everything's going good.
Bobby, I like where you're going with this. But
I know.
settle down.
It
Settle
reminds me
down.
of,
I didn't mean it
it
in a
reminds
sexual
me of
way.
the
I
reason
meant
I
in
got
a
out of sports cards.
Why did you assume that that's what I thought you meant?
because most people think that way. We're not with most people here. Sorry.
I got out of sports cards at the beginning in '98.
Right.
It's kind of weird to be honest with you, but whatever. I'm not going anywhere.
Right. So, good evening, 4-Leaf Sports Cards. I promise we'll get back to talking about sports cards eventually. Eventually.
Well, we did. We were just off PSA, and now we just went down to Justin. Now we're back.
Yeah. Okay, so tell you what, Justin, let me bring you into the conversation this way. If you want to chime in, I mentioned the thing about the national because that could be potentially a thing. Is that something you'd be interested in attending if the scheduling works out, if they can have it or whatever? Is that something you'd look into attending?
Right. Yeah, I would. It depends on where it is. So is it
Chicago.
Have you ever been to one?
Never.
Oh, okay.
This one's going to be in Chicago. It's one of the better venues, I think, for what the national does.
Yeah,
Chicago
I would
is a
go
decent
for
venue.
Sure. I'd go for sure. Like I went to the zoo on Friday.
That's the national.
It's kind of like the national. It's a zoo.
I was going to say, not a bad comparable.
Let's just
There
say,
are lines there, and there's.
let's just say I
there's-
cut the penguins out at the end.
Uh-oh.
For other reasons. It was the penguins or something else. So sometimes you got to cut people or a penguin off, throw it to the curb. But anyways, no. The moral of the story is,
in literary terms, that's called foreshadowing. Please continue with your story.
So,
oh, that's a good
anyways,
one.
I went to the zoo over the weekend, so I'm starting to get used to crowds again, and
Okay.
I have no choice at this point.
Now, were you guys wearing masks at the zoo? Then I assume.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
It was torture.
Really?
Yeah,
Mask is that difficult? Okay.
It was torture.
What state are you in, Justin?
St. Louis, Missouri. So.
Okay.
An MO boy.
Yep.
Yeah, it's all masks here in California.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, masks everywhere.
All my borrowers are in California, so I got to listen to it.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be nice for a minute. I hear the complaints about the mask thing, but I really don't get it. Because if you wear glasses, I get it, because for me, it fogs up the glasses. So that's really annoying. So,
You gotta put them out a little bit.
Yeah. But there are ways to get around. Like there's sprays that you can put on it to help with that. So I think I was able to get my hands on something. I'm going to try it and see if it helps.
It does.
But like otherwise than that, it's like really, it's not that difficult.
No, it's not that difficult.
Yeah.
It's not difficult at all.
No.
Yeah. No.
I mean,
No,
unless you're, trying to make out every fucking 10 minutes with the new girls. But
Yeah.
I digress.
You have a home. It's like you don't have to do it at the zoo.
We're learning over here.
You're figuring out what the home is.
And I have a complaint. Carlos.
Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
You promised me fame and women from being on this show, and so far nothing.
Did I do it in writing?
Yeah. Yes,
Oh, you
did.
hesitated. That's bad. You hesitated. That was way too long.
You look to the right. And
Oh no, Brian. No.
Yes.
No. Brian,
It's up to the left, actually.
we got to workshop how you BS this thing.
I know, right?
You got to finesse this just right. You got to finesse it. As soon as you get asked the question, you got to be like, yes, absolutely,
Yes, of
100%,
course.
Yeah.
totally.
Did you
As
remember
my
the
lawyer
person?
witnessed.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Doesn't work.
Sounds
Unfortunately.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're all masked here in Toronto as well.
Yeah.
I'll bet.
Also,
We always been.
in fairness, though, it also is one of those things where, like, I guess it depends on how often you're going outside to run errands. Like, it depends. If I'm going to do something, I go do a bunch of things at the same time. So it's like I kind of do it in one smooth move from one thing to another. Most of the time, to be honest, if I'm going out and I'm running an errand, it's because I'm running an errand because my parents who are not far need to run the same errand. So they're like, well, can you give us a hand? I go, well, then while I'm going with you to the grocery store, I may as well take care of my own.
Yeah.
So we just do it in one trip because I'm like, all right, instead of me going and then me having to go with you later, we'll just do it in one shot. We'll just take care of it. I minimize the amount of times I need to deal with it. So it's like, make my life a little easier. Help them, help me, everybody wins. I guess it just depends on your situation, though. Like, for them, they would have needed the help anyway. So I go, well, then I might as well wait until you're ready to go, and then we'll both go at the same time.
I go pretty consistently.
Yeah.
But safe as you can be.
Yeah.
But I'm always been a hypochondriac anyway, so I wash my hands a lot, that's all.
Yeah,
Always have.
I
I was going to say, Bobby says that now. It's like full body scrub. It's like
No.
the shower from the,
I'm not a Howard Hughes kind of, no.
I'm with you though. I'm with you there. Like I'm pretty tall guy, so I can pretty much touch the very top of a door. And if I can open it without, I'll just press on the very top of the door
okay,
and open it to get into the gas station or
See,
yeah.
I'm shorter, so I touch the bottom of the door. It works for me.
That works. A foot, I
Right.
guess. A foot works good.
right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we do react differently as we do things.
Yeah.
Public washrooms and what have you. You want to kick things open and you don't want to touch them with your hands. I get it.
Oh man.
Yep.
But anyways, that's COVID.
One quick thing while we're chatting, folks. We're kind of just hanging around chatting. So I will say, if any of you in the chat have anything in particular that you'd like us to touch on, any thoughts or topics, you're more than welcome. Feel free, because then as I see them, I can then kind of introduce them to the group. Otherwise, we're just sitting here kind of shooting the breeze. So that's one of those things. Like a lot of it is shooting the breeze. Like I said earlier, this week it's been kind of quiet. Not because nothing has happened, but it's because a lot of the stuff has happened is not unusual stuff. Like Golden had his auction. The Kobe Bryant sold for a high price, but it's like, what else is new? Every week's a new record.
That's right.
So like, I can't treat that like more news than normal. it was a neat card. Like I like the card. I thought it was cool, but it's just another record. So it's one of those things like I can't get excited about every single time another modern card sets a record.
Yeah. We're getting bored of record breakers now.
Yeah, that's why I say like I kind of I look for opportunities to be like, okay, is there a new twist or maybe something interesting? Last week helped because we had the we were able to do the PSA price increases, the SGC price increases. There was a little bit there to talk about. But this week is like to Bobby's point earlier. It's like it's just I was struggling to come up with obviously the Dallas show or something. Next week, I think there'll be some interesting stuff playing off the Dallas show, especially once we hear back from folks. But this week, it's like we're kind of stuck in the middle. I don't know what else to add for that. So hockey has got an idea here. Go ahead, Justin.
Oh no, we're good.
What happens if we have another 3 to 10x jump in the next year? Is that even freaking possible?
Well, it's possible, but like, let me ask you a question. Let's ask the question seriously for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, but you have a 3 to 10x jump, some ridiculous jump, whatever it is.
Well, that's a big range. Why don't you lower that range?
No, but it doesn't matter.
Right.
Like I'm just saying, some multiple, like a big jump. We're talking a big jump, regardless.
Well, just ask everybody on a basis of, do you think it'll go 3 or 6 or 9 times?
Sure, but my thought process is though, I don't think it would be across the board. I think it would be like that Kobe. So all of a sudden it becomes a $3 million card, but that $60 Modano that nobody else bid on, it's still $60.
There you go.
So it's like, it depends on your player. It depends on what you're collecting. It depends on what level it's at. It depends on whatever, because there are other cards. So like, it's not even player specific because that card is a 1-of-1. It's a neat card. I okay, cool. I'll take it for my collection. The new cup cards, some of them are going for $300, $400, $500, $600, $700, $800. So like those are going for very generous prices in auction with bidders and all of that. But some of these other cards aren't. So it's like, so even within the same player, it depends on the card.
Yeah, and you have Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, it's not across the board.
Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, all these other different cards, and all the especially the big movement in the movie star card or the rock and roll cards.
Yeah, it seems to be like national treasures, flawless. Either the really big sets or it does seem to ripple down through the really big players, though.
It can,
like LeBron, will ripple all the way down through even his Don Russ base or whatever. But
sure. But I think the reason I mentioned that it's not across the board and it's not every card, I just use one player as an example. But okay, let's say baseball. Let's say you do like Mike Trout. My feelings on Mike Trout are no. But let's say you like Mike Trout, okay? So you talk about his 2011 Topps update. That one's going for crazy money. But there's probably a bunch of like parallels from like 2020 Topps or something. You could get Mike Trout for a reasonable price. I don't think it would cost you that much. And if you want a Mike Trout card, a neat Mike Trout card, you can still get that. Like, it's okay. You can still get your hands on it. Take another start. I'm picking baseball just to get away from hockey, but I'm saying, okay. But basketball, okay, let's say a guy who's retired who has some fans. Tracy McGrady. Coleman Cards is one of the guys hanging with Sasha T. He's a Tracy McGrady guy. You go buy the high-end Tracy McGrady, expensive. You go buy his Topps Finest rookie card as just a raw card, base card, you can probably get it for $20. It's not everything. This all I'm saying is this. It's not everything, and it's not everybody. And he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, no.
It's like new basketball, hot. Old hockey, not hot. Old baseball, some of it's hot. Big stars, but not the regular stars. Same thing with football as well.
Yeah, it depends on the player. It's case by. That's why I say, look, even some of the star players. We use the extreme of Wayne Gretzky. I can get you $5 Wayne Gretzky cards. If you want just a neat looking Gretzky card, we can probably find some for $5 or $10. It's not that crazy.
There's
but
thousands.
There are other ones that are like big money.
Michael Jordan.
Sure.
You can get Michael. Yeah.
You can get some neat cards if you're okay, if you're having some fun with it. But like, it depends on what you want. My answer is always going to be like, okay, so what do you want? If you want the hottest thing, then the answer is no. then you're screwed. Then I'm sorry, you're screwed. But if you just want some cool cards of your favorite player, we could probably still figure something out for you. Like,
So-
we just have to get creative.
Let's put that back to Brian. So what do you think is going to happen in the next, I don't know, 6 months, 9 months?
What do I think is going to happen?
Yeah.
I guess I'm going to go with what's been going on. I think it's just going to keep going up, I guess.
So when everybody goes back to work, you think it's still going to keep going up?
For a little bit.
For a little bit. I keep waiting for it to flatten out.
Good answering his questions, Carlos.
But it keeps, it keeps stepping up and going down, and then a new floor, and it just keeps doing it. So
only for certain things, though. Other things have leveled off, and other things have dropped.
Yeah,
and
True.
A lot of things are middling, like those 3, 4, 5 grades of stuff that really went high has leveled off and actually come down a little bit on
that's
even
the reason
key
why
cards.
That's the reason why, though, I try not to treat the sports card market as like one unified mass.
It isn't.
It isn't.
The hobby in general, yes.
There are different spots. That's why I say there are still sweet spots. That's why Al's question was a good one. There are still sweet spots, but if you want the latest and greatest, you want the new hotness, you want the young player and all that. You want the Luca like autograph, RPA. Well, and I'm sorry, you're probably kind of in trouble.
And sets keep coming out too, so I get that. Yeah,
yes.
So you're going to have a lot of new excitement there,
Yeah.
than what people are chasing. So,
really-
I see after it all settles down with COVID and everything, people get back to their normal lives. I think a lot of people will have done what they've done and either be sitting on it, sell it, or keep going with it. I think mostly people will be selling or trying to get out and don't want to take it much further than that. I think those people coming in looking to invest, I don't think they're going to stock and hold for more than 9 months.
#invest.
#invest. So
I want to play off what you just said because I think there's an interesting discussion to be had off of that.
Sure.
But give me 2 seconds just to get caught up on these comments because there were a couple of good ones here brought up. So just Hockey is asking here what the purpose. I'm trying to get caught up, so I'll catch up with you guys here. So what's the purpose of a company like Leaf? They don't have licenses. They still make money. They're still selling the card. And by the way, they make nice cards. They do. Like that card I showed a little earlier was a Leaf card. It was relatively inexpensive. It's a nice looking card. It's a 1 of 1. So they can still have some cool cards if you like the player. If you need it to be licensed, well, then of course, then they serve no purpose for you. But for collectors, because they do all game use stuff, so they're actually doing game use cards. So if you're a collector of the player, then there's still a purpose for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sell anything, and they're actually selling out of all their product. So even though they're unlicensed, they're still doing pretty well with it. So it's just to be fair.
And what is their premium set, Carlos?
Well, In the Game Used is a pretty high-end set for them, but I think they've got a set called Pearl that they've released a couple of times. It's a pretty high-end set. And I think there's another one they do that is a really high-end set as well.
Currently.
I think Pearl would probably qualify, but it's not every year that they release it.
Okay.
I would say In the Game Used is definitely an
heard of that.
upper-end set. It's a nice one, though. And they've got a lot of nice memorabilia. In an upcoming mail day, I've got a card on there that's like a 6 or 8 piece memorabilia card that's like all Hall of Famers with like patch pieces.
I
all
like
game
those.
used. So it's like, and that cost me $60 US. So like, I'm sorry, that's a good value. That's a good value for what you're getting, game used pieces. So that's pretty strong.
As long as you feel that way, Carlos.
Yeah. Well, for me, I like the design. And so I'll take it. So for me, it works. And if nobody else wants it, then cheaper for me.
I love cards like that. Like the 79 with Bird and Magic on it. And
Sure.
I collect cards like that from the 90s, just random ones,
Yeah.
Some of them have 2 out of 3 Hall of Famers, or sometimes you get lucky and find all 3,
That's fair.
It's fun.
So let me grab Joe. So John Sportscard had a question here as well. He was saying, which auction house is the most reliable for high-end value cards? The answer, unfortunately, is kind of simplistic, but I'll get it from you guys as well if you want to try. So I have some that he feels safer than selling on eBay. So no worry, I understood what you were saying, John. So we'll cover it anyway. Right now, it's pretty much Golden. Not because it's like, oh, we love Golden so much. He entertains me, but it's not that I enjoy the show he puts on. I enjoy that. But right now, the advantage they have is if you send it in and it is a high end, as a buyer, you're a qualified buyer and they have the stuff in hand so they can ship it directly to you after you pay for it. You kind of know what you're getting. As a seller, it's good because the buyers are qualified, so there's no returns. So it's one of those things where they don't run into that issue where right now on eBay, you'd have that issue. You could use a consignor on eBay, but you still have the return problem. You can't get past it.
Yeah. And let me just get into that real quick because that's my point I was going to get into. So when you just asked how the market was, I haven't looked at the market in 2 weeks, to be honest with you. And the first thing I did was I looked at the Michael Jordan PSA 8 Fleer rookie. I looked at the 1985 Michael Jordan Nike promo PSA 9 because I own both those cards, and I looked at the Mark Messier rookie 1980, and those are the three cards I think that all you need to really look at to really understand the hobby is the last prices of those cards. I haven't looked at those prices in 2 weeks, and the reason I haven't looked at those prices in 2 weeks is because I've got a lot of other shit going on, but the other thing is the stock market's been a shit show for the last 2 weeks, right? So the market's been a shit show for the last 2 weeks. We finally got the market getting its shit back together, which as the middle of last week it did. So I think what's going on is those fucking cards are taking the dip, just like they did when the market pulled a shit show back in March of last year. I mean, believe me, it was a shit show. And it's kind of the same thing they tried to pull again, and now it's getting its shit back together. So I think right now is a really good time to be buying Jordan rookies. I haven't looked at anything other than the sticker and blah, blah, blah. So I'm imagining there's probably good prices. I just looked at the Nike promo going for $5,900. A couple weeks ago, the thing was going for $1,200 or $12,000. Just went for $5,900. So yeah, so I think what's going on is that shit's going with the market. Then after I did that, I looked at the Messiers, and of course they're holding their ground because they were never really expensive to begin with. But at the same time, the hockey collector is different than the fucking basketball collector. The basketball collector just runs shit up very quick, and they're like fucking volatile as fuck. Plus, we got Bitcoin back at 60,000, and that actually comes into play on this situation. So I think right now is a good time to be buying Jordan type of cards if you can find them half off from where they were a couple weeks ago. And that's kind of what I feel right now.
Okay. So I'll touch on that because that also plays into what Bobby was saying a second ago, because I got a spot where I kind of want to touch between those two topics. Nice jersey, Bobby. What I was going to say, that's his O-Pee-Chee jersey, right? Yeah. So real quick,
that's from the company.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Back in the 80s.
Yeah. I think you made reference to it on Jeremy's show about that one. You might have talked
the
about
hockey
it.
one.
Yeah. Okay. So this is different from the hockey one?
This is the baseball one. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So it's baseball season, and I got lucky number.
Nice.
Very cool.
So I'll finish getting caught up in the comments, and then I'll touch on, because there's a theme that I think touches a little bit about what Justin said that also touches Bobby. So I want to get back to that in a second here. So Hockey is just saying here, whenever Cart set a record, Jeff makes sure to emphasize the figure. Of course he does. It's kind of his shtick. He's got to do his thing, right? Terrible person for the hobby. Put him on the shopping chat. Well, Jeff's shtick is to be very cringe. Like he does a hello, an extended hello at the beginning of every. He knows how cringe he is. Like that's literally his deal. So I can't hate on it because literally that is his shtick. He's there to annoy you. So either you leave or you stick around and be like, what is this moron going to say? And then you keep listening. Right. So it works out. So good evening to Ziggy. Paul brings the hashtag invest. Always key. Thank you, Paul. Okay. So the piece that plays a little bit touching on what Justin said, but also playing what Bobby says. I don't have a problem with the idea of a pushback or a pullback. Let's say it plays out as Bobby says, and some people get back to work and stuff happens and whatever. We'll have a temporary potential thing with the stimulus. There'll be some money potentially that could get thrown into some of this, or Dogecoin or Bitcoin or whatever. Somebody will find a way to spend the money on something. Either way, it'll get spent on something. But let's say there is a pullback. Here's the interesting phenomenon that is important to keep in mind. And this is where the discussion maybe a couple of weeks ago is important. It's still relevant here. The idea of support. And the idea of what you're looking at when you're considering these values. Because imagine you're somebody who bought the Jordan rookie Fleer for $600,000. And maybe the market pulls back and maybe it's worth about $300, $350. Still higher than it was before. But that's like a 50% pullback. That's a big drop, right? Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. If you're sitting on it and you don't need to sell, you're in this interesting situation in this market. Now, that card has a lot of copies. Maybe a better example would be a card with a smaller population, but let's still use it, for example. So it drops down where the market is probably 300,000. But let's say the people that hold it have enough money where they can hold, and they're like, I'm not selling it for 300,000. But the buyers are like, I'm not paying more than 300,000. So we got a little bit of a stalemate. So all of a sudden, the last comp is almost irrelevant because you're sitting there like, okay, somebody sold one at 300,000, but the one before that was 600,000. So what's the market? Well, it's 300,000, but no one will sell it at 300,000. But no one will buy it for higher than 300,000. So what's the market?
So that's where the stock market comes into play from here, and so does the Bitcoin market too at the same time, because that's how you figure out where the current new money's at. If we're going to be in a stalemate, we got to look at those markets right now, and then what'll happen is somebody will look at that, and then they're going to go, okay, I'll pay $400,000 for one of those Michael Jordans, and the next thing you know, we're back on where we were, and then it'll go back up.
It could be, but I'm saying depending on the card, we'll see, because it's one of those things where if the stalemate gets broken within a reasonable period of time, then yes, somebody then has to basically it's a game of chicken. Then somebody has to break it. Or what happens is maybe the stock market takes another drop. Maybe that person suddenly needs the money. Maybe they sell it at 300. Now you got another comp at 300, which puts downward pressure on the price. But again, you're back to a little bit to your stalemate. With 300 cards, it's a little trickier because you have more people that could crack, but you also have more people that maybe want to buy. So you got to play with this. With a smaller population card, it gets trickier because the person sitting on it goes, I know this is rare. Maybe I want to hold the line. But if the people that really, now here's where the other way can go. If the people that wanted to buy already have their copy, they're like, I don't care. So then the game of chicken stays because the buyers won't crack. So then it becomes to the seller. It's like, okay, how long do you want to sit on it then?
Yeah, but we're talking about people in the 5% tax bracket.
I'm totally with you. I'm just using it as an example, Bobby. I'm saying at different levels of the market, you can see this kind of game being played out in the scenario you say about a pullback. That's why I posed the question.
You also got people that are thinking, well, if it already went down 300,000 in value based on the last comp,
sure,
I don't care if it goes down 50,000 more. It already went down 300. What's 50,000 more at this point? So I'm going to hold. I'm already rich. Like, fuck this. I'm only one of 315 people anyways. Go fuck yourself. If it goes to 285, whatever.
Now, if you're a collector, though, that bought that Jordan back years ago and bought it at $5,000 or $6,000, and you're not a big player, well, 250, 300,000 is still big for you. That's what I mean. Like, it depends on the motivations of the buyer, how strong their hand is. Because if you're somebody who bought the card for $5,000 or $6,000 back years ago, and for you now it's still a $300,000 card or a 250 or whatever, and maybe you're not sitting here going like, okay, I could sit there and hold this and wait for it to try to go back up to 600, but for me, $250, $300, 300,000 is still life-changing money. I can walk away with this thing and go do other things or whatever. I'm not a multimillionaire. This is still a huge card for me. It's a big payday. I can walk away and I'm cool.
Yeah, there's not that many of those people left, I don't think.
I think there's some folks who are holding the card because, and I used the Coleman cards example a couple of weeks ago. He has a Luka card, which is appreciated past the point he would normally hold it. He's a dealer, but he's not like a big time player in terms of collection and size of collection. He likes the idea, though, of being the poorest person at the table with the card because of how rare the card is. But
Luka Gold or something.
Yeah, it was the gold because there's only 10 copies. So he knows that if he sits at the table, everybody else is 7-figure person, plenty of money, huge cards. He can't actually afford to buy into that card now, but he has physical possession of the card. But the moment he sells it, he's not getting it back.
He gets more value of the fact that he's in that position than the money.
Correct. Until the day comes that it goes up so much that he's like, okay, it's life-changing for you, bro. You want the card? You want the cardboard or you want the cash?
Right. He's gonna.
And then he no longer can sit at the table, but he got to enjoy his time at the table.
It's a sense of status there, isn't it?
It is, but it is kind of a fun thing. If you got in at a low enough price, you're sitting there like, maybe I have no business being at this. Like now, if you go back decades, imagine you go back to like the early 90s. You could have gotten a 52 Mantle, a mint Mantle for like 10 grand. And let's say you have a great eye for it. It is a PSA 8, a PSA 9. Heaven forbid one of the PSA 10s. But you bought it for 10 grand 30 years ago. You got it graded. You're sitting on at least $1 million card.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're at the 9, you're sitting on a $5.2 million card. You're sitting on a 10. We don't know.
Yeah.
That's a couple of bucks. That's what I mean. It depends on where your price point you got in at.
Yeah.
If you bought it for $1 million, then going to 2 million or going to 750,000, not a big deal for you.
So that I think for that example, that's the moral of the story. The people that needed the money got out probably around 100,000 back in those days, and they sold the people that did need the money around 100,000. So once you get to that certain price point, you know, you're dealing with people that just really don't care about $15,000 swings or $200,000 swings anymore. So I think that's going to be the driver with the Jordans from here on out, because we basically got most of those people out, and then from there we need to stabilize the 8s and the 9s, and those are the people like us that can actually afford that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Yeah.
To give us confidence to hold during these situations.
I think it's a fair point to make, and that's always been the challenge, because whenever you're looking at those high end cards, you're looking at what is the figure when the early adopters get out, because that's basically what Justin's playing at, is that there are different price points where people got out, and then they're not going to come back in. The players that are playing at that stage are playing at a different, tax bracket. But then, like I said, there's always going to be those folks like the Colemans who are really diamond hands. They're holding. They're kind of waiting for this ridiculous number to show up where they're like, okay, look, I can no longer even justify this. Even knowing that it's in the bank vault makes me uncomfortable. That's how much money it is.
Right, but then they'll sell at a high price anyway.
Sure.
Right? So
yeah, but the question is, what is a high price for them? Where it's like, this is the number. This is it.
Guy.
Yeah.
Who cares about what that type of person? The brokest guy with the best one at that point. They're selling at a high price regardless.
They will sell it at a high price, but that's the problem is you're going to have a couple of folks there where they're the brokest guy, but they're the brokest guy who doesn't need the money right this second. They're not rich, but they're comfortable. It's one of those things, but they know it's life-changing. So they're like sitting there going like, okay, there's this artificial number in my head. When it crosses this line, that's it. But it has to hit this line, whatever that magic number is. Golden says, all right, now it's a $5 million card. All right, fine, I'm out. Take the card. Do what you need to do. That's always but that's the push and pull. In the high-end market, that's always the push and pull. But you still need the buyers on the other side. You still need someone who actually wants the card, that doesn't already have their copy, that wants to throw another couple million at it. So far, there's been that person. And you got the fractional guys that are playing into that game a little bit, and you got some of these other possibilities, but it's like, how many more of them you got? I don't know the answer to that question.
That's the ultimate question.
It is. Because
I keep hearing things of that more and more and more and more coming in. I'm just going, how many more is there?
I think what those folks are banking on is they're hoping for the funds. They're hoping the funds want to buy multiples.
Yeah.
Because if they buy multiples, well, there you go. There's a couple of more buys at that whatever support level is. But then it's like, okay, but eventually you guys got to do something with it. You got to sell it to somebody or do something with it to get your money out of it, whatever that's going to be.
Well, much to what Justin was saying, as most of us are playing in the 7, 8, and 9 game, depending on the year, depending on the whatever,
Sure.
We're playing at that lower upper level. What's going to happen at those levels is what I was talking about regarding people going back to work in another, say, 9 months or so. And I don't see a lot of people stocking and holding. I see a lot of people dumping, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think so. So really,
is it going to go up the way it did before? I don't know.
No.
It becomes a math problem at a certain point, because basically you can have a lot of increases, but you run into a point. It's like, well, do you think you can keep doing multiples?
No,
multiples are a lot. Multiples are a lot.
It went through super multiples, so now we're at minor multiples. I'm very sure.
And we've also come full circle with sports. We've come from basketball back to basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And,
yeah.
And you can always ride the wave of buy baseball at this time and football at this time and basketball at this time. Did you guys see the Sport Card Investors app? You guys ever look at that? No.
I haven't looked at
I
that,
heard
but
about
I am
it.
familiar with it. Anything in particular about it?
LaMelo Ball, PSA 10, $8,500. What?
Well, Brian, stop buying them at $8,500.
Oh yeah,
Brian.
yeah. I'm stocking up with them. Yeah, I wish I would have pulled a ton of them. My lord, I'd be selling them like.
Which brand is that?
hotcakes.
Which brand is that one?
It's the hoops, NBA. Hoops.
Oh, the hoops. Oh, really? Okay.
It's just cardboard base. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all cardboard.
Yeah.
Let
me quickly grab.
Boggled at $8,500.
That is a lot. That is a lot. I
It's
can't
obviously
imagine. Prism
gotta be
hasn't
the
come out
season.
yet, right?
No.
Oh, imagine that one. That'll be interesting.
Oh, it's gonna be insane.
All right, so Hockey just says he'd like to see Ziggy on the show. It would have to be the right topic. I've had Ziggy and I are getting along pretty well. We've had a lot of back and forth, so when he wants to contribute, that's all good. But it's got to be the right topic, because otherwise it's like, why? By the way, also at the same time, in fairness though, like, these shows are open forums anyway. I don't need to invite you formally. Like, if you want to pop on and say something, you can always try. There's a link, you know. So it's like, that's why I say, like, I've left it open. I've always tried to make it like an open discussion for people that want to pop in and say something. So it's on them. I put the onus on those folks to do their thing. So John here has a question. He says, another interesting question for the panel. Why is there no oversight committee within the hobby that watches the grading companies addressing the current issues that are going on? Now, this is an interesting question, but there are some complexities to it. So here's what I'll say. I'm gonna go grab and refill my beverage. But Brian, do you want to take a stab at this first, and then Bobby play off that, and then I'll come back in a second and I'll join you guys?
Sure.
Be right back.
No oversight committee within the hobby watching the grading companies. It's too soon for it. I think it's too soon. I mean, they're not even like upscaling all their employees that much. So it probably just feels too soon, and it's done by humans. So it's totally subjective. And I don't see how you could, unless you went totally digital and totally computer programmed, which I think is totally possible. Then you could regulate it, I guess. What do you think, Bobby? Are you muted, Bobby? Yep.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, there you are. There you are. Buddy.
Sorry about that, guys. I came
That's
back.
all good.
In 2008, well, Justin might answer this. Was Moody's is Moody's regulated for their opinion on back mortgages?
Probably.
Are they?
They gotta be.
Well, if they were, then they did a pretty bad job of regulating it in 2008. Anyways,
They sure did. Yeah.
Let's go back. Let's go forward a little bit. I guess there's been no governing body in this hobby in any way, shape, or form. Never has been. We all go through price guides or, popular opinion. That's the way things go. Now we're getting into the more technical side of things. So going forward, something might create that, but it would have to be possibly a scandal of some sort, or some mischief going on somewhere, and then I think that's when Big Brother will have to step in. And I think that at that point, but until we get there, I don't think there's no calling.
Yeah, no way. Yeah.
And it's speculation, what do you think that card is? 9, 8.
Yeah.
Let it come back 7. Oh, all right.
Yeah,
send it back.
I think that's what's interesting about this hobby is you need to go find people like us talking about this. Those are the real regulators. We don't need some idiot that wakes up in the morning, blah, 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 does this thing with his wife, and, and the next thing you know, he's fucking getting his coffee, talking to his other New Jersey friends, and then all of a sudden coming in and act like he knows more than we do. We know more than they do at the end of the day. We don't need somebody like that coming in and giving their opinion. So the bottom line is, that's what's cool about this hobby. And you need to find people on YouTube that you respect, and you need to make your own opinion on things if you want some type of oversight.
Carlos, was in 2008, was Moody's regulated by any governing body?
So
Or
their
the other one.
their
What was the other one
position
called?
their position. So a lot of things were on paper regulated, but the reality was that the ratings agencies, they were relied upon as, as part of the mechanism. So it was this push and pull with regulation, right? So what ends up happening is you run into because this is a financial crisis and it's kind of more wheelhouse. So I'm trying to think of the best way to kind of outline this. So the thing with that one is that you have them attempting to do this role, but the regulators who existed basically left them to their own devices and said, "Oh yeah, you guys know what you're doing."
Self-regulation.
And but that's basically what it was. It was a lot of that. But there's two parts to this. So I caught the tail end of it, and I was hoping that the direction you guys went is kind of the direction you would go. I figured it would, but I'll throw one wrench in this first, and then we'll kind of continue with this idea here. A lot of people love the idea of almost an oversight, and I know there's some additional comments on it, and I'll get to those as well, guys. A lot of people love the idea of oversight, but the hobby and grading operate within the boundaries of, I'm going to call it arbitrage, because the opportunities that are created in there are what a lot of business people in the hobby take advantage of. The fact that the grading companies screw up their own standards opens up the crackout game. That's a business model. Now intentionally grade it wrong. No, they're not doing that, but they're going to be like, well, if mistakes happen, then they'll crack it out and try to get a better grade to try again. That's money. That's money in your pocket. Now you, as the entrepreneuring collector / investor, you can then find inefficiencies in the market. Do you actually want them to get it right every time? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. As a collector, you would like them to get it right every time, but as a quote unquote investor, their screw up is your potential gain. You buy the card that is undergraded, that you see is undergraded in the wrong holder. You buy it at a lower price. You crack it out, get it graded. It comes back at the proper grade. You sell it for a profit. You got to take advantage of the inefficiency. Their screw up was your gain.
Yeah. And it's not just they're rating mortgages. We're talking about how many hundreds of thousands of different cards we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Just somebody to know that that's to regulate anything at that level is crazy. You can't imagine anybody even stepping into that position.
Yeah.
Jeremy maybe, but I mean otherwise.
Yeah, exactly.
Else.
A couple of the follow-up comments here to touch on it, because they talk about like the trimming scandal. Well, the problem with third-party grading is as soon as you're putting it in somebody's hands in there.
What scandal?
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is this. There are manufacturing tolerances. That's real. Like you have to know these issues like cold to even have a shot at pretending to know that. Now, sometimes it's obvious. Like sometimes you should be able to do some research and figure it out yourselves. But at the same time, it's like, okay, so you want them to get it right again, I'm back to my original statement. You want them to get it right every time. Do you? Because it turns out a lot of your 10s are actually 9s. A lot of your 9s are actually 8s. If we follow the letter of the rule, if we follow the exact rules that are written down, because they have grading standards that are published. If they follow them every time to the letter, you might not grade the grade you want. And then your PSA set registry isn't as nice. Because you wanted that 9 or that 10 to fill out your registry, but you can't find one because if you follow the rules properly, maybe there aren't that many. So there should be a higher premium on the real deal because it's actually tougher to get. But back in the day, they used to hand out more because they were looser with the rules. Now they're tighter with the rules. Then they're looser with the rules. Then they're tighter with the rules. It's the same card.
Yeah.
So when you do this oversight, and it plays into this here, who would form said oversight committee? Who indeed? Who has a stake in it? Who cares enough to go in to do that? And because here John says it has to be real players in the hobby. Okay, great. Why don't we make Beckett commissioner of that? That'll be great.
There we go. Back in it again.
John's actually got a good point, to be honest.
Like he's got a number of good points. He's asking some tremendous questions. I like the question. That's why I'm appreciating
this one in particular. It would have to be some players in the hobby because it has to be someone that knows what the fuck they're talking about. Dealing with at least that top 1.1 or 0.0001% of scams. Those people need to know that there is a force to be reckoned with, and they have a direct connection to the FBI. that would be maybe something that I would approve of.
Well, the FBI has already investigated many, many different companies, so that is there sort of by default.
Right.
We have somewhat of a secondary oversight, but somebody has to call.
But the other thing is about enforcement. Okay, so let's say the FBI. Let's play that. Okay, you're the FBI. So you want me to go and investigate trimmed sports cards?
That's what I.
So John is like, John is the office alcoholic. It's like, so John, this is your assignment. Why? Because you're a moron. This is the assignment you're getting. Why? Because we don't give a crap about the stupid card thing. You deal with it. Why?
Yeah, and that's the bottom line. Really,
no, but I'm saying,
no one gives a shit. We're just a bunch of guys talking about.
I'm being facetious, but I'm also saying, like, why, in the grand scheme of life, of all the things to investigate, of all the scams and things in the world, you want them to fix grading?
Yeah.
This is the problem we need them to solve. This is the problem. We
Ritual
need the
religion killings and all these things in the world, you know. And
John has a point on this one. If it were to be there, they have to be, you know, real players in the hobby.
So the thing is, okay, look, if we're gonna do this, then we do need real players. We need the top tier of the hobby. So I'm going to disqualify myself because, frankly, that would be too self-serving. So I'm
too busy.
I'm going to disqualify myself. I'm a busy man. I got things to do. Like, look at the logo. I'm pointing all the time. I'm very tired. That arm never goes down. It's very tiring.
I'm busy.
I need the top tier. And if I can't include myself, Bobby looks like he's a very busy man. You know what I'm thinking?
Well, I knew it.
I'm thinking it's somebody like Amish Dave Archer.
I think it is Dave.
Dave, how's it going?
How are you guys doing?
Going good. I dig the toque, buddy. I dig the toque. You got your AEW toque going on. There you go. Nice. Did you watch the show the other night? Not great.
Vegas.
Love it. If they were the Black Knights, so they'd be a dynasty. We talked about this. Golden Knights is fine, and I like Vegas. The Black Knights would be better. So anyway, how's stuff shooting you, Dave?
Good. The snow from the other day has basically went away, so that was a plus. We had about a foot here Wednesday night. I'm waking up. I was not happy shoveling at 4:30 in the morning.
Nobody ever is.
Nope.
Right. So I want to touch on a couple of these comments here. I want to touch on them. But actually, Dave, while you're here, let me ask you a question, because this will play right into your wheelhouse a little bit. So we can do that. Now I know. So here's the free plug. Insert Revolution podcast of the YouTube channel of that name. Dave and Steve are going to do their thing. You're tackling hobby myths. So including the myth that the hobby is important enough that the FBI to cover, which I just debunked. So that's the thing. I'll get into it more in the comments in a second. But here's my question. I know you guys don't give away, like, you know, you're I'm sure you got some notes for this one again, but conceptually, what is the premise? You guys are going to touch on a couple of different, you know, myths and then chat about them. Is that the format? What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, for about the first hour, I'm going to go with my girlfriend. I asked her, I said, well, what are some to you, being sort of like a hobby novice?
Okay.
That when you hear, oh, baseball cards are still out there, and she's given me about 5 or 6 things we can run with. And then some from the seasoned veterans that have been around for a good long while. Some stuff that's still, I guess, a myth when you sit there and put all your eggs in the basket of listening to a Gary Vee or a Vegas Dave or a Kenny Golden. Okay. When you're listening to when you're in that lane, a lot of the other information you don't see, because you're in that Tesla lane, that Bugatti lane. You're not seeing the Honda Civic. You're not seeing the Ford Ranger. So it'll be interesting, I think. As the last 2 episodes have been, I think you guys have been. I think you guys, you've kind of gotten into your groove. I'll give you the props. So you guys have definitely gotten into your groove a lot more. And then occasionally you've got like brilliant contributors that come on. I can't think of any offhand, but I've definitely seen some on there that are like top tier, top quality. Now, as one of your myths, are you going to address the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame and questionable individuals within the hobby that supposedly are players in the hobby? Are you going to cover any of those? That might be. I don't want to give too much away, but that might be one of the main topics.
Fair enough.
The YouTube Hall of Fame is like the Mount Rushmore of hobby knowledge and opinions that you should. cast your breed to.
Maybe that should be who's the oversight committee is. Maybe it should be the YouTube the YouTube Sports Code Hall of Fame.
Self-appointed.
The amount of jokes this would create for me. The amount of jokes would be off the charts. All right. So one more thing here, and we'll get to these comments. We'll actually address them seriously. So one more thing, Dave. So go ahead. As far to the plug, when's the podcast? What time?
7:05 p.m. Central Standard Time every Tuesday night on the Insert Revolution podcast channel.
Yeah, and that's 8:05 in the East.
Yeah.
8:05 in the East. So we got that covered. Okay, so let me grab a couple of these ones. So there you go, Dave. Free plug, and we talked a little bit about the topic. I wanted to make sure we got that in there for you. Okay, cool. So let me grab these here. So we talked a little bit about this. So Rich says here, should regulation be done by people who are dispassionate about it all? That is a little bit of a different conversation because it gets tricky. My statement was that no matter who you pick, you're not going to be happy. Like, in all seriousness, you're not going to be happy no matter who you pick. Because, okay, you got an oversight committee. Cool. I appoint Brian the oversight committee. Brian, you're the grand arbiter of all things. You have no legislative anything to actually do anything about it, but you can make decisions and publish them. It's not about the oversight committee. It's not about who's on it. It's not about whatever. It's what teeth do you have to actually do anything about it? So you find some impropriety and you say, hey, this is wrong, blah, 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 for these reasons. Cool. What are you going to do about it? That's where you're back there. Oh, what about the FBI? Again, why did the FBI care about this? In the grand scheme of things, why would they care?
No.
There's a couple.
So you need someone smart enough to actually know what the fuck is right and what's wrong. We don't need some guy from, like I said, New Jersey waking up, fucking his wife in the morning, then going to get his coffee, blah, blah, blah. We need someone that knows what's going on, that can communicate effectively, maybe to somebody.
Are you talking about Ken Golden because he's in New Jersey? Are you trying to take on Ken Golden right now?
No,
is that what you're doing?
A lot of these New Jersey guys they remind me of regulators, a lot of them. They think they are.
Interesting. I just thought it was interesting that you brought New Jersey.
Examples that are in these situations.
Right.
There's so many guys.
Right. All right.
Regulators like Laura G.
It's just like a joke,
Yeah. So let me grab this one here. So Sharpshooter just says here, once the big investor money moves on to something else, the inflated price will pop fast and balloon. That's kind of been Sharpshooter's refrain. I get what he's saying, but it's like when money goes out of a market, prices drop. That's again, water wet. He's not wrong, but water wet. So I understand what he's getting at. So John was just saying here, he was looking at it from the business perspective. We're talking about millions and millions of dollars. Yes, I get you. But, PSA was bought for $800 million. There are millions and millions of dollars. There are. Again, who cares? No, Isaiah's in all seriousness. Yep. And Ken Golden is doing $40 million auctions and stuff like that. That's cool. There's some money there for sure. But again, why bother? Why is that interesting again, you're going to use resources. Fraud happens everywhere, all over in different things. Why is this so important that it requires resources that you guys can't, you know what? Stop buying it then. They're basically going to be like, so why are you buying this crap then? Don't buy it. Don't pay a lot of money for stuff you're not sure about. You don't need regulation. You don't need the FBI to knock down doors. Fake autographs is one deal because you're intentionally misrepresenting a thing.
Thanks, Paul.
So it's one of those things. It's an interesting question, but I push back on it just because I feel like the FBI has better things to do.
There's been 3 major autograph things over the years.
Sure. Yeah.
There was one in the 80s, one in the 90s, and just recently, was it
Walter Payton and Luka.
Yep.
Walter Payton supposedly, I'm not sure if it was, I think it was a family member, and he was pretty sick, and I guess they signed a bunch in the basement, and then the Lulu signature on the 2018 optics and prisms, I think. It says Lulu pretty much, and they wonder if his mother signed him or not. But
that's right. Yeah.
But no one knows. No one knows. They're official. They're worth, ungodly amounts of money. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's always kind of a risky take, though, because unless you've personally witnessed the autograph, you're kind of taking it because it used to be that a representative would be there and they'd kind of vouch for whatever. But if you send it to the player, well, you just left this open.
Yeah.
You can't say definitively, I watched so-and-so sign this card. You can't say that. You can say, well, we sent it to them and it came back signed. So
if they're an older signer, they could probably tell.
Yeah.
But I mean, some rookie. I mean, some of these kids, man, their autographs are just horrific.
Scribbles.
Scribbles.
And how are you going to
My Lord.
confirm scribbles?
It is very
Yeah.
difficult.
Very
Yes.
difficult to confirm scribble. Yeah.
I wish somebody would tell them that this is your autograph. That means the representative of your name. And you want to make it a little fancy, that's fine. But these double scribbles gone. Yeah, let's just do it fast so we can get in and get out. And that's disrespecting the collectors 100%.
No, that's fair. But that's almost a different topic entirely because as a player, it's like, look, man, like a couple extra bucks is cool, but it's like, look, I don't really have to sign.
Don't do it.
How much are those?
You don't need the money. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Petty for the guys who are playing now.
I'm
but good for the older guys.
I'm totally with you. I'm 100% with you. I'm only pointing out that, like, for some of these players, it's not a big deal to them. They're like, look, man, whatever. So Paul is taking care of your other time zones here. I love it. Take care of your other time zones there.
You found one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So I'm not going to police. I'm not going to police it too much. But Hockey Hawk is not appreciating your swearing, Justin. He's just not appreciating it.
It's like
I'm not going to police. I'm not going to police you too much. But yeah, take it easy where you can. This is not a PG channel, but take it easy where you can. I like this comment though. I appreciate Rich bringing this up. So he agrees with me about the who cares about the FBI thing and all that. But as soon as he mentioned it, I was like, I remembered something. And I had this made years ago for a different thing out of context, but it's perfect. It falls for the situation. So the next time we bring it up, I'm just gonna flash this.
oh,
I love it.
Look at that.
I'm ready to go. I got props, people. I got props.
That is a nice sign, Carlos. And I have a.
This is a foam core sign, buddy. That's a real sign. It's not a
That's
piece
really
of paper.
nice.
It's an actual thing.
Yours is a little more PG than my slogan because my slogan lately is when nobody gives a shit.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, who cares? That works for me. I think that's a better one.
That'll be a story for another day. I had that made back in university.
Oh, really? Oh, very cool.
There's a story to that sign. It exists for a reason. But as soon as he as soon as he wrote that down, I was like, wait a minute. I still got it. I still got the sign. Perfect.
It's great.
But most of those companies are pretty much Teflon.
Yeah, I get it.
So very few people. The only people who really went to jail was Mastro, a couple of the guys there. Other than that, so what did the FBI really do? They spent, I don't know, 10, 15 salaries for the year to get two guys to go away for 6 months.
Here's what I like about Carlos. We brought up the FBI thing, and it was just like a hypothetical. And he goes, if somebody that's God damn it, been in the hobby for a long time, did run the board, and commuted to this FBI guy, how would he not be some just alcoholic at the fucking FBI? He always goes after the worst case scenario. I love it.
It's going to be. We know it's going to be assigned. It's Larry over in the corner who always is stumbling in drunk, and it's like, you know what? If you screw up this one thing, you're done. It's over. It's the last guy. He's getting it. It's like, you know what? Next time, show up on time at the meetings, and you don't get stuck with this assignment.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll be able to drink in the field.
Exactly.
He would not to the alcohol.
Yeah. So Sharpshooter just asks here. It's like, why did prices rise as fast as it did? A lot of money got thrown in. It was stagnant for 20 years.
Yeah.
No, not completely stagnant. Let's be fair, because there was an upward trending on some cards. Again, it's not universal. It's never across the board. To be fair, it's never across the board. But there were cards that were actually trending upwards prior to the pandemic, and then we saw an acceleration. Obviously, we've seen a huge acceleration in the last while. But prior to that,
the inertia helped.
Yes, agreed. But there was already movement on some stuff.
And wasn't 2016
that is
a
the
huge
inertia.
year as well?
Right.
2016? Yeah.
Let me address this real quick with Sharpshooter, because this is the same thing the guy addresses every time. He acts like everything just happened in the last week. It's already been like 15 months or 12 months or whatever.
Yeah,
This
15 months.
happened last week.
15.
Like, get out of last week. It never happened in last week. This has been going on for a year now. So, like, start to get used to it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's what. But the thing is, I still want to address it because there is a segment that brings it. So here's the thing: if somebody's new and never seen this argument brought up here, because we have addressed it before, but if they've never seen it brought up here, I still want to make sure I cover it because it's like, look, it isn't new. It wasn't just COVID. It's been trending upward that way. It's someone out in, Ely, Minnesota, spending hundreds of millions of dollars on cards. I can't figure out who it is. I can't put my finger on it. But it's some weird dude. I've heard rumors, just spending hundreds of millions of dollars on these cards, driving up these prices. We'll find out who it is. I'll send the FBI guy to get to the bottom of this. We'll make this happen.
Well, it's been going up since I think 1998, since the internet came in and eBay really stepped in.
There was a boost there initially, yeah, because
for
it was novel. When
7 years.
Yes,
and it still kept on rising till at least, a lot of things happened in 2008 again. So, and that's basically it kind of leveled off. But then other cards started to rise, but it was more particular.
Yes. Yeah, I would say this current run-up is the first time it's been in so many areas. Yes. Normally, there are certain ones that'll have these runs. You'll have these runs. This has been the most acute, spike in so many places at the same time that we've ever seen. That's the new part. But little spikes here and there, yeah. We've seen that. But not like this. I gotta see. I'm going to find out because I actually got the sign made at my university had a little mini kiosk. They had a sign shop, and I laid out all the specs of what I wanted, and then they went and made the sign for me. And this is going on. Oh my God, 17 years ago I made that sign. It still holds up. It's made out of foam core. The thing lasts forever. It'll be here with the cockroaches when it's all done. So, yeah. Yeah. And did you have a sign during that bit, Bobby? Did you have a sign as well?
Oh yeah, I got a sign.
Yeah, you got your sign?
I did this when this book came out in 2006.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There was that book. So
That's
the sign, foam board. I designed it all and did it up.
Foam core is pretty sweet though. It lasts.
Cool.
It's actually lasts. And it's a nice design there. That's actually that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I did all the design. Well, I did all the designs on all my books. Inside, outside, upside down. So I'm not just another pretty face.
So Justin, you don't get to be on twice. So do you want the other one to be on? What's the deal?
Yeah, I want the other one. Just so I can take my.
Okay, so I've dropped one.
Oh,
we're on the other one now.
Justin's in. He's out. That was weird. Now we got the second side.
I'll be right back.
Like Skeletor. Kind of. Sorry.
Skeletor. Attaboy, Bobby. Attaboy.
Thank you. Hey, I'm trying to keep up with the 80s. Yeah, I was there in the 80s.
I was going to say the 80s, yeah.
I was driving motorcycles and hanging out with lewd women. There you go.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Yeah, this is actually a good topic, briefly, just for the
lewd
eBay
women?
side of it.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So apparently starting in 2020, any sale over $600 is to be cleared in tax. Now, previously, there were two conditions because there was a dollar amount and a number of transactions, I believe. And now I think it's over $600 period. You get the, is it a 1099, Dave? Does that sound about right? It's like a form that is about declaring your income on online sales or something. So there's like a form that is IRS. Sound about right?
I think so. I think that's the form number.
Yeah, which is definitely going to affect people. Like $600 is a low threshold. That can be one card in this market. So you might have lucked out because you sold some cards. I don't think it's taken effect yet for you. But it would definitely hit you now.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So if you got any more basketball cards, Dave, you might have a short window. You might need to sell those things.
Next fire sale video will be up this week.
Yeah, and I think Hockey Guys mentioned here they have their best man in the case. Yes, correct. Yeah, as quickly as the money can go out. Yeah, sure. The thing is, like I said, I'm not picking on sharpshooter, but yes, correct. That it's not as profound a statement as it sounds, but yes, I agree in principle with your statement. Ah, so you were flipping off the camera, Bobby. Is that the sign you were giving? Were you being lewd, Bobby? What's going on over there? Yeah, exactly. And you're supposed to be the mature one here, Bobby. You're supposed to be a mature one. What the heck?
Everybody was talking about what they do, and then I just went like that. So there you go. It was sneaky, but somebody caught it. Hockey guy sees these things. Okay, he had it. That's it.
Okay, so it is the 1099. Good. Okay, cool. I wasn't misremembering that one. Okay, so let me ask this though. I think the high end folks, it doesn't matter because if you're selling a lot of stuff before, you had a 1099. So the difference, nothing. For the small collector or the small seller, I feel bad because then all of a sudden you're having to declare, a $700 sale, which is not nothing, but it's also like not like monster dollars. It's like, you know what? I'm getting hit with this fee. I'm getting hit with this charge. I'm getting hit with this. And then you want to cut too? Come on, man. What the heck?
Well, they already get it at eBay out of you guys now, with your taxes for your state, correct? Every purchase.
When you're a buyer, yeah, for sure.
So really, you're getting it both ways. You're buying in and selling out. Well, if you're selling out, then you can claim that too.
Yeah. I think if you sell enough stuff, like I said, if you sell enough stuff to you, you were probably declaring some of it anyway because you just didn't want to deal with the backlash if you didn't, and then they suddenly decided to audit you. I don't know. Moving on.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah. So Hockey Guy says using the classic. He appreciates you using the classics. Nice. So Rich says here, I think there'll be a 5 to 10 year period after the bubble pops where sellers will hold cards for ransom. Yep. It'll probably be a stalemate for a while before everything comes down. And that's possible for some of the more limited cards. Certainly. I would think that's a possibility. It could dry up. So Dave, actually, let me peg you for this one because this is kind of an interesting spot. Right now, we know that some cards have come out of the woodwork because there's been so much money available. Like we've seen certain Grail level cards that have appeared now that weren't around, like they just didn't appear for years.
Mm.
But if we do get a pushback on prices, that means some of these cards could very well go back into hibernation, waiting for the next run up to be brought out again. Does that concern you from a collecting perspective? Or is that something where you'd be like, oh, well, at least I get a break and I got to pick up these cards that were nice. Like, where do you stand on it? Like in terms of your thoughts? So I'm going to mute Justin while he's doing that, just so I don't have the background noise.
My gosh.
It would just depend on what price point these other collectors would be at. I mean, if somebody wanted like $2,500 for the Z Gold Madonna or the Brodeur, I'd be like, yeah, have fun. And if somebody pays that, pat yourself on the back because you're a very limited part of the populace.
Mm-hmm.
If they're offering in that $600 to like $1,000 range, now we're talking. I'm going to be jumping on that. Yeah. It's going to depend on that. If it's stupid pricing, I can hold out. I've done it for a number of years with Josh Johnson stuff. Brodeur, I'm newer to the game with him, but still I've been able to pick up a lot of nice stuff. And I've seen other stuff that's sort of being, I wouldn't say held for ransom, but some folks over in Europe want it for specific stuff. There's a guy that's got, I think, the StarQuest Gold, and he wants Artifacts Patrick Waugh, and that's all he wants for it. I'm like, well, you're pigeonholing yourself pretty severely with just wanting a specific brand. I mean, there's probably some nice stuff out there, but I'm not going to go spend $800 or whatever on a Wow, when I'd rather throw that money at that Brodeur eventually, which I don't know why he wouldn't take, because he could use that for the money or for the cards he wants. But yeah, it's going to depend on the pricing. I mean, people probably will put them back in the vault and just say, you know what, I'll wait, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair. I wanted to get your take on it from the collecting side of it. So so one important thing that we got to consider as well is that it's very dependent on the card.
Mm-hmm.
Because I used the example earlier of that Medina card I bought. That's a 1/1, right? So in theory, nothing rare. But at the same time, it was something that would have been cool to have. I was willing to offer like the bare minimum, and I won for the minimum bid. But you reference that other card where I would probably pay 4 figures. So like very different. It's like, oh, but that other card is out of 100. Like it's way more common. Well, number one, it's a card from the 90s that I've been waiting on for 20 years. Number one. Yeah. So for me as the collector, I desire buying that card more, and I am willing to pay more. If that other person wanted $100 for that 1/1, I would have said no. That's a rare card on paper, quote unquote. But it's a newer card. It's a nice card. It's a neat card. It's a nice to have. This other card I've been after for 20 years. It's all
rarity rules.
Well, the thing though, it's the opposite though, Bobby, because the rare card is the one I was willing to pay less for. The other card was 100 times more common, technically. So it's like, it's not even rarity in this case. It's desirability. In this case, my demand for the higher quantity card exceeds what it is for the rarer card where the demand was lower. The 1/1 had less demand because I was the only one who bid. that auction got to run a full course, no bids until the end. I put in an automated snipe. I wasn't even looking at it. I wasn't even watching it. It put in the automated snipe for me. I won it for the minimum. I just looked and I was like, oh.
Did you not think you were going to win?
I put a little bit more just to leave some room, but I thought, well, if somebody wants to pay like $80, it's yours. I gave a little bit of space, but I wasn't willing to go any higher. But that's a 1-1. So it's like, but again, it was, for me, it was like, yeah, interesting to me. Not necessary.
Would have been a nicer jersey piece. It would have been
nice. It would have
looked a little better.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's why I said it was more of a
for
nice
one of one. I thought it was a little bit plain.
I agreed, but I thought
for the jersey, the card itself is nice. Just the jersey.
But that's why I said, like, my desire to chase it was lessened because I took that into account. If it had been a little bit nicer with the aesthetic on the patch piece, that would have been cool, and that would have made it more interesting for me. And then I would have been willing to pay more. But the same scarcity would have been the same scarcity, but it's the aesthetic too, right? It all is part of the package. It's all part of the package. Plus, I have more nostalgic feelings and thoughts about that late 90s car that I actually bought packs of, as opposed to this other product that I didn't open in the first place. So totally fair. I just thought I'd throw that out.
And to go back to the original question, like the 5 or 10 year hold lull. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, I don't know if any of you guys saw it, but I was watching, I'm sure it was Chris and Josh, but they were showing data from their stuff, which is, I don't know how rock hard their data is, and they were showing that from the same thing where they had the boom in 2016, they were going back and showing data that was saying, basically every 4 years, there'd be a kind of a rise in sports cards. Mm-hmm. And whether that's true or not, I don't know. Do you guys remember seeing that video?
I think you're thinking crossover.
You guys hear me, by the way? Audio.
I can hear you, but it's a little echoey.
Is it echoey?
It's a little bit.
Echoey.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
okay.
Yeah, hopefully it works.
Yeah, more or less works.
That's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So all I was going to do is, let me just add for Brian's question. I think you're thinking the crossover because I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
And I think their historical data comes from PWCC, who has like old auctions and stuff, and their stuff's pretty good. Like the database is actually pretty decent for old stuff, and I'm glad they include it because it gives you some context of the past. It's not perfect, but at least it's something to tell you what was going on back then.
I liked the video. I thought it was very informative. Yeah.
I think it's helpful to have those little pieces here and there because otherwise it's like you go on memory and our memory fades. There's too much. There's too much. We can't remember precise details to that degree because for some of us that's hundreds or thousands of cards ago. And it's like, do you remember what you paid for that? It's like, I have a ballpark figure in my head ish. I remember sort of what it was back then. I don't know. Now, I'll include Hockey's question here because it plays a little bit into your point, Bobby. He goes, am I the only person who doesn't enjoy manufactured rarity as much as rarity? So he says, basically, he's using Honus Wagner. So like rarity based on time, based on the period, based on the manufacturing, organic rarity versus manufactured rarity. I know where you stand, Bobby, but if you want to reiterate your position. By
I love new cards, yes.
Yes, agreed. 100%. Yeah.
I'm just a 90s type of guy, right, Dave?
So Bobby's response to this question.
Who cares?
the hobby has to move.
I like the sign.
We understand.
The sign is so primo, my friend.
It's perfect.
Dave, I'll see if I can get my guy on it. We'll see if we can make some more copies. I think you need one of those. You need one of those. I'm telling you right now, you need one.
I usually on the morning, like the sports talk show to Minneapolis that we get up here. I use one of the lines when one of the guys that's sort of a meathead starts babbling about his personal life on the show. They've got from whatever sitcom or movie, they've got like a sound bite of like the nobody cares. And I bring that to work a lot of the time when people are telling stories, and I just say nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
I make a lot of friends that way.
Dave, I often think like, what would Dave do in this situation to make friends and influence people? And then I think I already court getting punched in the face. Do I need to go that extra level?
It's funny because it's true.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't mind the new. I understand that the hobby has to go forward, and that's fine.
Sure.
Because I don't collect them, doesn't mean I don't appreciate them. I don't appreciate paying the prices for them, but
Sure.
I appreciate some of the artwork and the design. Yes, but it's not for me, and you can't collect everything. But I do appreciate a more historic card that's survived through the test of time. So anything pre-19 or pre-2000 is pretty much there for me. Anything below that, I just squeezed that in to make Dave happy. I was saying 90s. So. No, I just kidding, Dave. But no, I like some of the 90s stuff. There was some great stuff.
I appreciate they were at least trying things. I appreciate they were at least trying to push the envelope design-wise, aesthetic-wise, technology-wise.
Lots of other things they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just need the FBI to come in and actually regulate and tell us what eras the cards really are, because the junk wax era is a horrible name. We all know that.
Mm-hmm.
We just
don't know
need
what to call. We don't know what to call the 2000s.
We need the drunk.
I'll go to the pub. I'll go to the pub and see if Larry has rolled off this chair yet, and I'll see if I can get him to start early.
Larry the drunk.
We need Larry the drunk.
I'll leave the file where he passed out just so that he can start on it in the morning.
I'm glad it'll get handled. Yeah.
I do have a new pickup this week, though.
So you got the Gretzky?
Oh,
What is it?
Nice.
That's
8.
the hold on.
8?
You got an 8 there?
Yeah.
That's not bad. That's cool.
Hey, Bobby, what did you get it
Awesome.
About $650 US.
That seems
Hold
that doesn't seem too bad.
Hold
Seems pretty good. Seems pretty good.
That's a
And Bobby,
like
your
half.
favorite, the centering seems pretty good on it.
That might be something I'm going to be looking at, actually.
Yeah.
The
how much you want to pay? No.
Have you seen the price of modern basketball cards? That's a deal. Go ahead. I'm
Yeah.
sorry I interrupted you, Justin.
Oh,
True
dude.
enough.
I think you get a fractional share in LaMelo hoops for that.
My lord. Yeah.
So anyway, so let me ask Rich this question here because I think it's an interesting one because it plays into one of the topics we talked about earlier. He goes, "We probably all considered this during the boom. Do we think prices will get to a point where a lot of big collectors start liquidating major PC items?" I don't think I think there will be some who will consider it, but the ones who are like deep pocketed and like don't need the money, they won't care.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, some of them would have at least considered it during the run up, right?
For big collectors.
Although to be fair, kind of playing, not to contradict myself, but the point I made earlier, I have seen some cards that kind of came out of the woodwork. So they had to come out of somewhere. So if it was an old collection, well, then maybe the answer for some folks was already yes.
Right. And this takes me back to Sharpshooter when he said he says the same question every month. And it's just like, dude, that was like 7 months ago we did this. He acts like in the last week, everything spiked. It's like, dude, no, this has been going on for a long time. Get over it. And then just like that last question,
Selling it all.
if people want to sell out their PC, they've had their chance and they still have their chance. It's been a year and a half now. Like, let's just get over this short-term thinking. We need to start thinking more long-term. So
I
yeah,
think though,
You did that without swearing.
I think though, if nobody sells, then the inventory on some of that high-end stuff just dries out. Basically, Ken Golden's living off the fact that these prices have been motivating some sellers to go and like that Kobe. It was a pristine 10 black label. That's a high-end card, right? But the money was enough where whoever held it said, you know what? Let's give it a go and see what happens. 1.7 million and change later. There you go. So they were willing to move it. Now, the person who's holding it now, what's their price? If it goes 2+, 2.5,
Every
3,
time it's sold, it's supposed to double.
but that's probably going to be the person who bought it. We don't know who it is, but whoever bought it, Dave, whoever bought it, is now going to have a decision on their hands. Like exactly, how long do they hold it? Does it go into the vault and disappear for a while? Is that what happened? That's a possibility, or is it a thing where maybe in 6 months to a year down the road it reemerges?
Maybe.
You know, we see the same card again, and then the question becomes, all right, what's your price this time?
It's interesting. The hobby for hockey, it was supported mainly through the 2000s, and I'm talking about the collectibles, by three main collectors, very deep-pocketed gentlemen. And what they did is they bought whatever was out there they wanted and they wanted multiples of them. So they were fighting about three guys. Do you remember the York peanut butter glass that sold for $17,000? It was just a peanut butter glass. It's a rare one. It should sell for $1,700, but it sold for $17,000. Two of the big guys went at it. So this was what was going on in the hobby. And then everybody thought, oh, all the glasses are worth it. And everything went up and everything went up and kept going up. And it drove the market for about 10 to 15 years. And then we had they all got out. And they kind of sold out their collections. And the market has come down with that of the selling out. I'm just using that in reference to what Carlos is saying, these large collectors getting in, getting out. Sure. In the collectible hobby, when these guys are collecting multiples and there's only so much, we're talking about rarity stuff. When there's not much around, it drives the prices because other people are trying to chase and they can't get it. They're going to reach up higher and higher and higher. Like the low hanging fruit just stays at the same place, but the other stuff, and it just drove up everything for 10, 15 years. It was a real boom industry, but three guys got out and now we only have second or third tier guys collecting that are up there, but they have most everything for the most part, and they don't go into the realm of the new stuff. I'm just saying in the vintage aspect of it, pre 1990 probably. Just an experience story. That's all.
Right. It's a good story, but we're dealing with cards over here. We got to keep that in mind too. You know what I mean?
Fuck.
I got to tell you, Bob, I'm appreciating your timing is on point today.
Thank
your
you.
timing is truly on point. I must tell you. The thing though is that regardless of market, the premise of the biggest buyers getting out of it and the second tier folks who already have the stuff they want plays into that overarching theme that we talked about. So now I'll bring in Sharpshooter's comment because sometimes he's redundant, but this is a flawed example here for real. I'll cover why it's a flawed example in a second. But the idea of a market, the people who have it at whatever price point, buying it, and then moving on. Now, this is a flawed example specifically because the car dealers still need to sell the car. They have to sell the car. If they don't sell the car, the dealership goes out of business. They need to sell the car. So the fact that one person overpaid for the car doesn't change the fact there's a lot of other Hondas in the back and they have to sell them. It doesn't matter. You don't have a choice in the matter. A collector has a choice in the matter. It can go in the vault. So they don't have to sell if they don't like the price. But the buyers don't have to buy if they don't like the price. So the market works. It doesn't sell again if there isn't some movement, if there isn't a compromise between the seller that wants to buy it cheap, so the seller wants to sell it high, and the buyer that wants to buy it cheap. If they don't meet somewhere in the middle, no transaction happens. It doesn't matter where that outlier happens. So then it becomes an outlier. You basically throw it out. And that happens all the time. You get this one person who's like, this one person decided on this one day they had to have this one card.
Right.
And one other person went with them. The card sold, but then the next one comes up. Nobody else is bidding. The underbidder goes and buys it for a third because there's nobody else. And it happens.
Like your Medano card.
Let me
there was literally nobody else, Bobby. Literally nobody else.
Let me shut down the comment really easy. Nobody's going to pay $15 for a dozen eggs, Sharpshooter.
They're really good double yolks, though.
Ooh.
I know.
There's some omelet possibilities you're talking about there.
There's that place in California that, anyways, we'll get into another day. Joe's not here.
And then what is the meat and potatoes of the hobby? Is it modern rookies, just base rookies? Is it vintage? I mean, is it price points? Is it, from $20 to $100? Is that the meat and potatoes of the hobby?
Good question.
Where the most sales are made?
Brian,
and if the big
question,
and if the big cards go away, I guess if there's, as long as enough players stay in the game, then do the meat and potatoes continue to hold their value, even though the big cards aren't being traded with as much fanfare? And I don't know.
All the philosophical questions come from California, from you and Joe.
I was going to say, I'm seriously appreciating a good philosophical question there. I like where you went with this.
Philosophical questions tonight.
I like where the man went with this. All right, let's do this.
Yeah,
Dave, this one's a good one. I like this question. Dave, you want to take first crack at this? What for you is like the bread and butter, the meat and potatoes hobby wise, where are we? What is like the main crux of the hobby here?
I would say probably between the 10 to $50, $10 to $100. That would be in that range where people, they set up at shows. If they've got like pages on Facebook or fire sales or whatever, if you're doing something on a sports card forum or whatever, that's where you're going to get your most sales. That's where you're going to get your most interest. That's where you're going to get your most eyes. If you start out with a Gem Mint 10 Jordan, you have priced out the majority of collectors. No matter how bad we all want it, our friends want it, anybody we know wants it. It's what we're going to feel most comfortable with, and what we don't want to deviate from what we know to a degree. We want to stay again in those lanes we know. That's like the $10 to $100 cards. That's going to be, for me, that's the meat and potatoes. That's what I see a lot of my friends picking up. Again, you'll have the occasional $250, $500 cards, but again, when we say that, we quantify that with it's a big bopper, it's a big gun, it's one of our grails, it's something where when we say that, everybody around us knows that we've dipped out of our comfort zone to get something we really want, but spent more than we usually do.
So would that answer the question of, is that the most spent in the hobby?
I don't think I don't think it's dollar amount. I think what we're talking about here is volume.
Yeah.
Because if we're talking dollar amount, right, it takes a lot of $50 or $100 cards to get up to
graded or ungraded.
No, like regardless, we're just talking dollar.
Regardless, yeah.
Dollar bill. Yeah.
It takes, if we're talking about like the highest of the high end in terms of market cap. If we're talking highest of the high end market cap, of course, that top end is going to demolish anything that comes underneath. But if we're talking meat and potatoes, we're talking the volume of collectors. To Dave's point, he hit on the key piece. Something like a Jordan rookie. If you don't already have one, and you're a regular, quote unquote, collector, you maybe have a family, you've got other expenses, you got whatever. You like the hobby, you want to participate in the hobby, but 4 figures ain't happening. It's not in the cards. You got bills to pay. You got to pay your car insurance, whatever's going on in your life. We get desensitized to the idea that for more people than I think are acknowledged, because we look at Instagram, we look at Facebook, we look at people high-end collections. We forget that for most collectors are not degenerates to the level that some are. And for them, $100 for a card is a lot. For them, $100 is a decision. It's a thought process. Like, hold on, can I justify this? Does this work for me? Whereas, the collectors who are deep in this thing, it's not that it's no money. It's not that it's irrelevant. It's just like, well, I'm kind of used to it. Like, I'm buying this $100 card. I'm buying this $200 card. I'm not buying hundreds of them. But if it's a card I really want and it's $300 or $400, okay, I might have a slight delay, but the delay is long enough for me to be like, yeah, fine, sure. That was the delay. But for somebody else who lives a regular life, it's like, wait, hold on, $100? Wait, what can I defer to next month that I'm paying right now to make this happen for me? There's more of those people physically in the hobby than others would like to think about. They're hanging out at the dollar bin because they're like, look, I can't play this game.
Yeah.
I need to buy $1 and $5 cards and hope that I make some good buys that are actually well priced. Maybe it was a $10 card I bought for $5.
And one more layer to that question is, how many people are there buying every day?
Sure.
Yeah. How many?
Millions.
No. Millions of cards are being sold on
eBay
each day.
Jeez, well, yeah. Hell yeah.
If we're talking about are we talking about lots though, Bobby, or are we talking about cards? Because if we're talking about cards, then I'll agree with you, because obviously lots and stuff like that. Yeah.
Purchases, I guess.
Individual. There's definitely, I will say there's a lot of purchases for sure. I don't know if millions of completed sold auctions per day on eBay, that's a bit high. But over the course of a week, we definitely will get there.
Between all the sports and all the collectibles and all this sports memorabilia, yes.
If you had to guess, how many hobbyists would you say are active? Just whatever, whether they watch YouTube or buy and sell, whether it's $10 a month or 2 million.
6.35 million. Yeah.
I love it.
Can I get you to diagram that calculation, Bobby?
What, Mr. Spock?
I need to see some. I'm going to need to see some charts. I need the Pythagorean theorem invoked. Dave and I demand the Pythagorean theorem is invoked here.
Okay.
Yes.
Otherwise, I don't want to hear it.
Gotcha. I left out the last 2 decimal points, so
Okay,
Well,
gotcha.
nobody really knows that question. And I would
know.
venture to say there's at least 1 million sales on just so many things in sports. Well, if you can do a search, Carlos, if you just did, and that's just eBay, you can add all the other sales that are going on too at sports card places, at shows,
Sure.
at
Target, Walmart.
high bid,
What I'm actually
low
trying to do,
bids.
I'm actually trying to do just that, Bobby.
I know.
I'm trying to see if there's a
Figured.
filter because the thing is, you can look up sold listings. You can go to sports cards. That's possible. I'm trying to see if there's a way you can do a listing for a time period for the completed sale. That would be kind of what I'm trying to see if it's possible.
I don't think there's that. No.
I would love. This is where I would love eBay to give me better data options.
Yeah. I think it's
what I would-
super interesting
That's big
question.
data.
Yeah.
Like heaven forbid, like a filter like that would be phenomenal just to get like a ballpark figure. It'd be kind of nice to see conceptually. So here's what I can tell you. I don't know the time period is involved. I can tell you in the sold listings, there's 7.6 million results, but the problem is that goes back either 30 or 90 days. So
90,
I said, I think your number is a lot smaller than you're thinking. This is sold listings. This is key is sold completed auctions.
Yeah. Well, that's just eBay.
I agreed. No, I'm with you on that. But I'm just saying,
True.
like, there are a lot, but like let's not inflate the number
Yeah.
because the stuff still has to sell. Because there's a lot of people who will throw stuff up for just whatever price. There might be that many auctions, but then they don't sell. So it's got to be what sells. It's got to be what sells as well. So let me grab it here since a meat
Fair
made
enough.
a quick made a quick appearance.
Oh, again?
Yeah. So here, so you say, sign on. We're talking about eggs, and I missed the good stuff. You literally always miss the good stuff of me. So on the replay, you can hear that. Yeah, I talking about wrestling cards for a second. Yeah, and then he goes here. I will catch on the tape show later. For the record, I'm gonna throw meat under the bus. I must. I am duty bound to do so. So this is
Dave nodding his head.
Yeah, this
Do
is
it.
11:37 p.m. is when this comment came in. 11:37. I received a text message from a meet at 9:49 asking if we're on tonight, and I gave him a link. It took him almost 2 hours to click the damn link, and then he shows up for like 2 minutes.
Daylight savings time.
Sure. So
I tried it, they tried.
I think you just like my egg comment.
Yeah, like I hope so. It's like one of these days meat will get his own show. I hope I root for him. Someday he'll get his own show. I can't imagine what it'll be called. Maybe it'll be on like a random Thursday or something. But someday he will get his own show, and he will realize that you have to be prompt. You have to be on time. Be a professional.
Yeah, it has to be like a dun cards with the meat.
Like-
It's perfect. Yeah.
Like, and here's the thing: I will not acknowledge any show he ever does that doesn't involve a lot of Ziggy Puffy. If it doesn't, like, it's invalid to me. Like, not even worth discussing.
Yes.
Not even worth discussing. Nope. Nothing. You show up, you get a plug. You show up for 2 minutes when you had 2 hours, you get nothing. Meat. He always makes it. Yep. Shows up late and leaves early. True. Correct, hockey guy. Very correct. Very correct.
Dodgers fan.
Yeah, so Hockey says the last time markets started to go up seems to be leveling off. Are people bored, out of money? They might be out of money.
Yeah. No, basketball is going to pick up with the hotness here soon.
Yeah, so
Getting ready for the playoffs.
Hockey guy did his own check. He sees 10.6 million sales in the last 90 days, so about 118K a day, which sounds reasonable. That sounds in the ballpark to me. The tricky part is the sales, right? Because a lot of people throw stuff up because now it's free with a certain amount of listings. So you can put something up for a ridiculous price and just let it rerun every 30 days and just so it's an auction, and every 30 days it renews, but like it never sells. And you can just leave it there until eventually does. You muted yourself, Bobby.
That's free advertisement for most of the guys.
Yes, that's fair.
Look what I got.
Yeah.
Oh, Brian,
Yeah.
Your question, what was the purpose of your question, I guess, in sales?
It just really interests me.
So no
I'm just
purpose.
wondering how many people are in the hobby, and how many hobbyists are out there buying cards day in and day out. And the number is actually higher than I thought it was. So I thought it was considerably lower than that.
I think also one factor we have to do is that whenever we do any data, we run into a problem is that what about transactions that happen between collectors and collectors that aren't listed anywhere, that you can't find? It's just there.
ComC, PWCC. I mean,
ComC is a really good
Star
example
Stock,
too, because you can do multiple transactions per day on these small cards. They're transactions, they're real transactions, but it's just maybe you load ComC with $50 or $100 and go like on a mini shopping spree. So you go and buy 30 cards from 30 different sellers. Those are 30 transactions from you in one day. But
I sold 3 things today.
That really should be one though.
I get you, but I'm saying,
yeah.
If you're running the numbers, like they're real because they're independent sellers, right? So they're individual transactions. Small.
They're all taxed, right? They're all taxed and charged.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Not in Canada.
They are in California, boy. Oh my Lord.
Not yet, Bobby. Not yet.
Yeah. Don't speak too soon.
Yeah. So I'll read this one.
We are taxed on our fees, though.
Correct.
We have been for the last 4 years, something like that.
Sounds good. So let me read this question from Mr. LAGN. So if you look at the picture from Dallas Card Show, many transactions being done in cash, probably to avoid taxes. Fair. Good strategy to bring cash. Yes. I will say, though, if that is your strategy, don't bring cash, do a cash transaction, and then take a picture of it and put it on social media to confirm. The IRS has entered the chat.
Yes.
Like, why would you do this to yourself? Don't confirm. Disgrace. Pure disgrace. Yeah, 10K received and not charged back. Correct. Yep. Okay, so here you go. Golden will start accepting Bitcoin next month. Yeah. That's true. I was actually joking with old Crypto Griff, Dave, via text. We were joking. We were kind of joking about it's like as I said to him, it's like, so at what point am I just gonna have like a segment where I'll bring you on and we just talk crypto? That'll be the segment. We'll just annoy a bunch of people. It's like it might have to become a thing. I might have to do a podcast with Crypto Griff just about crypto. And he goes, "We don't need to know anything, and nobody else in Bitcoin does. Make shit up. Just make shit up."
Cards, crypto, it's almost the same thing.
To the moon, Bobby. To the moon. Yeah, so Grateful ComC has a Canadian mailing address. Fair. Doesn't get populated on eBay until ComC ships your card. Yeah, that's fair. I'm with you. Any option that gives you a mailing address that you can do that helps you is always good. I actually triggered I triggered a shipment from ComC. I didn't pick the fastest option this time because I don't like paying billions of dollars to ship my damn cards. Plus, I'm going to get hit with the customs fee anyway. So give me a break.
Does that not come yet?
No, I just did it yesterday. So it's gonna
it's
gonna take ComC probably about a month, give or take, for it to ship. They're on the ball. Let me tell you, they hired 50 new shippers, so that'll fix it. Yeah. Anyway,
PSA should take some information from that and move on.
Sure, exactly. Yeah.
50 new graders. Why not? We'll get your cards back in 3 days.
Yeah, exactly. That'll be
for $400 a card.
I guess here, Polly P says, and good evening, Polly P. I didn't see your name before. One thing I noticed from the Dallas show is a lot of the big transactions were done in form of trades. Yes. Yeah. That's where the Sasha T thing came into play because that was a trade deal. So if you're going to do a 400K transaction, it's probably going to be some kind of a trade for trade because he has been upgrading his stuff over time to have some of these high-end cards. So now you can make this kind of a deal. So it doesn't have to be cash only. It can be a trade deal as well.
It seems to.
That's very interesting comment.
Yeah, it seems to reason that, I mean, if you're really on it, man, you could make a lot more money than just selling it for cash.
Agreed.
You're doing with cash and trade.
Now, here's a good question for you. And this is just a general thought experiment for later, because we can always percolate on and come back on it later. When you do a transaction like that, that is a transaction, but that's not cash.
No, it's not.
That's not a real comp in any way, shape, or form, technically, but a transaction was made. cards change hands, but cash didn't necessarily change hands, or maybe a little cash maybe in there, but then obviously a fraction of what it would have been if it had been a real straight cash deal. You can't really call that comp. So then this high value card changed hands, but very little cash changed hands.
Right.
It's just kind of another way of transacting, but you can't count that one.
Right.
No.
Yeah, it does nothing for you in terms of
You know
figuring out.
you got to out 10% of the deal based on fees because everybody deals on eBay, right? Probably.
Well, it'll be the last comp, I guess, that it was probably said it was probably pretty close, minus the 10%, like you're saying, or something like that.
Trading tax wise is just huge.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Eventually you can get whacked by Uncle Sam hard, you know.
I know it's
Big
easy
cards.
to see this thing because you guys are a lot of you in Canada. Do you guys got to actually pay like a tax in eBay?
Yeah, what's up with that?
We do now on certain items.
Just on your fees.
No, but I'm saying like when you purchase.
No.
I've gotten taxes. I've gotten
From what?
taxes on some purchases on eBay. Yeah.
You mean the duty coming across on shipping?
No, I'm talking about on eBay taxes.
If I purchase something in California, I get taxed
No, anything I purchase, I don't get taxed on.
off eBay.
I'm with you, but I'm saying I have gotten. I think some sellers have turned it on because I think in Canada it's more optional.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, my friend has.
okay.
Are they taxed?
I've been taxed on some purchases.
Have you
when
turned
they
that thing on where it goes through your bank account?
No. I'm talking about the tax gets put on for me as a buyer. I'm paying tax.
Really?
Yeah.
When did that start?
It's not everybody. It's not across the board, but I've definitely seen it, even for some Canadian purchases I've made.
When you go to checkout, you got your list of things or whatever. It's got your price. Since Minnesota's got, I think last year or the summer before, sales tax on internet purchases. So I've got tax and the shipping, and then your total. So
Yeah, I haven't got that.
Me too.
Yeah. I don't think it's across the board, Bobby. But there's definitely been some where I have seen it, where I've definitely seen it, and some purchase. Now, also, in fairness, when I will buy from an American seller and I ship it to ship my cards in order to save on tax and shipping, then I'll get taxes there as well, of course, because then I get charged whatever the tax is. For Arizona. For Arizona.
See, I haven't got taxed on any of the purchases that I sent to my friend in St. Louis.
Sure. Yeah. No, for sure.
But what's your? I think Justin might have been getting at. What's the go over the border fee? The what's that tax?
Yeah.
Are you talking about for after I ship it over?
13
across the border. Yeah, the import.
It's usually about 13% for customs. For customs, it's about 13%.
That's what I meant.
But then the custom officer charges at least $25 to perform that service
for sure. Yeah.
Minimum.
Well, it's important that they add up the number and press buttons on a calculator. They need to charge $25 to push buttons on the calculator.
You got to push enter to do the filing. Enter. Yeah.
See, if the U.S. has this international shipping program, whereas if I'm a Canadian and I buy something off of somebody in the U.S., the international shipping program kicks in. So the guy sends it to Chicago for $3. I have to pay the $19 shipping that Chicago eBay is going to pay to ship it back to me. The duty's already put on top of that. So it's $19 plus it's a percentage of that. I think it's probably another $5 to $7. So you have to pay on a card $20 shipping every time. So
it's the shipping, not
$10 card.
It's not on a percentage of the card cost. It's just the shipping.
It's both. So if you use the global shipping program, it's
global.
Both.
Yes.
They've got a handling fee, and they pre-charge customs.
Yes.
So in that scenario, they actually tax. So you'll have, it can be, by the way, a small card. I've had $10 cards where they try to charge me $20 shipping.
They can't though. It's you're allowed $20 free.
No, but I'm saying like the pre-charge that eBay does for the global shipping program, I get charged the duty. It's like, this thing is so low value. Why are you charging me duty on it at all? Like,
you can actually claim that back.
Oh, I'm sure. Like, but I'm trying to get at like.
So let me ask you this: so if you buy $1,000 car from somebody from the U.S., how much are you going to get charged for shipping and overall fees for handling?
Duty. It would be duty and shipping. So the shipping will be $20, $30.
It will depend on the card. To be fair, it will depend on the card.
If somebody's $20, it's what, $20? I don't think the global shipping goes up much, but the duty goes up. quite considerably. So you're going to pay, generally in Ontario, it's 13% is our tax on, if you buy a car, you buy a house, whatever you buy, it's 13%. Groceries. So that 13% will have to be added onto your purchase, I think, at that point. Would it not? Because anything, we're allowed $20 in free goods, $60 as a gift.
So you got to pay $130 in taxes, and then plus the $20.
Yeah, probably be about $150 on a $100 item if it's the global shipping program. Yes.
Yep.
Otherwise, nothing.
And what if Justin FedEx to you from his house?
FedEx actually has another duty thing. It depends on the value you put on the FedEx.
I was about to say yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
FedEx and UPS you avoid. So if you want something shipped, just go Canada USPS. Nothing. They never hit you ever. I've never gotten hit by them, but some people have. And they don't check the things. But see, FedEx and UPS, they employ their own customs duty office, so they hit you every time. If it's over a value, they just
So basically, so for FedEx, for example, ship my cards, I can choose FedEx, and I do just because of speed. So I'll pay the freight. So I pay the amount up front, whatever the fee is, and then I'll get a phone call that basically says, "Hey, your duty is X." So then they'll bill me for that, and then I pay that. And sometimes the duty, depending on how much stuff is included and the declared amounts and whatever the declared amounts become super important, right? Because it's like what you put on it is very key. So like ComC, for example, my good friends at ComC, my buddies, my buddies at ComC. ComC Barry, Dave and Steve know. I got 375 cards from them, added all up that I bought over time, and they were nice enough to charge me almost $300 shipping for the fastest option, $300 shipping. But then Canada. So then when I get to the post office, they're like, so. I'm going to need another $280 customs from you. And I'm like, do you really though? Do you really?
Ouch.
Do you though?
Right.
And I was like, so I paid almost $600 to get my to get my thing shipped. I was not a happy camper that day is what I'm trying to say. I was not pleased.
So it's good to have a friend in the U.S.
from the post office, Carlos. Man,
Was that?
send them to my house. I'll send them back to you.
Lord. It was the problem though. That's a ComC problem because of course they declare the full value of the invoice. So they take everything on it, add it up, and then put the number at the end, and then you get tacked on the 13%. And I'm like,
yeah, you're getting beat up. Here's another tactic that people don't know is because if you're a Canadian, you have a U.S. address registered, as I do with my friend. I get to see stuff that other Canadians can't see because they don't have a USA name account in their shipping. So when people do searches, they can't see a lot of the things because if the American does not put international shipping and they just put USA shipping, they won't even get to see it.
Wow.
So it's been working well for me for the last 10, 15 years.
I've been using Ship My Cards for that. It has actually been helpful in seeing certain things. Their fees, all things considered, are not too bad. Of course, the best is if you have a friend in the U.S. who can assist. That's better. But if you don't have that luxury, then it is another option. It is a service that they can do. And their shipping is good. They are quick. They do get the stuff down to you pretty quick. And their fees are not unreasonable given what they're providing for. Because basically, you can let it sit there for a while. Let it build up until you've got a bunch of lots together and then just ship it in one thing.
But then you're going to have to pay taxes on the shipping, right?
You do, but the since
duty,
you can control how much, but since you can control how much you can declare, you can keep that down a little bit. You can control that a little bit if you're willing to take your chances, but you can't.
It's like a used car at the DMV, right? You know,
the blue book value and the
I paid you this, but come on now, we're gonna write this down.
So let me grab a couple of these comments here because there's a very critical comment that I didn't want to ignore. It's very important that I include this comment. So first, are there a lot of degenerates in the card hobby? I feel there are less of that in crypto. Oh, my friend, you have not met CryptoGriff. Hashtag CryptoGriff. There are some degenerates in crypto, I assure you. Yeah, so ComC requested 100 cards to the cheapest method December 1st. Still hasn't been attended to. My condolences. It is pretty bad. Yeah, Civic Department with you. Now, the Bronco 79. Bronco 79 says, if you're referring to the deal for the Charger, that's the Sasha T deal. There's $100 and $100K in cash, if he's not mistaken. Thank you,
Wow.
Steve, for filling in that blank. That wouldn't shock me. Still, though, considering the size of the transaction, that's still like a fraction of the overall. But that's still quite a bit of cash as well.
Gary Vee says it's $1 million card, right?
And as Paul says, the Oracle. True. Correct. And then Paulie P says, the majority of the people at the Dallas show were teenagers. One question: where are these kids finding time and money? The Oracle answers: rich parents. Really? Okay, I'm muting that again. What the hell? What the hell? Is he doing construction back there? What the heck?
Oh no.
Anyway, from flipping, yep, with you. Ship my cards away around. Yeah. Ship my cards has been good to me. Like I said, my job isn't to promote them, but in my dealings with it, it's been a nice option. Of course, again, I say, if you have friends in the US who can help you with that, that's better. If you don't want to impose, though, it is nice to have an alternative option as well. And it is kind of cool that you can basically just let the stuff sit there for a little while. They'll just hold it for you. So it's basically you got your own little mailbox from them, and they'll hold your stuff, and they take scans. So you can actually see what you got. So that's cool.
What? Man, I haven't heard about them since like last summer, really.
Yeah.
You know?
So they're still useful. They're backed up like everybody else, though, because everybody's getting slammed card-wise. But my dealings with them have been decent. I can't complain too much. Yeah. Don't forget the exchange rate. Very true. 100K for a Charizard Y. Agreed. But in fairness, the Charizard PSA 10 has been selling for a pretty penny. So, to be honest, 100K, you can't get the card for 100K.
No.
The 100K was part of the transaction to get the card. So, Hockey Guy says, sounds like he's playing with sheet metal. Yep. Is it making Newton room? Agreed. True. You can set up an account at PWCC Vault. That is another option. You can use that. They have fees for holding your stuff as well, but that is another possibility. You can do that. So, and now we're caught up. Perfect. So that's good. What I was going to say as well is that when it comes to a lot of this stuff, we're all looking at options, right? Now, I will say, in the spirit of not legal advice, we're never going to advise you to evade your taxes. So the opinions expressed by Bobby are those of Bobby.
I concur.
Yeah, it's like, we're never going to advise you to evade your taxes. Pay your taxes. Be responsible citizens.
That's right.
Right, Dave? Yeah, exactly.
DMV too, yes.
It's like, that I will avoid the litigiousness, as you know, Dave. Everything is alleged. There will be no tax evasion on this podcast.
Never.
We will never advocate for that.
Never.
So anyway, yeah, that's fair. But it's one of those things. So yeah, 100K plus street cards. The kids like the Charizard, Hockey Guy. The kids like the Charizard. Can't help you. It's just
how many are there? It's rare.
It is rare in that condition because they get scratched up a lot.
Yeah.
There is some condition sensitivity to that card, but you got to be it's got to be something you want. If you really want it, then you'll pay the price. If it's not, you don't care. If it's not, you don't care. So Mr. LAGN, the IRS in the chat. Exactly. Yeah. Star Stock, I had so much hope for them. Now they're backlogged badly. Agreed. No, I totally agreed. Anybody in sports card right now that has to do transactions and turn stuff around, they're all screwed right now.
Yeah, they are.
Like, shipping stuff out is a pain for everybody. IRS and CRAs are in the chat. That's right, Paul. Steve adds, there's no different than paying that kind of money for Magic the Gathering Black Lotus. Agreed? That is true. Yeah, but condition sensitivity is a factor when you're doing grading.
Yeah, the PSA 10 is what we're talking about. Yeah.
It's condition scarcity versus scarcity. It was a playing card. Kids in 1999 played with them. It's not like they didn't print any, but kids actually played with them. And a lot of them didn't use the sleeves and stuff like that.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So
look at my Charizard. They held it and threw it on the ground.
And like the back is like a blue bordered card.
Yeah.
So it is. It is what it is. Here's a suggestion, Dave. Apparently, we're getting all the podcast ideas. Old School Wrestling Talk channel. I don't know, man. My dance card's gonna get busy between Crypto Griff, podcast on crypto. Dave, if we do an Old School Wrestling Talk, oh my god, it's like, oh my goodness.
7-hour streams will be short ones.
What's that?
7-hour streams will be short ones.
I know. Oh my goodness.
So now I have never been a wrestling fan.
Sure.
But I'm a huge, one of my favorite shows on TV on TN is the NBA on TNT. The show's do you guys watch it?
No.
I've seen a little bit. Yeah.
It is awesome. I love that show. But
Yes.
so one night there was no basketball on, and they were showing wrestling, and
Sure.
when I was a kid, I was an athlete, and I'm like, these guys are fake. I wasn't buying into it. So I'm all, okay, I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to give this a watch. Man, that is a lot of man flesh for one.
Okay.
That is a lot of sweat.
That's one way to put it. Sure. Yeah.
That's a lot of banana hammocks going on.
Uh-huh.
The guys were amazing athletes, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I was impressed there. Their agility, and man, they were taking some hits. That was impressive. The drama, they lost me at the drama, though.
Sure.
I just couldn't do it.
But the way I would position it is this, because this is the way I would put it. I don't treat it any differently than any other type of TV show. If you're interested in what you're seeing, if the stories are interesting to you, what's happening in the ring has to play into the story. If it doesn't, then it's just fake fighting. You can have fake fighting. That's like, what's the difference between fake fighting and blood sport? Jean-Claude Van Damme is not fighting anybody.
I hate it when you have points.
But it's a movie. Yeah, but it's a movie.
We give into that every time we go to see a movie. It's fake.
But you acknowledge and you understand when you're watching Bloodsport, you know what you're watching. You're not like, oh my God, Jean-Claude Van Damme, like no one would fight. Like, you're not worried about that.
The splits. And
Yeah, like if he tried that, he would get his ass kicked. That's what would happen. If he tried that in a fight, he would get his ass kicked.
That's a great movie.
But it is a fun movie. It's an enjoyable film. So, but you understand it's patently ridiculous. Like it is.
It was patently ridiculous. Yeah.
But then take a different one. My favorite, Rocky IV. My personal
great movie.
Rocky, the reigning world
So
champion
corny.
in boxing, who's like a foot shorter than everybody in creation. The reigning heavyweight champion, even though everybody's like twice his size. But while being champion, he foregoes a payday to go fight in Russia against a steroided behemoth.
Drago.
Yeah, Drago. So to go do that and gets himself pummeled to the point that Rocky V, which gets retconned, we ignore Rocky V later. But at the time of Rocky V, he's beaten so senseless he has brain damage. And he did this for free on Christmas Day. Makes total sense. Absolutely. That's what you totally do. It's a movie. No one cares. It's fine.
movie.
Whatever. And then Rocky V. And then by the time we get to Rocky Balboa, Rocky VI, it's like, it's not called Rocky VI because there's no Rocky V. It never happened. Let's not talk about it. He can fight again because he definitely didn't get brain damage in Rocky IV. Totally didn't happen.
What was that other kid who came in there? Wasn't that Rocky V?
The Rocky V was Tommy Morrison, who was an actor.
Tommy
Tommy
Morrison,
Gunn.
Machine
Tommy
Gun,
Gunn.
Tommy
but
Gun. Yeah.
He was a real boxer who came in, and he was Sylvester Stallone was his mentor. He was the protege until the Don King. I mean, other guy who isn't Don King, but he's totally Don King.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, five was a crummy film though. It was really garbage. It was really bad. So
Yeah,
I don't blame them for retconning it. It was a really bad film.
His acting, Machine Gun Tommy's acting, and that was just horrible.
He was a fine actor for a boxer.
Yeah. Well, for a boxer, yeah.
Yeah, for a boxer, he's fine.
Yeah.
But the thing is that, but the reason why I reference those things is like, it's a movie and you know it's a movie. So you're not going to critique it for the realism or whatever. Like, but then with professional wrestling did this to itself because for a long time it pretended to be real to keep the show, the kayfabe going. It's like, but guys, if you did these things in real life, you'd be in jail. You hit somebody with a chair, you're going to jail. So like, it makes no sense. So even when I was a kid, it's like, look, I know what this is. I'm enjoying it for what it is, but I understand what it is. And if you go into it with that mindset, it's like, you either enjoy the show or you don't. If you enjoy the show, then watch it. If you don't enjoy the show, don't watch it. It's fine. It's all
You kind
good.
of almost have
Makes
to
sense.
grow up with it a little bit too.
Yeah. It's
If
the
you see it when
theatrics
you're
is part
early,
of
yeah.
The theatrics is part of it. Like if you enjoy that aspect of it, then it's fun.
And I watched the history of early wrestling, and they were saying that what happened in the early stuff that they went back in time and like something never happened, whether it was, do you know what I'm talking about? No.
It sounds familiar because there was a documentary I remember about it. Now, mind you, the
But I
earliest
don't know anything
days,
about wrestling. So.
the earliest days of it was basically an offshoot of amateur. Like it was that kind of that borderline because there were kind of these fixed fights. But at the very beginning, it was because you could have wrestling exhibitions, you could have matches, but real fights, quote unquote, are going to look a lot closer to MMA. That's why with some people, it's like, well, the reason why a professional wrestling match looks nothing like a real quote unquote fight is because a real quote unquote fight will become a grappling contest usually.
It was Andre the Giant versus Hulk Hogan. That's what it was, wasn't it?
WrestleMania 3.
Yeah, and then they said it never happened, and it actually had happened many times before or whatever.
Sure, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
because
that's what it was.
It's wrestling. You can retroactively retcon anything you want.
You can do anything you want.
These guys have never fought each other except for this time that they did, and this time that they did, and this time that they did.
Hulk body slam Andre in that
He
one?
did.
He did.
But he had also done that before.
And
they made a
Andre
big deal out of it
could
like it never
move.
happened. Yeah, he had done it in another match.
Andre was super hurt and he could hardly move, and he still body slammed him.
Yeah.
He likes, you can like see him saying, he's like, "Are you ready for this?" And Andre goes, "Yeah, I guess." And
Anybody want a peanut?
yeah, I'm going to drink another 4 cases of wine. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good, great story though. What a great man.
The Andre the
he seemed
Giant
like a
story
really
was really
great
good.
guy, man.
The key
Yeah.
about wrestling though is the stories. You just outline. The key
Okay.
is the mythology
All right.
and the stories. That's
All
why I
right.
say like I never worry about and I never try to convert anybody. That's not my job.
No,
like it's but I will always explain it this way. And this I find is the simplest way. I find I do you a better service by just saying it's a TV show, dude.
If
you like the
does
sh-
explain it in a
If
heartbeat.
you like the show, you like the show. If you don't like the show, that's cool. It's all good. I'm not going to try to convert you. It's not my job.
Yeah, well, there's 50 shows about ghosts on TV right now. There must be a lot of ghosts out there too, right?
Yeah. All right. So here, Paulie P has a good one here. If you want insight in wrestling, check out JD from NY. So JD from NY 206. I do listen to his podcast. He's a character too. He's talking about professional wrestling, but he's a character. He goes off all the time. He gets into screaming fits. It's hilarious. It is entertaining in its own way. So sometimes listening to people talk about wrestling is entertaining in its own way. It can be. Kind of think of the never receiving great first edition Pokemon stuff. Absolutely. I want to make sure I get some of these comments here since Steve is right now the collectible card game oracle right now. Right now he's laying down some knowledge on the collectible card games. He knows that piece as well. The Magic the Gathering especially. So yep. Let me grab this here. Influence of Japan and pop culture. Yep. Pokemon. Yes. Agreed.
They're just good for the hobby, you know?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Pokemon is the highest grossing media franchise. Yep. So just going back and forth on it. I'm just going here. Just seeing
I
if
don't
there's
get Pokemon cartoons either, but that's okay.
But the thing is, look, like you're not the demographic for it, right? Like,
No.
And my younger brother was of the age where he watched the cartoon. I walked by and I would watch it. It's like, okay, I get why kids would like this. For me, it's a bit repetitive. It's kind of silly, but like, it's a cartoon. It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't offended by it. Let's put it that way. And I'm like, but I'm not going to sit here and watch it, but it's fine for what it is. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wrestling
Very
now is in the middle of
repetitive.
its show. They stop and go, hey, we're acting. Yeah. Because they have to toe that line after a certain point. I'll tell you a quick thing. What changed professional wrestling in a lot of ways was Vince McMahon to keep up, because for a long time, Madison Square Garden, they would have to pay an athletic commission to sanction the wrestling matches, the same way that you would for boxing and stuff. So to keep up the illusion, they would pay the athletic commission to sanction them for matches. Well, at a certain point, Vince decided he didn't want to pay that anymore. So he's like, look, dude, it's fake. So he's like, he basically was like, look, we don't need to pay this. It's fake.
Yeah.
They're not real fights. They're not real fights, okay? They're not real fights. Is that what you want to hear? They're not real fights. So can we not pay this? And they're like, fine, go ahead.
Yeah.
So he did that to save money.
I love it.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
He
Makes
basically
sense.
just admitted it just to save the money.
Yep.
Sounds good. Okay, cool. So I think we've covered a lot of ground. I'm actually very pleased with it. So let me say this. Let me say this here. Let us, because right now I want to kind of get reacclimated, because I know, not this week, but the following week, I know my working situation is going to change. My start times are going to change. So I have to get acclimated to controlling the time on the stream. So we're going to do that. So if there's something else we need to hit on here, if the chat has anything, a burning question that you got, go for it. If anybody here has anything you guys want to discuss that we haven't touched on, please go for it.
And Brian, for the wrestling, Vince McMahon has a keen mind for revisionist history. He'll say something or he will just push something under the rug.
Mhm.
Like, and again, this sort of had to do, there was a bigger situation that happened, but when Chris Benoit killed himself and his family.
Never heard of the guy, Dave. No idea who that is. No clue.
Crispin, Krispen, Wah,
Yeah.
R-O-Y. He, I think it was a week before on Nitro, Vince McMahon got in a limo, and the limo blew up.
Well, not Nitro, Raw, but yes.
On Raw. On Raw, and it blew up, and then guess what? Vince McMahon's magically back in that storyline. Again, fleeting circumstances, but there's a lot of that type of stuff going on.
Seriously? Are you kidding me?
It's quality drama.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the problem is that it, like, jokes aside, the Chris Benoit thing, like, completely wrecked his whole plan because he's sitting there like, they're like, literally, he had killed himself off TV. And it was supposed to be a story like, okay, who killed Vince McMahon? What happened? What's going on? They were going to do a Who Shot Mr. Burns deal. Except Vince McMahon had got him blown to smithereens, supposedly. So then he has to come back on TV and be like, look, and he's literally like, he leads with it. Now, it was awkward because initially they knew he had died. They didn't know. Okay, seriously. I'm about to turn heel and I was already a heel. But anyway, so basically he initially didn't know why. They knew the guy had died. They knew that much. And they go, okay. So they had a tribute show. So he led the tribute show by explaining, hey, we were going to continue the storyline of my death and blah, blah, blah. It's a TV show. We continue the storyline of my death and do all that. But tonight we're going to have a tribute show to Chris Benoit and some of his coworkers are going to talk about him and blah, blah, blah. So they did a whole tribute show. And then by the next show, which was the same week, they found out that he had killed his family and then killed himself. And they're like, okay, so the tribute show thing, that's the last time we're mentioning him other than these opening comments. We didn't know. And we're never mentioning him again.
Wow.
That went down.
Sticky.
Awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah, you couldn't invent that. That was just amazing timing for all that.
It was, and the program went from being a PG-13 program to being a PG program after that, because they removed a lot of the more borderline storylines where they were pushing a little bit and stuff. And they got real family friendly real fast after that. Real family friendly.
Yeah.
Magically.
And a lot of the chair shots to the head sort of disappeared.
It's like, what do you mean? Concussions are fine. Didn't the guy have brain damage? No, that has nothing to do with anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Shut up.
Then the 10-minute clip of him getting hit in the head with chairs over the past 6 years. It's like, was this in your company? Well,
also one of his signature moves is a flying headbutt.
Dynamite Kid. So.
Yeah, you can't make this stuff up there, Brian.
Yeah, well, at least these days going in, right?
That's why MMA is so great.
But the thing is with MMA, here's what's interesting. I listened to Bill Simmons once talked about MMA a little bit because he couldn't get his head around the idea. And I go, a lot of ways, MMA is safer than boxing because a knockout is instantaneous and then the fight's over. You don't even do a standing 10 count.
Yeah.
You look at the guy and go, he's knocked out. He's done. It's over.
Quick tap out before anything goes too far.
Exactly.
And the refs are in there like,
you can live to fight another day. Very much so. Like the referee's job is to save you. He's not.
Yeah. Go back and look at those old Ali fights, versus Frazier, 16 rounds.
16. It's amazing.
300 power punches each, I mean, it's just, my Lord, the brain is taking a ding.
Yeah. I understood the idea of the standing 10 count, or the standing 8 count, I should say. But at a certain point, it's like you're actually giving somebody an opportunity to get bludgeoned more. So it's like, because your standard of are your faculties in order to continue is actually a very low bar. So it's like, actually, you probably should stop the fight, but you're going to continue. You're going to let it roll on.
Are you 40%? Are you 60%? Are you 100%? Go see. Yeah.
Could have been a lucky shot too, right?
Sure. But that's what I mean. Like in MMA, flash knockouts happen on a regular basis. But in a flash knockout, they'll still end the fight, which is to the benefit of the fighter. It's to give him an opportunity to be like, live to fight another day, dude. It's okay. It's okay. And if it's a good fight, and they let you live to fight another day, you can still get another fight down the road. It's not like your career's over if you lose one fight. It's okay. It's fine. If you're entertaining, they'll bring you back. Oh, by the way, you know what? You got knocked out, but it was a really good fight. People enjoyed it. They had fun. So go heal up, go rest, and then when you're ready to come back, go ahead. You can come back.
Yeah. I still prefer boxing for some reason, but
it's a little more eloquent.
But I love them both. They're both great.
No, that's fair. Yeah, and Hockey Guy says the correct point here. Sometimes if you're just getting beaten and like they don't feel like you're defending yourself, you don't even have to get knocked out. The referee will be like, "Look, stop. We're done here."
Yeah.
Which is better for the
fighter. In the towel, but
it's better.
16 rounds. Yeah.
Yeah, it's better for the fighter though. It's better for the fighter if the referee's taking care of you, going like, "Okay, look, I don't think you can continue. I don't think you can. You need to stop."
Yeah.
Stampede Wrestler is a horse trainer. Yes. That's right.
This is a good I know it's on YouTube and I know it's on Vice. Carlos, you'll have to help me out.
Sure.
Beyond.
It's beyond. It's Dark Side of the Ring.
Dark Side of the Ring.
Yes.
I'd recommend go check those out. There's a lot of interesting tidbits about a lot of interesting characters and situations in over the past, I don't know, 30-ish, 35, 40 years in wrestling, where it's a lot of eye-opening stuff comes out. So that's worth your time. It's a good, they always seem to do a good documentary style program, and they're not skewing one way or another. They're just letting people tell their story, and you make the determination of how you feel at the end. But I'd recommend that.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think they're really well done. But I think I think we could rename the show to "Why Vince McMahon is Going to Hell." Like three quarters of the episodes are like, so Vince McMahon allowed this horrible thing to happen on his watch, and this horrible thing to happen on his watch, and this horrible thing also happened on it. Oh my God! Why is this man not in jail?
That's what I was gonna say. Why isn't he in prison? Yeah.
Correct. So by the way, guys, I want to give props. I want to give huge props. Because this comment, I was about to respond to it, but, and he's right, but, right here, Roadkill. That is correct. ECW, Roadkill, chickens.
Mm-hmm.
We've had this discussion, Dave. You know, chickens. And if you know, you know. And if you know, you know.
Enough said.
Yeah, sounds messy.
Exactly. You have the intelligent defending champion MMA. Yes, correct. Yeah, it's a bit of a joke. It was the catchphrase of the guy. The Roadkill would basically look like an Amish guy with a similar beard. He actually kind of looks like Dave. Like there is a resemblance. But
without the hat,
I don't think he actually had. Well, he had like a little bowler hat, didn't he, Dave? Something like that. Yeah, he had like a little weird bowler hat thing. But the thing is, because I don't think he talked much in promos. He would literally just look at the camera and just go, "Chickens," and just be saying like, "Really? This is your contribution to the promo?"
I love it.
This is what you have to bring to the table? Okay, then. Sure. Got it. All right.
Boy.
So here goes.
Tag team wrestled with Danny Doring.
Yes. And the artist later known as Lita for like a cup of coffee.
Miss Congeniality.
Thank you. Dave knows. Dave, if we do this podcast, it might be a double header. I might do the Crypto Griff one, and then we just do the other wrestling one after. Yeah. I have a variety of knowledge bases beyond sports cards, so there's a lot of areas there. Yep, he had a hat. That's right. Perfect. So we even got in the Roadkill reference at the end. That's nice. All right, cool. So was there anything from the panel that you guys wanted to touch on? We could do wrestling things all day, but I'm trying not to. So let's not. I'm pretty good. I think this week really was kind of it was kind of a slow week, but we still got to a 3-hour stream. So what does that tell you in a slow week? We still got there. So good job, everybody. Good job, chat. You guys have actually been really, really good and really active. So it's been a lot of fun. I apologize for the delays in getting to you, but there's been some real good discussion. So thanks to everybody, Bobby, Brian, Justin, and of course Dave, and of course the Oracle was in the chat as well. So we got to appreciate that. So is there anything else that we wanted to touch on that was striking anybody? Anything interesting? I think the Dallas show stuff will probably come next week once we get a little more information. I think that'll be interesting.
So, let me ask you this, Carlos. How did the Golden auctions go? I missed it.
A lot of them made a lot of money. That's the short version. A lot of cards set new records. A lot of money was spent. I think upwards of 40 million and change. A lot.
Yeah.
It was a big auction for sure, no doubt. And I would say the The Card Ladder guys did well because they did an Instagram live talking about some of the auctions and stuff, so they did well with that. I think that, okay, let me throw this one at you as a final kind of little mini topic. It's a short one. Do you guys think, obviously we're getting a little desensitized to prices. I don't think the prices are going to be as big a thing anymore. So I don't think that's going to be a deal. But do you think there's going to be a time, at least for a little while here, while a lot of this stuff is going on, a lot of these auctions are happening, that there is going to be room for a lot of these auctions, especially the golden ones and such, to have a lot of those like live discussion, live talking things about as the auction results come in and chatting about that? Because I think they got a pretty good audience for it. And then Jeremy did his thing when he was watching eBay auctions from PWCC as an example, also as an example. And people are obviously hanging out in the chat and chatting about it. I feel like that's a thing that probably there's a little room in that genre still for a while. But do you think that'll last for more than a little while before people start getting bored of looking at auction results?
Yeah, but I so as long as it's not from Golden, I don't think they should overdo it. I think they need to keep their exclusive, thing going on and act like they're better than everybody else, and let us discuss it.
No, but that's what I mean. I'm talking about content creators outside of Golden.
Okay.
Doing their own thing, like a live stream, going like maybe doing like a panel and then doing like a screen share. Here are some of the auctions going on, and like, hey, what do you think this one's going to go for, Dave? Or what do you think this one's going to go for, Bobby? Or like, does that seem like a crazy price to you, or whatever?
I think it'll last for a little while, but look how many different auctions. So what if Heritage does it? With Robert Edwards? How many different auction houses we can name that just keep going? So it would end up boring. It's sort of like how many podcasts can you look at in a week?
No, for sure. I think
let's go see and it's just the millionaires just throwing their money around. Like, I don't even care to watch them. Why would you? This Jordan went for $5 million. Like, okay, whatever. You're not even in that group. You can't even barely look at that group because it's just they're way far above everybody else. And I don't even see it's not even pertaining to anybody who's really on social media and doing this type of stuff.
Yeah.
We're just watching the control of the market being played by everybody else. That's why I'm playing here. I'm having fun.
Yeah. I think though, what I'm really asking, I think the question, I'm using this specific example, but what I'm really asking and what I'm really alluding to is I think we've just about hit hobby content saturation. Like what's there is we have though. No. You can make as many podcasts as you want, but the attention has been divided already so many ways that if you've got like your anchor in a little bit, you've got your niche, whatever category that you fall under, I think you're good. But I think it's like, and I've joked about it in side conversations, but I can't take another interview show. I listen and watch a ton of content. Like I can't do another interview show thing because it's like, what are you going to bring to the table that's fundamentally different than another interview show? And it's the same people you're going to interview. Like there's only so many people you can rotate around. And it's like, this is the 56th time this person's been interviewed. They've been asked basically the same questions as last time. How many times can we do this?
Yeah, some shows will be redundant. I understand that. And some new shows will pop up. But yeah, we are a critical mass, sure, especially with the hobby, the way it exploded. We had more people looking at stuff, and that's only to drop off. It's not like everybody's clamoring to get back in and watch another podcast of somebody else. Yeah. So it just becomes, I think you get more people exposed to it. There's a lot of people in the hobby who really aren't even online or doing what we're doing. That's and right. I think more of those people will come in and they'll find where they're happy, in the, different areas that they find interesting. Yeah. Like Dave and Steve's show and your show and Jeremy's show and a few other shows and whatever. And I think you'll only be able to spend so much time once we're all back to work doing whatever we're doing.
I think there's going to need to be enough of a distinguishing factor. Dave and Steve have the chicken sandwich angle covered. So like covered from left, right, and center. Like it's strong. It's strong.
I think y'all made good points. But I guess I would add that I think there are people who just love to see how high it can go.
Sure.
I think there's a percentage of people who want to see that. Now, I don't know if they want to watch a hour and a half auction to do it when you could go to Sports Card Investor Dealer, right? That guy has a great channel, right?
Yeah. No,
I mean,
the one you're talking about, I do
watch
enjoy
the top 20, you know, and
Yeah.
he does a great job. Chris, right? Chris?
I think that's right. There's a
Yeah.
lot of Chris's. I feel like there's a lot of Chris's in the hobbies. Day.
It's
A lot of
Chris. He does a
Chris's.
great job with that show.
Love
I'll give him props on that. He must do a lot of research and stuff.
I would say though, for the example you're giving though, he does a summary at the end, which I think there's value to. But I think you can still do the live stream because, like, look, watching an auction is actually not that interesting. It's the analysis could be interesting. The banter in discussion could be interesting. You can make it entertaining. Like the thing with I give the card ladder guys their credit. The crossover is them doing their own thing on Instagram. It's a little different because they do it on Instagram. It can last 2 or 3 hours. It depends on the night. But they literally spent like 45 minutes talking about pizza in the last episode.
Wow.
They just started chatting about pizza for 45 straight minutes. Topping pizza. In the end, Chris ordered pizza. He was so hungry after the pizza discussion that he ordered pizza. And they started looking at the app of Domino's going, wait a minute, this looks like the PSA counter.
I think once we got past the $1 million marks, now that went for 2.5. What was it, 3.7? I can't remember. And I think that's floating away. So all that grandiose is gone, and now we're just swimming in the mediocrity of our own.
Back to reality.
6 figures is the new 5 figures for cards. That's what I was telling Carlos the other day.
Good idea. That's great.
I
Great
mean,
one.
geez, you know,
True.
normal. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
At
So
that
Mr.
point,
LAGN here brings up that some might not want to talk about auctions because it would drive up prices. It's possible. But I think the problem is that I'm going to steal a page from Gary Vee here. It isn't just the content that's created. You also want to pay attention to what people are reacting to in the content itself, because I'm ignoring your face, Bobby. So the other piece though is, how are people reacting to the thing? Because we can say whatever we want, but then I go look at how many people are watching. So that's why I used Jeremy with that PWCC thing. A bunch of people were watching that. And it was literally him going through auction tabs. And I'm literally like, you guys are watching him watch auctions and click on tabs. That's what you're watching.
It was pretty. You gotta admit that was. I mean, we only get one of those a month for.
I get it, but I'm trying to say is, like, if we break it down to its core, what you are actually watching is a man click through tabs on his browser.
but those were more relevant to us, though.
I get it, but the thing is, there wasn't enough time between auctions to really spend.
I know.
There's no analysis.
Fast.
It's literally just click on this tab, click on this tab, click on this tab.
Yeah.
I've been telling.
We all do the same thing on PWCC, so it was like on those nights. So like it was just Jeremy just doing it for everybody.
I get it. I just found it amusing. Just like, y'all realize what you're actually watching right now?
Like every 10 or 12-year-old kid in America is watching video games being played on YouTube.
Mhm.
Like, what are you doing? Don't you guys want to play the video game? No. They just want to watch it be played.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And he got a lot of mileage for it. Like, I'm not knocking it. He got a ton of mileage.
No, mileage for sure.
Dave, this is a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
You and Steve clicking on tabs, Dave. You and Steve clicking on tabs. This could be huge.
I think Brian
it
hit
would
another
be.
big one.
And it wouldn't have to be like the high end stuff. I think people love the high end, and you can corner that market or at least have a good share of it by doing this, because look at the shows, Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous.
Sure, yeah.
Cribs. People, even if they can't get into that bracket, they can't sniff that bracket. Guess what? They want to experience it somehow, and the murmuring and the mumbling and the rumbling. Oh, what's that going to go for? 3 million? No, it's 3.5. No, 4 million. And it just sort of being there, and you can say, again, not that it matters to any of us, like, wow, we were there when we saw the Jordan PSA 10 sell for 3.7 million. Wow, high five. No, we're not going to do that, but some people might, and that's fine by them. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot of these collectors, new and old, that want to be on that train just to say they saw the Trout Super go for 3.6 or 3.8, the Jordan, the Luka, the whatever the next big card is. They want to be there, and that will that just appeals to them. So to me, once in a while that'd be fun to see some like the lower end stuff.
Sure.
Like
Yeah,
if we had the inserts, like, hey, a Griffey gold embossed refractor's going off, not even a
Sure.
PSA 10. Let's see where this goes. Oh, 1,400. That's a big price.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that's you
More relevant.
every market or every price bracket there. And I think people start doing that just because it's another way to integrate more content hobby wise into people's lives.
Dave, I say this rarely.
You're a genius.
Brilliance. Opposite of who cares sign. I like it. I like where you went with this. I like where you went. No, because I think though you touched. I like to give credit where it's due. Roadkill, brilliant analysis. You may have a chicken, but even in sandwich form, you may have one. But the thing is that Dave touched on but he hit on a perfect point about this though. There is an aspect to I am participating vicariously in the watching. Like I can't play in this game. This stuff's beyond my price points. So how can I participate? Well, I can watch this stuff and I can rubberneck. At the very least, I can see this thing and like elaborate and maybe speculate. Like, oh my God, it pays for so much. But that in itself, the activity, that's my participation. And it's free for me as the viewer. So I'm watching the guy click on the tabs. So I guess in this case, so you know what? It kind of works, right?
Yeah, it does.
It kind of works. I like it. So I'm not offended by it. I pose the question. Stuff like this, I just like to pose the question. And once in a while you get like, we got some broken brilliance, Dave. That was some serious broken brilliance. That's why I enjoy it. Exactly. And back to normal. But I like that because once in a while when you force people to like think about it, just why do you think? And then it's like, oh, well, what about this? Maybe it's like because of this. And like, awesome. I agree. I think that's a astute analysis. I like it.
Brian had a good point there. He was saying these kids are watching YouTubes of video games.
Sure.
Well, that's like watching sports players for us, sports stars. That's their era or what they enjoy. So it isn't really that much different. And you ask why? Why do we watch basketball play? Why do we watch hockey? That's the new generation. They're going to be into cards so much, unless they do cards of video gamers, maybe.
I'm with you. So you know what? I like Mr. LAGN's comment because it played beautifully because I got two topic suggestions. One was Al and the other one was Armor State Virtual. And I saved it. We're going to finish on this one. This will be the last one and then we'll shut her down and we'll call it a night. So Dave posted, what's your favorite streaming platform? I didn't forget. I waited for the moment. So you know what, Dave? Let's do this. I have an answer for you, but I'm curious. So what context did you ask this question? What was your thought process on this one?
Just what you watch.
Okay. So streaming platform for whatever genre, whatever reasons, whatever it is, just what do you like? This is more of an open-ended. This is not necessarily sports cards only.
This isn't the Tesla Bugatti lane. This is the lane freeway where you can pick.
Go ahead, Brian.
This is awesome because the question I wanted to ask you guys sometime tonight was I wanted to individually ask you guys what shows are you guys watching regularly right now.
Sure.
So perfect.
So Brian, hit on Dave's question first, and then name yours, and we'll name a show after.
All right. I was hoping to go.
Streaming platforms open, by the way.
I was hoping to go last, I guess.
Come on, you can say it. You can say it.
I guess I watch first and foremost sports like ESPN, NBA TV, TNT. I watch a ton of history. I know that Carlos, you're into history. I'm a history major too. Mm-hmm. I love military history. I watch all kinds of. I love ancient history and all that stuff. So I guess I would be watching most of my stuff on cable.
Okay.
But then I also use Netflix for documentaries. Okay. I use YouTube. That's mostly where I'm getting my sports content. Mm-hmm. I probably should be watching more Instagram, I guess. I need to work on that.
I need Instagram to improve its streaming platform, though. I'm still not happy with Instagram streaming. It's the potential is there. I think it's actually pretty good because you can see if somebody's streaming live. That's cool. I like the little notification on top. That's awesome. But like, give me a few better options. Like you're close. You're so close to making it good.
Let me jump in real quick on the Instagram live, and Brian probably knows what I'm talking about. Is the thing about Instagram? It's basically Facebook at the end of the day, and I don't want anything to do with fucking Facebook. I got family stalkers. Fucking you, fucking name it. so I don't mess around with Facebook, and I don't. I have Facebook just for Messenger, but I don't. And I'm not about to get on Instagram. That's another stalking potentially app. And so I'm not trying to go on there. Instagram just needs like a fucking like YouTube called InstaTube or something. Or we get on there and watch Pink Golden. It's just as simple as that.
I really like
that,
YouTube.
I don't care about anybody else on there.
YouTube's great.
It certainly is.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm not sold on Instagram either, though I am on it.
It's
but it's Facebook.
Like the 25 and unders, they can all kiss my ass. Everyone.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna have some fun with this. All right, Dave. Just say yes or no. What do you think? I'm not going to give context to that question. Yes or no?
Yes.
I'd say no.
No. I gave it to Dave. He has spoken.
He has spoken.
He has spoken. Dave understood what I said without even saying it.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Bobby. I couldn't give it to you. Thank you for contributing, Justin, but I think you're done for the evening. I appreciate you hanging out.
I was slow on that one, okay?
Yeah. I left it open for Dave. Okay, so let's finish this off. Let's finish strong because we're doing. I'll be honest with you guys. By the way, folks hanging out in the chat, you're 31 strong. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All of you that have been contributing. All of you. Appreciate you. Okay. So because I like this. I love the question. I think it's a good, and it leaves you it actually tells you a lot about what people are interested in. Because when Brian was explaining that, it actually tells you a lot. It's kind of a cool question. I like it because it's open-ended. It's not forcing you into a corner. You can go in a lot of different directions. So I can go now if you guys want. If you need a second, Dave, if you need a second, Bobby, I can go now. Or do you want to take a stab at it right now? Do you kind of know where you want to go with this one? What is your favorite streaming platform or platforms? Do you want to do it or do you want me to take a stab at it here?
Streaming
platform, period. Whatever it is. This is actually more open than you might think. So that's why I'm asking the question.
Very open, yeah.
It's super open.
Yeah, I think I watch a lot of reaction videos. I like seeing people's natural reactions. I'm the type of guy that if we're going to play a joke on somebody where something's going to happen to them, I have to be there. I can't not be there and you should have seen it. No, I want to be there. I want to see it. I'm a very much visual on. So reaction videos to, watching people laugh at Bill Burr, but you're watching the comedy with yourself too, or music videos or something like that. Something that takes me out of the scope of the hobby because I'm in the hobby 24/7 from waking up, because when you document stuff, you don't, and Dave too, you're nodding because you're always thinking about the next cards and all these, because you're in that 90s and it's like it's never ending. It's a big pool. Well, I'm in 1910 to 1990 plus, and then I'm doing the book stuff. So I need something to take me out of there. But I do enjoy being on the show, watching your show and a lot of different shows, the insert Jeremy, a few others. Not too many.
The Answer Revolution podcast, Tuesdays at 8:05 Eastern Time.
Sorry, yes, thank you very much.
I got you.
And Jeremy's show's interesting. Some of the guests are more interesting than others, of course.
I'm very fond of the after hours when I'm on them.
Yes, it was very good last night.
Great show last night, yes.
I went to bed, but I got it the next day at 1.75 speed. Actually, it's really funny when you listen to Carlos at 1.75. It's like I come on.
I get that from Garrett, Card Cutter, because I generally will talk New Yorkers would appreciate me. New Yorkers would appreciate me. So I will generally talk. I generally talk faster anyway, but that's more my cadence. I also walk fast, so it all plays into that. So, but when I pre-record a video, I do consciously slow down a little bit sometimes, and I kind of have to like remember that. But then when I'm engaging in conversation, that's why it's sometimes I get annoyed when someone like there's an opening for a beautiful shot and it's like a delayed reaction. I'm watching real life in slow motion. I'm like, oh, for God's sake, the joke is right there. Just take the joke. Take the joke. Take the joke.
Yeah.
It drives me insane. It's like, oh, real life is so slow.
I get it. So that's what I like to do. It's my just a little different thing that I enjoy.
Right. No, that's good. I think that's a good answer. So let me take on this one, and then I'll open it to Dave here to take it because it's his question as well. So I'm going to take the angle on this. My favorite is YouTube, obviously. I don't think that's shocking. I watch a ton of YouTube, but I like that you're not bound to one genre. You can get channels in a bunch of different genres. You can see live streams because the thing is streaming, even the pre-recorded videos, you're streaming them. Everything's streamed, the whole thing. Live streams are a different kettle of fish entirely. It's added an element of interactivity. So I participate and create. So I get to be on both sides of that fence. So I'll do this. On Tuesday, I'll be in the chat with Dave's thing. If I get really annoyed with Cryptogriff, I'll be like, Steve, give me the damn link. Give me the goddamn link. Because something has to be done about this nonsense. And then, I get frustrated and then things must be dealt with. Like I have to go and take care of business. And I'm like, this is my day off. But no, Cryptogriff has to be stopped. And somewhere off in the distance, I have to stop Bob. I don't know what he's doing, but he has to be stopped. It has to be done. So YouTube is my favorite. But if I go beyond that scope a little bit, my second one is Spotify. Because I enjoy listening to music. It's a great way of like when I'm relaxing, I'm doing something or coming up with even when I'm coming up with ideas that maybe relate to YouTube or not, I like to have that music. That's a streaming platform. That's why I say it's actually more open than people might. It's not just video. It can be other stuff. That's so very open. So that would be like a very strong number 2 because that's my second most used app, let's say. Number 3 that I like that's a bit underrated. It was referenced by Mr. LAGN, I think a little bit. I love Twitch. Now here's the thing. I'm not watching the video game people. Twitch has opened up its platform a little bit. I listen to a band called Halocene that does rock music, and they do a lot of covers and whatever. They're normally like a touring band who's been around for a while doing their thing, but in COVID times they can't. So what happens? They're stuck in Arizona where they're based out of, but they've been doing Twitch for 10 years. So what happens is now they do a live concert for 3 hours a day, 3 times a week. So they'll basically go live and they'll do effectively a concert where like they'll take requests and they'll do covers and they'll learn songs live. And sometimes they'll screw up because it's live, or they'll chat with the chat because it's live. So it's a 3-hour show 3 times a week.
That's interesting.
Which I think is a great idea. And they're not the only ones doing it. There's a bunch of musicians who are hanging out on Twitch. They basically live off donations. It's like the person playing music in the subway because it's like, they get a little bit of ad money, but at the end of the day, like if you want to make a song request, you can throw a couple of dollars their way and then they can do their thing because that's it. There's no other revenue.
So I'm not going to be able to watch David Gilmour on there though.
No,
I doubt it.
Okay. All right.
I doubt it.
Damn it.
How many views do they get, Carlos?
They get over 1,000 viewers a night.
Not bad.
So like, imagine though, if you're a band, a small band that people haven't necessarily heard of, but so this is actually really good. I want to make this point here. This is actually really cool. And I think this is something important for people to understand. I made the joke about the person trying to troll and talk about small audiences. Small audiences is relative, my friends, because these people are playing in front of 1,000 people, which to a mega band playing at stadium shows is nothing. But imagine if 3 times a week, you could go in front of a stage in front of 1,000 people who are watching and listening to what you're doing. That's actually kind of cool. And the internet allows that. Mm-hmm. So for them, that is their lifeblood. That is literally what they're living off of. Their life is based, they can't tour. They can sell merch, they can sell CDs and stuff, but they can't tour. Their home studio, a Twitch thing where they put a couple of cameras, the drummer is in another room playing the drums
right,
while the singer is in the room with the guitarist, and they're doing their thing live. And you know what? Sometimes they screw up. Sometimes because the girl who's singing is also paying attention to the chat because she needs to pay attention to what the chat is doing because maybe the audio goes out or something happens. She needs to pay attention. But sometimes the chat will say something funny and she'll crack up mid-song. So stuff can happen. So you're getting the interactivity along with a live concert. So the fact it's real, It's live. It's happening in real time, and you can have an impact on what's happening on the screen. That's appealing to the audience.
Yeah.
But it's also fun for the band because it's different every night. You don't know who's you don't know who's watching. So stuff happens live, and then you have to respond to it constantly.
And what a great way to videograph your career. And
correct.
You know, I mean, it's just amazing.
And you can build a fan base that way. So there are fans that are enjoying what they're doing just because it's like, look, we like what you guys are doing. So I'll throw a couple of bucks your way. Hey, good job. Enjoy. That is why, like, I love that. So now going back to what I was saying about small audiences, right? It's all relative.
Mm-hmm.
So like we talk about this thing, you know, like I said, trying to troll me at the same time, like you're watching the show. The references you're making tell me you're watching the show. So you're watching me. I don't know who the hell you are. No disrespect, but like, I don't know who the hell you are. But again, it's all relative. That's why I was saying to Jeremy, I think we glossed over Jeremy's head a little bit. He didn't quite get what I was trying to get at. But like, okay, in the grand scheme of YouTube, this is a small channel. The grand scheme of YouTube, this is a small channel. By the way, all sports card channels are small channels in the grand scheme of YouTube. Compared to PewDiePie, we're all minnows. So deal with it. Even the big guys. Jeff is a minnow compared to PewDiePie. He's not touching that. But when we're doing this stuff and we get, so imagine you say, me, let's scale it back. Let's say you get a room. You're going to opine on stuff for 3, 4, or 5 hours. And you can get 20, 30, 40 people in a room listening to what you're saying. That actually sounds pretty interesting that you can. Yeah. So why are you still here? Picture that in a room. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's actually, try doing that. Try doing that every single week. Walk into a room that fits 50 people and fit it with about 30 or 40 people every night. And some people leave, some people come, some people leave, some people come. But over the course of the night, on average, there's 20, 30 or 40 people watching.
You'd have to bring a hammer and nails and nail them to the floor to keep them in there, you know?
Well, there's
on the internet, we can
diversity, though.
I know.
On the internet, we can do that.
I know. It's crazy. Yeah.
We have a lot of diversity in the rooms.
So then I'm back to my question. It's like, so is it small? I guess, but like try doing that in real life. Mm-hmm. You can't. So even if they're watching for like half an hour and then they click off and come back or click off and come back, you got their attention for whatever period of time that is. We underplay that because we're looking at a number and we're not realizing what it means. Like maybe they enjoy it, maybe they don't, maybe they never come back, maybe they do. Like, but it's something. So that's why I say, like, when you try to treat it like, oh yeah, it's small. It's like, well, it's all relative. Some people can't even get that. So what does that mean?
Powerful stuff.
But that's why I try to put it in context. I was like, understand what you're actually talking about here. You have these many people's attention for however long this is. And maybe it's a little while, but you had their attention for that period of time. Don't take it for granted. I don't. I like to make fun of it, but I don't take it for granted.
Yeah.
So that's the context I wanted to offer there at the tail end of that, and I gave you 3. All right, Dave, what do you got?
YouTube is probably number 1.
Sure.
As I've mentioned before, like Bobby, I'm not in as deep, I think, obviously, with my hobby content, but the things I'm thinking about during the day, either for topics for the show, because again, on the show, we ramble a lot. And that's
no.
And we have like the pet peeves. It went like 3 episodes because we didn't get to
episodes.
Well, 14, whatever.
It will never end.
But we never got to it because we got sidetracked right away. So I'm trying to be more diligent, and Steve's on board with that too.
Right.
To have these like topic points, bam, hit them right away in that first hour or so.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting there at work. I'm not even thinking about work. I'm thinking about like topics, questions, subtopics, all that stuff. Then you're looking at your phone, looking at eBay, looking wherever. So when I get home, the last thing I really want to do is jump into more hobby content.
Sure.
I'm watching, there's a channel, I don't even know what it is, on YouTube, where it's just a camera on a train going through Sweden. Okay. It's along the shoreline. It goes through towns. It's just like a regular commuter train, but I'm just watching that. Mm-hmm. It's like the ASMR. It's just like, that's soothing to me. Then if I want to watch World War II history, I'm all over that because that's my dream vacation. Train trek around Europe to all the major World War II spots.
Interesting.
Again,
Can I make a quick recommendation since you just hit on a very interesting topic, and this will play well with Brian as well since he's a history guy. There's a YouTube channel called TIK. TIK. And TIK tends to focus a lot on World War II. They focus a lot on World War II. He's got a series called Battlestorm Stalingrad. But in addition, he does a lot of other analysis on World War II stuff. As a history guy, I might have that Battlestorm Stalingrad thing saved as a playlist that I watch.
That
like
sounds really
deep,
awesome.
It's deep though. It's up to 20 episodes.
Oh wow.
And they're like 40 to 50 minute episodes. The dude goes in depth. I will give him his credit. He goes in depth. He's serious. And I appreciate it given that I studied Stalingrad, wrote essays and papers on Stalingrad, and read multiple books on Stalingrad. Just saying. Just throwing it out there since you referenced it, Dave. Please continue.
Very interesting battle. Yeah.
Please continue, Dave.
And that's one thing where if you look at me, you're not thinking, man, you must like World War II history, want to learn about it. No, I like eating and wrestling. Mm-hmm. WWE Network, which is going to go, they're going to switch over to the Peacock Network.
That's right.
The Peacock thing. That's, I watch a lot of stuff on there, but I've got a lot of videos and DVDs, so I don't really have to go back and watch. That's another one. Twitch, I've watched a couple things on there. For me, I don't want to consume with all this other content. Sometimes the Russian car crash videos are things I just want to watch.
Well, highbrow content, Dave. Highbrow content.
Well, you can't have all the high-end stuff. You got to go with a little lowbrow once in a while.
So the car crashes are the high-end stuff, right?
It's the reality TV.
So wanted to make sure we had this covered. Make sure we got this right.
I like them too, Dave.
And then with my daughter, she'll want to watch like the top fives. It's just a channel called Top Fives, and it's usually 15. Right. So I'm like, I love that where you're ripping off my lists.
I was about to say, so she's watching Jeff Wilson Top Fives? Like, that seems awkward. I don't know about that. What the heck, man?
So they'll have like the greatest tanks one week. They'll have the oddest looking trees. They'll have something about like the most poisonous snakes. Then that'll get me down a road of watching like some beekeeper take out hornets' nests. I'll watch 5 or 6 videos on that because it's just interesting. Because it's something you see, but you don't know the parameters to go about removing it.
Okay, question, Dave. Since you hit on it, what's the greatest tank?
The greatest tank?
What is the greatest tank?
I'd go Panzer.
Okay. You don't like the T-34 just because of the sheer quantity they made? It did help win the war.
This is true.
Was the most significant tank. Yeah.
I would say. Just because of the mass production thing. But I'm generally agreeing with a lot of those Panzers were technologically superior. But the T-34, the fact that they could build millions.
When they ran. Yeah. When they ran. Yeah.
Russian technology, man. Hit it with a wrench. It's fine. Hit it with a wrench.
Amazing things. Those things would run on any fuel too, right?
Agreed.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to say.
Any fuel. Yeah. You go to the bathroom, the thing, and it ran. Yeah.
As soon as you mentioned tanks, Dave, I was like, oh my God. Yes, go on.
Yeah.
Okay, please.
It's the new Soviet tank, though, right? That's going to be the best tank in the world, or no?
Nice.
Go back to Dave.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah,
please continue.
And then the tornado chasing. That would be something. And again, I'd want to do that. I would love to be within a couple football fields of like an F4 and F5 tornado, chasing it. It's adrenaline, but it's nature unleashing its unbridled fury and hell on whatever's in its way. And you have to look at it with awe, but also have to respect it, because if you get any closer, it's not going to be a Wizard of Oz. You're not going to have your flying monkeys moment. Your flying moment is going to be your Oz moment. So a lot of YouTube. I've done a little Twitch. I just don't want to go all over the place for the content. And that's just me. I feel comfortable on the YouTube. Netflix, there's a few things that we watch. The Sinner, that show. You, when that's been on there. I know there's a couple others.
I will say, though, like, in fairness, the thing with Twitch, I like it just because I enjoy the music content, which I just referenced. Like, it's a very specific genres that will do well. Mr. LAGN mentioned that he has not found much card content on Twitch. I don't see how, other than box breaks potentially. Box breaks is one thing I have seen that has made it on Twitch sometimes. What are you going to put on it?
Yeah.
Like imagine, I don't think StreamYard has the capability yet, but imagine StreamYard activates Twitch. This would be a very odd thing to have on Twitch. Not because you couldn't do it. Like, if the platform will allow it, you could do it. But at the same time, it's like, when you're doing Twitch, you have to interact with the chat so much, which you can still do here, but it's like, it's really tough. Like, it's a lot. Mm-hmm. And then you can be raided by other things. And like, all of a sudden you got hundreds of people in there all at once. And it's like, a lot of things on Twitch are designed to allow people to be able to patronize the creators in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
So they can offer bits, which are worth a cash value, a certain amount. And like, you know, they can cash. It's like, but what are you going to offer? Like, it's one of those things where like, listen, I have no moral opposition to taking your money. None whatsoever. But again, like, what are you offering it for? Like, what is it? Like, we're doing the show anyway. So it's like, I don't know. I would never be like, oh, how dare you pay me money? But I'd also be like, what for? Like, what is it we're doing here? Like, that requires it or offers it or whatever. So it would be weird. It would be a little awkward. And the thing is, YouTube has the capability. One time, I've received the little thing. I think it's like
Super
stickers.
Chat.
Yeah, the
Super
super
Chat.
chat. Exactly. I got a couple of those the one time, and I was like, oh my god, what? I told Bobby, like, at the end, I was like, Bobby, I got super chats, and he was like, wait, what? And of course, Bobby, you know, being the humanitarian he is, he's like, so what's my cut? And I'm like, well, what's the percentage of like multiples of zero? Multiples of zero, like huge multiples.
Once we rounded down, because in Canada we round down, we don't have the penny anymore. So I ended up with nothing.
Well, the problem is, if I had properly filled in the Canadian papers, you would have gotten a bill. That's what would have happened. It's like, based on revenue, it's like, I have to pay you.
Are you guys like exotic sportscasters? I mean, what is it? Not an exotic dancer exactly, but exotic sports can't.
But that's why I say, like, I don't know what the value would be. Right. Because even if you're like saying, okay, well, let's make some picks, it's like, well, why don't I make the picks for myself then? If they're good picks, why wouldn't I use the picks myself?
Right.
Yeah. I don't know what you would do. I appreciate Mr. LAG and sticking with the brand. The brand is key. The brand is key. But like, that's the thing though. Like, you can't really offer anything tangible. All you're offering is quote unquote information or entertainment, which is fine, but it's free. Like in this case, here's the payoff. The best you can do in this case, it's attention. That's one. It's that little engagement thing that people don't want to talk about. What is it? Thumbs up. You can do that, but that's it. There's no dollar amount required with that. You hit the thing. At least it helps the algorithm, and then that's something. But that's free. You can do that for free. There's no money required. But otherwise, I don't know what you could offer that would be of value that you couldn't figure out on your own. Of course, you can ask questions, but like, you can do that anywhere. I watch plenty of live streams where people ask questions and they have no idea what they're talking about. Like, literally no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. I watched one the other day where they were doing a comparison between, it was Patrick Kane and Austin Matthews. And they were talking about like Patrick Kane's like, oh, Patrick Kane's old. It's like, Patrick Kane's like 32. And they're like, oh, like, and I think they were saying like, well, I think he could get maybe like another 100 or 200 points. I'm like, he can do that in 2 seasons. He's still relatively in his prime. He literally is well over a point a game right now. I was like, and these two guys are in Canada. I'm like, do you even know what hockey is? I don't even watch hockey, and I can figure that one out. Patrick Kane's still pretty good.
He's killing it right now.
Yeah, like, he's still really good.
Yeah, he's really good.
I'm like, please stop talking. Please, both of you, stop speaking. Just cease words.
We've been talking about him on Sports Center all week. I don't know. I think he beat somebody's record or something. I don't know what it was.
Patrick Kane is going to become the all-time American leading goal scorer and point guy. It will happen.
Right.
So, because he's still young enough. He's still playing at a high level. Like, and he's got 3 Stanley Cups. Like, he's good. He's good. He's fine.
The bling bling. Yeah.
Matthews doing well too.
Matthews is killing it. Like, goal scoring wise, I'm not saying he's not doing well, but I'm saying you're comparing a guy who's still really early in his career to a guy who already has 400 goals and 3 Stanley Cups. He's doing fine. He's okay, guys. He'll be all right.
He's doing all right. Yeah.
Here's your hashtag invest. If you really want, maybe you buy his Young Gun, because after he starts passing some of these all-time guys, like he's still actually reasonably affordable comparatively to a guy who already has cred. He's already got hardware.
Does he have over 1,000 points? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like he's already pretty much a made man. Now he's just tacking on stats. So like, I would consider that a safe bet. How about that? Patrick Kane Young Gun. Give that a go.
I'd agree with you. Yeah.
There's a free piece of #invest advice, Dave.
That deserves a $25 super chat.
Exactly.
Super chat, people. Super chat.
You good with that one, Dave? Is that one okay? You're fine with that one? Cool. So other than that, though, Dave, any other streaming? Do you do any music streaming at all? Listen to music in that way, or not so much?
Mostly, again, I'm an old school radio. When we travel, it's just trying to pick up the station. And again, it's not like we've got 100 stations up in the Arrowhead of Minnesota.
Shocking.
But there's a couple country stations, and then there's some country that's older, and they mix in with some like mid 2000s, late 2000s, where it's not all the newer stuff. There's some pop, there's some like metal.
Dave, are they stuck in the Limp Bizkit new metal era? Because that'd be amazing.
No.
Are you just getting like Limp Bizkit and Korn like for 2 straight hours?
Mudvayne? What's Mudvayne?
Mudvayne.
Bro, that'd be amazing.
Oh my god.
I'm getting 20-year flashbacks right now. That's awesome.
So I mean, I'll listen once in a while to like iHeartRadio.
Okay.
Sometimes, because again, if I don't pick or if I'm not off work in the morning, that's 5:30 to 8 or no 5:30 to 9 is when that radio show that I referenced earlier, the Nobody Cares, that's on then, so I'll listen on there. ESPN Plus, now that they've got hockey on there, I'm watching a little of that because I just watched a bunch of like the NCAA tournament stuff, the conference championships. I love watching that stuff, even if it's like American University versus Lehigh or something. I'm like, we'll watch it. Something to do.
Yeah, and I think next season NHL is coming back to ESPN.
That's what I was going to say.
Which I think is a big deal for the NHL. That's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
Yeah,
I'm hoping Barry Melrose is somewhere nearby because I love listening.
I think a lot of folks still threw Barry Melrose in there. Like as soon as they saw that, because I think they did a social media post where they played the jingle, the theme song for NHL and ESPN, which has a lot of nostalgia for a lot of folks. Like as soon as I heard it, I knew what they were playing for sure. Yeah. Which is a good move. That's a very smart move. Yes. And the NHL should be celebrating that from the hilltops. They should be. They should be celebrating from the hilltops.
I believe they are. Yeah.
Because they've been ignored by ESPN for so long. They're like, you acknowledge us. We exist now. That'd be amazing.
It should be big for the league. They should get a lot more watchers, a lot more people watching hockey.
Agreed. Totally agreed. Okay, so here we go. All right, so last question from the chat. It's posed to me, but I'll leave it to you guys. So number one, I'm not actually a pizza. It's the crossover here. Okay, so number one, I'm not actually a pizza guy. I can count on one hand the number of pizzas I've had in a lifetime. I can't.
Oh my God.
Like I'm not a pizza guy at all.
So however, what is your food?
I'm a pasta guy. I'm very much a pasta guy.
Not chicken sandwich.
No, order out, order in kind of thing.
Oh, order in? Burger and fries. Like I can go get that. Like burger and fries, it's really hard to screw up burger and fries. If you screwed up, then as a restaurant, I want you shut down immediately. If you can screw this up, just cook the damn thing and we're fine.
The cheeseburger is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
It works. It's easy. It's like, please don't screw this up. I'm a very basic eater. That's what it's like. I'm a very basic eater. So it's like, please just don't screw up the one thing. That's all I ask you to do. Don't screw it up. I keep it simple. But if I do have a pizza, the odd time I have, like literally handful of times in a lifetime, pepperoni. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Easy for me. Keep it simple. Dave?
I don't like canned mushrooms, but if you have fresh mushrooms on there, I'm all day.
All right. Brian?
Pepperoni.
All right.
Too easy.
It's a popular one. Bobby, what do you like?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. Sometimes I'm pepperoni and mushroom, and other times I do the Hawaiian.
All right. So you don't mind the pineapple then?
No, I don't. And it has to be the right balance, I guess.
All right.
Sometimes I throw too much on. But I make all my pizzas at home for the most part. Anyhow,
fair enough.
I do all my cooking.
Try that. The pepperoni and pineapple is good. It works. It works.
Well,
I can see that. I can see that. If you're into the pineapple, I can see that blend working. Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
I
it
can see
works.
it. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah. We're not going to do a 1 hour discussion on topics.
Oh, we're not?
No, no.
Shit.
No.
I make my own salami. I was just going to get into that.
You make your own superseta or salami?
What's the topping?
Soprasetta, yes.
What's the topping you can't stand on your pizza or will never have?
That's easy.
That's easy. Green peppers. Can't do the
that's-
bell peppers. Can't do the green peppers.
Okay.
For a lot of people, that's yeah.
All right, Bobby, what's easy for you then?
I don't like olives at all.
Okay. Because I'm so basic, anything other than pepperoni. like I said, I like guys basic. Like I can't make this any simpler. I can't make this any more
Cheese.
basic. Yeah. Exactly.
Mac and cheese, man.
Yeah. So go ahead, Dave. What do you got then for your question?
There would be 3. Bobby took one. If you go back to, not to promote myself, if you go back to like June, I think.
We don't allow self-promotion.
The rare time I made a video, we were camping on the North Shore Lake Superior, and
Of course,
followed
Lake
in
Superior.
to Grand Marais, Minnesota.
Uh,
It's near Thunder Bay up there in Ontario.
yeah.
Specifically said no olives on this particular
Mm.
pizza.
Okay.
On the receipt, all in caps, I've still got the receipt. No olives with like 4 exclamation points.
Did you keep it like as a sign when they defied your will? Like, what is this?
I love it.
And I made a video on there and shockingly using some curse words about
What?
screwing up the pizza. Because it seemed like extra olives on there. It seemed like green and black.
Is this like a thing where you're just gonna let it stew for another like half decade, and then all of a sudden it's gonna be like a video? It's like, guys, I gotta talk about. I gotta get this off my chest.
Dave knows it was on purpose. That's why.
It's like all of a sudden it's like Lake Superior goes, this is unacceptable. I said no olives, but look, it says on the receipt. Look at it. It's like, Dave, it's literally
But
faded.
look at my
It's literally
pie.
faded. It's literally faded. The receipt is faded in time.
It's gonna look like the 2007 like ultimate football redemption with all the writing on. It's a redemption. It's a redemption for what? Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, not anymore.
What are the other 2, Dave?
Pineapple.
Okay.
I love pineapple by itself, but on pizza, anything that takes away from me for the other flavors.
Okay.
And then anchovy, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, that's kind of not a normal thing, but yeah. You know, I think once you get past 4 toppings, it's too much. It's when they say, well, we have 6 different cheeses. After 3, you don't taste the other 4.
No.
It's like redundant, stupid, you know. Gruyere, very powerful. Mozzarella, cheddar, you know, throw Gouda in there or something else, but you don't want anything else beyond that.
Nice. So let me finish us off on this, because we talked about the pizza topic. We're not doing it for an hour. We had the pizza discussion. We talked about the toppings that we like and we don't like. So we covered that. So quick, what Bobby just said reminded me of a quick story. So talk about, like I said, basic eater. Like I can't be more generic, more basic. That's why I say burger and fries, simple. Okay. So I don't know if you remember, like Harvey's allows you to kind of pick your toppings, whatever you want in your burger or whatever. Okay, cool. So I went in there, and one time, like I wasn't paying attention. It was in Universal.
Harvey's is like a regular frozen burger patty.
Yeah.
They don't know.
Yeah,
Harvey's.
whatever. But the thing is, they got their toppings and stuff at the counter, and then you can add whatever you want on the thing. So I was kind of late. I was tired because we had been out drinking the night before, and I was dead tired. I was standing there. I didn't actually say anything, but they didn't ask anything. So I just sat there, and then they literally put every single thing they had on the table in the burger. Every single thing I lost count of how much stuff was on there. And then I just got the burger back, and then I opened the burger, and I'm standing there because I was dead tired. And I was looking at this thing, and my buddies all knew that I'm like a super a basic picky eater, and they're staring at it, and they're going like, "Are you going to return it?" And I'm like, "I'm too lazy to get get up." So I basically ate a thing that might have had like 30 toppings on it because they put everything.
The kitchen sink.
They put mustard, lettuce, tomato, like relish,
Hot peppers,
mustard, like mayo,
Oh
like
my gosh.
everything they got. Like they probably found something in the back and threw it in the freaking burger. Like I don't even know. And I'm sitting there like, and I'm just eating this, and I'm like, I regret everything that I've ever done in my life that led me up to this. All the decisions in my life that led me
So
up to this
what
point.
do you like on your burger then?
No, like when I say plain, I literally just put lettuce and tomato on it. Like I can't keep it any more simple. Like it's just put the lettuce and tomato on it. I don't care.
Ketchup?
Man.
Dude, when it comes to food, one of my old coworkers said it perfectly. He goes, Carlos, some people live to eat. You eat to live. And I'm like, yeah, I basically just eat to get on to the next thing. This meal is just so I can get it over with and then get on to what I was doing. I don't care.
No.
Yeah. It's like, it's not that important to me. My mom hates it because she like obsesses over like the detail. And she's like, we did this with the sauce and we did this thing. I go, yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm like a chef, so
It's okay.
I am
get
too.
into
I
the
can cook
fine
anything,
details.
any
Yeah.
way, anytime. Yeah.
Yeah. I
No,
just
but the thing
made-
is, she obsesses about it. She's not the one who cooks it. My dad's the cook.
Oh, okay.
My dad's the one who actually knows. Oh, my dad's an excellent cook. My mom could burn cereal. like it's like no. It's like you're not cooking anything, madam. There isn't a damn thing you're cooking. But she has an appreciation for the food.
for the good food.
Yeah,
okay.
she appreciates the food.
And an opinion, I guess. Huh?
She has a very strong opinion. She is a Colombian woman. She has a few opinions. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
But
yes.
but the thing is like, but no, she can't cook worth a damn. Not even no. I'm not a great cook, but at least I can follow instructions and I understand basic principles. Like when I went to university, Carlos Senior is like, okay, so I'm going to teach you to cook so you don't starve. It's like, this is what you need to know. Do this, and this, figure out this is how you put some stuff together. But I always kept it very basic because I was never that into it. It was never exciting for me. It's like, no, it's just, all right, I'll eat the food and then we'll go.
I was particular, so that's why I got into cooking when I was younger.
For sure.
I didn't like a lot of things, and eventually you end up liking them as time goes on.
Yeah. But that's what made the everything on it burger that I can't even name.
No, that's too much stuff.
No. And I was like, why would you do this? Why would you think this is okay?
Suicide burger. Yeah.
My friend used to do that because he says, well, you get more stuff. And I'm going,
No.
what does that mean? Like you sacrifice your flavor to get more stuff. And he used to, if a bag of chips had a prize on it, his brand didn't, he'd buy the other brand because, you get a prize. It's like you're sacrificing
No.
your flavor for
Michelin star or buffet?
Michelin.
Michelin star.
Yes.
Right.
Buffet? No.
2 or 3 star. 3
Four
Michelin
is
stars.
not better at all, ever.
Yeah, so I used to be into the food shows. There's another thing I used to watch a long time ago, but they got big for the britches. And
The great irony is I like the food shows. I'm interested in what they do. I'm interested in the concept. I just don't want to eat it. I like watching the thing. I just don't want to eat it. I don't care.
that's just really.
Please, this is like the 87th most bizarre thing about me. Like really on the list. Like this isn't even barely ranks.
And we're counting. 88's next. Yeah.
Like, please, sir.
Yeah.
Please, sir. Out of my idiosyncrasies, this
I don't
really
care
really
about food, but I like watching the show.
No, but the show is
87.
interesting. I'm interested in what they came up like. They got the Guy Fieri show. You know what I'm talking about, Dave? Dives, dumpsters, and dives, something like that. I
Diners,
thought it was
drive-ins, and dives.
Dives.
Yeah, like I
It's
was
amazing
Like, I was
show.
like, it's like you do what out of the food truck? That's okay. That's kind of cool. Like interesting.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah.
What you guys have in the U.S. and we don't have that here in Canada. We don't have very many independents been in business for 40 years or something. And I just drool every time I watch one of those shows. And these guys are pulling off stuff. You just go, wow, why can't we have that up here? Carlos would need it, but I mean,
No, but I can observe and appreciate. So like, I'm like, that's kind of cool. I'd like to know how you came up with that combination of things to make it work. But that's a lot of times though. That's what it is. It's like you're putting stuff together. It's like logically that doesn't seem to fit, but
True.
people seem to like it. So
Does happen.
That's kind of cool. Okay.
Mhm.
So I can appreciate that at some point that means there was some experimentation. That means they had to play around with some stuff to be like, because you can't just randomly put things that don't fit and then make it work.
Well, I think
Flavor-wise.
that's why I said the Food Network kind of went overboard. They started adding, like sometimes you just want a peanut butter and jam sandwich. You
Fair.
don't have to have hot peppers on the side. Everything's got see, they ran out of things, so they said, oh, you got to add some hot stuff. Hot stuff is it's like, who likes hot stuff? Not me. We have a little bit of a cultural shift where those people have a flavor base for spicy stuff, but man, like everything you go to now, it's like they got to add something, so they make it hot or spicy. Try our new spicy chicken sandwich. It's like, no,
All right, chicken sandwiches.
Chicken
Oh,
sandwiches?
damn, I get it. Yeah, it was just on. Popeyes has that spicy chicken. Anyways,
So Dave, unrelated note. Later, when you get a chance, send me an Instagram your address. I have a few things for you, and if you're good, I'll throw in some expired chicken sandwich coupons. But I've got other stuff there for you too. Other stuff. But the expired chicken sandwich coupons, I got you, bro. I got you.
Don't
No worries.
don't try the new McDonald's or their rebranding of it. I tried it and it's not crispy.
Not so good.
I saw the
Your
commercial.
review says
Thank
no.
you for the tip. Thank you.
What
Your
is it?
review says 9.
what is it?
Well, I have Chick-fil-A right next door to the McDonald's, so
I heard that wasn't that great.
Are far superior for the chicken sandwiches than the
Who is?
McDonald's. The McDonald's like chicken sandwich, a crispy chicken sandwich. It was not worth my time.
Oh,
Okay.
did you see what's his name? He did the young kid there. I forget his. Oh my god. Who does all the cards? Just bought the $400,000 card.
Oh, Sasha T.
Sasha. He did a thing with Popeyes chicken sandwich and Chick-fil-A's chicken sandwich, and they
Okay.
did it. There was a video. You have to
Oh,
go through it.
Dave. This sounds like he's usurping your
What?
turf, bro.
Oh, you
Bro.
watched the same one?
dude, that's
I did this back in September or October.
Yeah, a long time ago.
man. Sounds
Dave,
like a content
as a man who's had his shtick stolen once or twice, you got to get on this, bro. Protect your intellectual property. Get on this.
Yes.
Seller FOMO was mine, by the way, Beckett. Mine. But anyway, I got it from back in August. I know he ripped me off. But anyway, but the thing is that, but no, you got to protect your turf, Dave. Like the chicken sandwich thing, we've established this. This is a brand thing. You can't be letting people in your turf right now.
That's right.
Nice. Is that Dave? Yeah, Dave Thomas.
Mhm.
Nice. That actually looks isn't that like a 98 Tops design-ish? Like it looks like a 98 Tops design.
If you can, yeah, maybe I can get.
It does actually.
It
It does
has
actually.
a nice little
Because they got the logo in
fleck to
the
it.
corner, and yes, yeah, that's a 98 Tops design. They changed the border color, but it is the 98 Tops design basically.
Wendy's.
Yeah, it 100% is 100%. Yeah, 100%.
I have cards.
Look at you,
I always
Yeah.
have cards somewhere.
Victor. Can let us know if it's a rookie card. Okay, so let's grab the last couple of comments and then we'll call it a day. So you guys got chicken sandwiches, you got pizza toppings, you got the burger story. It's a solid conclusion right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we touched on this a little bit. I think Dave, you already covered this. So Mr. LAGN says, if the national happens, are you going? I think your answer, Dave, was yes. So hypothetically, Bobby, all things being equal, you could get on a plane, you could go. Would you attend the national in Chicago if the situation allowed? If you could get on a plane and go, it would be around August.
No.
Nope. Brian, would you attend the national this year in Chicago around August?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no as well, even if it was a thing, because it would be crazy this year. I really do think it would be stuffed to the brim.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be super comfortable with the situation as a whole. If they want to give it a go, which I suspect they will, I'll love to see reports.
But
it's-
Me.
you didn't-
Yeah. Me too.
You didn't say reason why.
No, my reason why is the crowding.
Oh,
Like even
yeah.
if I felt like they were reasonably okay on the pandemic situation, I just don't want to be crammed into it like a sardine, because I feel like a lot of people will try to cram into that.
See, that wouldn't bother me, and I'm claustrophobic
That's fair. That's fair enough.
to a certain extreme degree.
Yeah.
You watch that Kill Bill and
Yeah.
buried in a coffin, I just like freak out.
Yeah.
But I mean,
But it's not even a claustrophobia. It's just like, look, if I really can't move around, like, well, then what am I doing here? It's not like you can really indulge in the social aspect if you can't move. So it's
Yeah.
like I'd have to leave the grounds anyway to do the socializing. So then why the hell am I here? Like, what am I actually doing physically here? I might as well then attend the national by never setting foot in the building and basically just hanging around outside after when people leave.
Now, if it was in Vegas, like Bobby was bringing up, like he was suggesting,
Well, then I would definitely never set
now,
foot in the
I might be a little bit more inclined to go.
Oh no,
It's a lot closer.
I would go to the
Probably
national
cheap.
in Vegas.
Yeah,
go to
right,
the
yeah.
national.
Oh, I can get there in less than 2 hours. I just go up and down and I'm there. Yeah.
I don't know if it's still open, but in Planet Hollywood they have a place called Earl of Sandwich. great sandwiches in Vegas.
Earl.
Sounds like a
Earl
good
of
tip.
Sandwich. Earl of Sandwich. It was pretty good. I liked it.
I like it.
They have what they call the best BLT, but what I will say, I don't know if it's the best. I'm not going to go that far.
Bacon
will
is
say-
tough.
But I will say, what I appreciate is that they put like a butter on it that basically melts on it, like completely melts on it. Like it's like delicious. Nice.
But
Sounds good.
It must be a warm sandwich.
Look, here's the thing. I'm not a culinary. I said a moment ago, I don't care about most culinary things, but you make a good sandwich. You make a good BLT sandwich. All right, I'm kind of in on that.
Well, no
like that.
steak should be served unless it's slathered in butter. Don't you guys know?
I think this is fair. I think
Yeah.
this is fair.
No, it's
I
think
sous
it's
vide
fair.
I sous vide my steaks. I sous vide my steaks. So
I have a sous vide machine as well. I like it. For some stuff, it's great.
Anova.
Gosh, I can't remember the name of it.
Okay.
can't
Anyway,
remember.
sous vide is
Yeah,
just cooks it in a bag at just past the pasteurizing point, so it actually cooks it perfectly to whatever time you want, done degree, and then you can just flash it in a pan and blacken it quickly in a
I'm not
cast
sure
iron.
we've ever covered more ground on a stream.
I was going to
We
say
have,
the same
like,
thing.
I didn't
feel
want
like
to go there, but I went. there.
I've always been a big fan of having a very broad swath of discussion. We talked about we touched on World War II tanks, streaming
Culinary.
services, culinary discussion, a little Guy Fieri in
Trading
there.
companies.
Yeah.
Oh,
Guys,
yeah.
we covered a lot of ground. Here.
Wow.
A lot of ground on this one. A lot of ground. Even a little wrestling talk in there, just for a sprinkle, just for a
Yeah.
good measure. A little
Just a fair
crypto
bit.
too. A little crypto.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
so good evening to Name as well. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you hanging in.
Oh,
Now, you're more than welcome to just listen in and lurk. By all means, feel free. And then Mr. LAGN says the convention space in Chicago is really large. I don't doubt it. I do not doubt it. I just think it will be absurdly full. I think if they run through it, I do think if someone is claustrophobic, I do think they will struggle. That is my belief. If it goes off.
mine's buried in a coffin, claustrophobic.
No, I get it. But I just don't like,
Otherwise,
I just think it takes away a lot if you really can't move around. Like it really
Yeah.
is annoying. Like, okay,
Well,
I
it's
gotta
not
get from point A to
comfortable.
B,
Yeah.
and it still takes me a long time just because it's like, get out of my way.
They're pushing
But
through people.
will
It's like
it be that busy,
Disneyland
though?
trying to get to the next ride. Yeah.
I would not be shocked. Well, again, we'll find out. We'll find out when the
You've
vlogs
been
come
to
in.
Disneyland, right?
We'll find out when the vlogs come in, Bobby. Honestly, we will. But like, I believe that this year, with the climate that it is right now, you're going to have the beautiful combination of too many people, too close proximity. You're going to struggle to move around, and a lot of sellers won't move on prices. So I'm like, great. Why am I standing in this building? Well, like, what benefit is this giving me?
Yeah.
This
Nothing.
is annoying.
but will there not be a lot less people showing up because of
I think it'll
COVID?
be the most they've ever had. I honestly think it'll be the most.
But I don't think it'll over exceed. I really don't think.
Well,
If
we'll
we
see
didn't
how far
have
they push it.
COVID, if COVID was over,
We'll see
be
how
like
far they push it.
crazy.
I wouldn't be shocked if they just decide to throw caution to the wind and not care.
Depends how many people are vaccinated by then, I guess.
I guess so.
That's what it all comes down to.
Paul encapsulates it beautifully right there.
I get mine pretty
Yes,
soon.
I love
I'll get mine pretty soon actually, so I'll be happy.
There you go.
I gotta reach that age point.
Nice. All right. So that is it, folks.
Yep.
We're calling it here. That was an awesome conversation. A lot of ground covered. A lot of ground.
It's funny you wanted to wind down at 3:30. Now it's 4:27.
Well, I play.
Slow down.
I play it based on once the chat came up with a couple of interesting things to throw in there. I don't mind. Like
Sure.
when I start the winding down, I understand that it is a process. It is an extended process. So I have to start early to have any shot of actually finishing.
Got it.
So that's
Yes.
how it works. So that's how it works out.
That
So
was
anyway,
good.
so thanks to Dave for popping in. Appreciate you popping on. We'll check you out on Tuesday. I'll be in the chat until I get annoyed by something I hear, and then I may have to pop on and deal with some business. We'll see. We'll see. But we'll let it ride first. See where you guys end up. You get yourself. Thanks for hanging out, Name. Appreciate it. Appreciate the chat as well. Really good stuff in the chat. Good questions, good engagement, some great comments. So it's been actually really good, a really fun one. Brian, thanks for popping on. Appreciate you hanging out.
Always fun.
And Bobby,
Mhm.
of course, always appreciate you popping on, adding your wit, we'll say, and having some fun at Justin's expense a little bit there.
Oh, that was so good.
See, Dave, now you understand why I don't mind having Justin on. Sometimes you got to pick your spots.
You didn't add it into the show, but yeah, he was on. There was some good entertainment there.
But you got to There's a time and a place. And I
He
didn't
had
have
4 swear
anything.
words in his last.
I didn't have anything to
performance.
do with him not being here. I simply asked the question.
Dave.
Asked the question. Dave was like, I'm not tolerating this anymore. Dave has all control. He's been controlling this show the entire time.
Guilty by association.
He's the wizard behind the curtain.
Dude, look at him.
Mm-hmm. Look at
Does that not look like a criminal mastermind to you?
it. Sure does. Mm-hmm.
Dr.
Roadkill.
Evil.
Chickens, Dave. Chickens.
Chickens.
Mhm, mhm. Anyway, have a good night, guys. Appreciate you hanging out. We'll be back. We'll be back next Sunday. Same
care.
time, same bad channel. You know how this works. And then we'll see what the Dallas folks have for us. Maybe King Golden will do something crazy, jump off a bridge or something. Who knows? So if he does, then we can talk about that. Otherwise, we'll expand on the chicken sandwich space. Bobby will give us some culinary tips. Who knows?
I love it.
Brian too.
It could be whatever exactly. Or we'll discuss, World War II tanks. And we'll figure out what is really best tank. And that's very important to know. What is really best tank?
It is.
All right, folks, it is 1:30 a.m. in the Eastern. So it is now March the 15th in the East. Out West, screw you guys.
It's really only 12:30.
They're slackers. 3 hours behind. Come on.
I know.
But it's really
Lame.
only 3:30 because we had the hour go forward, right?
Yeah.
We did.
Exactly.
Are we going to get rid of that?
What, the daylight savings?
I don't think so.
They should.
I
but
heard
they won't.
it's.
They should, but they won't. It's dumb. It's not. There's no point in it at this point. It's just annoying.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't benefit anybody really.
No.
Yeah.
Not me.
Here you go. It's 10:30 here. Yeah, I know. Name. We know.
Oh, because he's up. Yeah.
Yeah. Paul wants Instatube. Understood. And that'll be the last word. Instatube.
Instatube.
You have 1 week to figure out what is best tank. See you next time, folks. Take it easy.